Every Thursday, the scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday, they're doing a thing with that darn Poupet as the fearless lead. And Foxrew by her side, they plant the seed with Dorkus guiding through dungeons deep. And great Poupet spreads it on steep. Most brush strokes like magic in the air. To press Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace, while other guests add to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide, the thinkers gather their wits as their guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace. Every Thursday is their special place.
It's a special place with Item Wizard. Whee!
Yeah, welcome.
Special guest.
I realized something very special is that we can unmute ourselves during that intro. And I almost did.
Oh, no.
I was so very tempted to, but I decided not to.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you for not unmuting, for remaining muted so we could listen to the song. Although, if you unmute, then you have to sing with the song. So, just bear that in
challenge?
Mind. Yes. Next Thursday, you can sing with it.
I'll just go to bed with that on loop on headphones. That way I wake up, I know it perfectly.
I get it. I have it. It goes in my head and stays there for about 2 or 3 days. So I have it like mostly until the weekend. And usually it's one little snippet of the song. So I think this one now, this weekend is going to be most brush strokes, like magic in the air. That's it. That's what, tiny little bit there like that.
I haven't used a brush in years.
Well, they're brush strokes because you have different brushes on your...
They're happy accidents.
Funnily enough, I picked up some brushes yesterday.
Hey, yo.
I tend to prefer combs, so...
Nicely done. We saw. I saw. You are a regular poster into artsy things and stuff.
Yes. Yeah, Item Wizard is trying to become me. He's trying to steal my spot.
I must absorb all of BMO's talents. That way, I can be the superior.
It's all I got. Don't take it from me, please.
This is my favorite piece.
I'm not going to take it away from you. I'm just going to get exactly to the level you're at and then do no more.
No, then you'll be like me.
I think you get better as you go.
I think we should all just appreciate this. It's all done. And then we can get into what we're going to do today. Relax, guys. There's a lot of time. This is the
Oh, God.
Oh, my gosh. What was that?
Is that who's got
Dorkus.
planes flying over?
Sure, it's a lawnmower plane.
Is it?
Yeah, this is.
Oh
I think it might have been you.
Little creature.
It's that darn Kirby.
Oh, it's so cute. I love it.
I love that it's diagramming as well.
Oh, that's what that is.
Look.
I was like, why is March Madness happening?
I love the little arms.
Yeah,
And these little stars around the
expressive.
arms, the hands, and then
Little toe beans.
Yeah, so cute.
And the
Yes,
tail.
so that is.
Kirby with the tail
Yes.
is rarity, but there you go.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
There
I
you
can see
go.
that where there was a ratio. There was by the tail here that this tail is better. I like this tail that you did. You made some good choices here.
Well, thank you.
Dang. Yeah, this is my favorite. I know I'm totally not biased, but this is my favorite.
All I'm saying is that Item
his
Wizard
pieces.
is the only person who has consistently tried to do the art posts like we started. Everyone else gave up. Item Wizard has kept on trucking.
So he will be your chosen disciple.
Consistently may be a bit generous.
More consistently than everyone else that
then
dropped
not.
after
When
3
the sample size is sample size of 1, you are always the best. Okay.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Well, technically, that makes you number 2.
It's okay. It's okay.
From who? Okay.
Terrence.
Cool. Oh, Terrence. Yes, we'll get into that. Just before we get into it, let's get on to the little comments, little topics, right? we have you guys are American, right?
Not chill.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Last I checked.
Possibly.
And there's a whole like presidential debate thing I don't know why. Debate
It is a
happening.
baiting.
Huh.
You know what? Just get used to that kind of talking, because I don't know how that's going to go with Biden's state of mind.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
And Trump's
Come on,
personality. It's gonna be the
Did
worst.
a loser
combo
just
ever.
die? Can we have that?
Come on, man.
Oh man.
That might be a bit extreme.
No, I think that'll
exactly.
be
There's
merciful.
one. Go ahead.
Yeah.
There's one major thing that we need to pay attention to during this debate, and we'll see who has the most dilated eyes.
Oh, God.
Half of the people here are wearing glasses and shades. This is a terrible idea.
No, not us, but in the presidential debate.
Okay.
Trump
I
or
was gonna say,
Biden,
huh.
Mhm.
or
You know what
or
would
the
be-
moderator.
You know what would be amazing? Imagine if Trump actually gets like proper arrested or put in prison and forbidden from running or something because all of the charges come through or something. Let's just say that hypothetical. And then immediately next day after that happens, so that he's no longer viable as a political candidate, Biden dies and just says mission accomplished and the war is over. What then?
Hey,
Do we
AJ.
actually get a clean slate?
You know,
Yes,
I'm-
AJ. We don't think that's ghetto. Yeah.
Well, what was the last time a candidate died relatively late in the campaign process? Was it RFK?
There was someone that wasn't doing it for president that died like in the last 5 years.
Oh yeah, somebody got elected and was dead. I was
Yeah.
talking about
Yeah.
president.
Not just one.
Dead.
We've elected quite a few corpses.
Well, I mean, if your
President,
votes,
please
votes
president-
end
coming
the
from
inauguration
dead
and they just lift the coffin.
I mean, we have a chance of that
people- Yeah.
in
Well, you
both
have-
ways.
Yeah, you have
Mhm.
dead voters and you have dead candidates. That makes sense. It's only
Yeah.
fair.
Let the
Yeah.
corpse vote for the corpse.
The grave is no bar to its
They're
core.
going to be voting regardless.
I'm
Ladies
voting
and
for
gentlemen,
Lincoln then.
We have officially improved all public speaking roles of the president. He is no longer speaking.
We will now translate him via AI, aka AI is going to say all the words for him.
Well, so did you?
Big brother. What if they make a fake AI president that does all the campaigning to them and it's actually a shadow council ruling from
I'd vote for him.
Just make a
That's like Fallout.
VTuber president. AI does all the voicing for it. I can see that working. Also, I'm surprised that nobody has come up with the slogan "Orange suit for Orange man" yet.
That is true. Well,
you know,
did.
he is a convicted felon now.
It seems so obvious to me. It's like
Yeah.
right there, guys.
It's
The
right-
convicted
it's right
felon
there.
part is what makes him hot.
I get
Well,
it.
to
I
some.
was taking a drink. Now it's everywhere.
I'm assuming the answer to CPAFy's question is no. None of us are doing commentary streams on this, right?
I'm down for it. Not on my channel. but
Not on your
my
channel.
Um,
All right, Thinkers Gaming. Let's do this.
Yeah, we're gaming, playing with it. I don't. When is it? First of all, what I was thinking is I was gonna
Tonight
try-
or tomorrow morning for
Yeah,
you,
like
I guess.
8 hours from now.
Okay. I don't, because I was gonna watch Wick TV's coverage of it. I saw he was sharing out all of where he's gonna do it. So he's gonna do the coverage. Or are Sitch and Adam doing it? Because that's where I would hang out.
They might. I don't know. I haven't seen
I
anything
think
about it.
they're doing the after thing. So they kind of came out saying anybody who's actually doing like commentary or fact checking it live is going to be struck. So I think a lot of people are kind of doing commentary afterwards, but
You
not
must
sure.
not look at
You meant
fact.
copyright. You meant copyright wise. I thought you meant by the words coming out of the participants' mouths.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
that would be
achieve it,
fun,
stroke.
but
Now they will
no.
physically struck down with a hammer if they dare to comment on the situation live. Yes.
I mean, it'll be a hardcore debate.
Themselves.
You know, someone in the chat is
No
mentioning
YouTube,
something
apparently.
here
He is.
about Warren Smith. I loved him when we covered Warren Smith. I see you, Double Bones. There's stuff that's going on with Warren right now that would be great to cover sometime, maybe next week.
Okay.
That would be cool.
I watched a video of his yesterday where he talked about J.K. Rowling.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Indeed.
It was,
but
That's
there's
the
a
hot
bunch of
stuff.
stuff going on with him.
Yeah. But we have Item Wizard here today. So, well, that was the mini topic. I just wanted to ask you about the presidential debate. There is one more other mini topic. It's not really we doing a think on it. Like, it's just we were arguing before about it. We're not arguing. We were just talking about it, Dr. Disrespect. And then after we beat that horse to death again, it's already dead. Never mind, metaphor.
It's already dead.
Then we will get onto the beautiful world of Terriology with Item Wizard. Thank you so much for being here with us. But for now, let's just have
a... beautiful. The drawings are cool, but that's about it.
But then quickly, the Dr. Disrespect. What were we arguing about?
Everything.
I
don't think we were really arguing.
We were just all trying to get a word in, I suppose.
Talk about the worst statement that you could ever make representing yourself. That's a very easy way to put it.
Not the worst. I don't know. I gotta say Kevin Spacey still has like the gold medal for that one, but
true.
Second closest. He didn't do himself any favors by editing it like 4 times as well and taking the word minor out of it many times.
So what you're saying is if Dr. Disrespect comes out as gay, it'll be on the same level.
Yeah, I don't know if you could ever match that. Like, it's basically an admission and then saying it's because you're gay. I don't know. That is interesting. I think Kevin Spacey will always take the cake on that one.
I think the comp to this would be like if Doc came out and said, "All right, guys, you know what? I have a wandering eye." Like, oh, okay, cool.
He has 2 wandering eyes.
Well, it just sucks because like there's nothing but speculation on this until he kind of made his admission. But even then, it's not like logs are leaked, so you're just kind of going off of his words. And he says like, "Yes, the conversation veered inappropriate." So it's like, what does that mean? And we're all kind of doing our own speculation.
A whole lot of assumptions, that's for sure.
That's my main issue with the whole thing. Is that it's assumption, and this person said, and that person said. The whole thing started with the whatever Twitch guy somewhere finally leaking it. And then the mere fact that actually we are shown no evidence, no screenshot, nothing. Just this person's testimony, that person's claims, this person's feelings, what that person said. It is the worst possible evidence to have in any case, because it comes, not only humans are fallible, but it comes from those involved heavily. So I'm just gonna be the dirty fancitor and say I won't pass judgment until I won't see it from the horse's mouth. I won't see original screenshots, or at least a reasonable
so what do you think of, but what do you think of his own statement, the horse's mouth, as in literally?
Yeah,
didn't show us screenshots, but he said.
Yeah, that's
it makes me feel a certain way, and that's based off of his actual admission to it. It's not a good statement.
Yeah, he doesn't do himself any favors. But before I pass complete judgment, I would like to see the original thing, not just how things evolved from there and how they reacted. Certainly, I have now a picture in my mind that is tinted in a certain direction because of the behavior of those involved. But because of the environment and the political situation around which I grew in, where I saw every day a lot of people be destroyed, lose their jobs, or even forced into committing suicide by enormous amounts of money being spent to slander them until they could no longer live. I developed a tendency to just very easily discard second-hand sources and also reduce my investment in sources that are partial, and just focus very much on the original thing and how it evolves from there. And again, we have the how it evolves from there part because of how the back and forth has gone. But I would really love to see some of the original material, because then I could have something concrete that I could touch other than just I don't think I did anything wrong, but my reaction and response is kind of trash, or I think this is the worst thing that ever happened, but we held it off for 3 years and then 4 years and then didn't tell anyone. Like, none of the sides do themselves any favor with their behavior.
Doesn't sound like he could have. I'm not 100% certain that there's an NDA, but like in his statement, he's saying like now that Twitch employees have come out and said these accusations, he's able to address it. It sounds like
then
there
why
might be
doesn't he
some
address
sort
it
of.
Properly? He
Right.
didn't address it.
Fair
really.
enough.
That's
So his handling of this is kind of awful.
It's
Oh yeah,
How do
Well,
you
the-
handle?
the-
How do you handle it?
you handled the
Just
exact
being
way he
quiet
did.
would have been better, by the
No,
way.
no, no. What he did at the end of his statement is amazing. He was like, to everyone that's questioning me for this, F you, I don't care about you. It was amazing. I'm going to address this because everyone cares about it, but also I don't care about you or what you have to
Like-
say on the matter.
You
yeah.
clearly do, otherwise you
Yeah,
wouldn't be writing this statement. Come
I
on.
I just wish
That's
it
one
was
way to
some-
go about it.
I just wish it was something like funny and innocuous, like that nobody expects. Like the inappropriateness is like he asked the person, "What's your mom's social security number?" or something like that, and that's all it was. Like just something totally out of left.
I mean,
Right.
that wouldn't be appropriate.
It's
so I
not
think what we were
appropriate.
arguing
That's not
about.
what everybody's thinking.
That's why, listen, if we had access to the original thing, we would be able to tell, but we don't have anything. Everyone is just forming their own little narrative based on, again, the reactions of
You're right.
those involved, but they are still reactions to something
Okay.
that I would like to see, god damn it.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
So in one of his accusations, it does appear that even Twitch was saying that he was not sexting with a minor. So it's inappropriate,
No
but apparently
sexting,
it's
no
not to that
pictures,
level.
Nothing. None of that.
Yeah, well, there's definitely no pictures, but sexting isn't just pictures.
I know.
They're saying that it
made-
didn't get to that level, so it's something inappropriate.
But
But I guess what we were arguing about backstage was, so it's through this Twitch Whispers thing, which is kind
Yeah.
of their DMs. But in order to do Twitch Whispers, you're supposed to have to be 18. So somebody brought up like, okay, so every communication online, you've got to ask them, are they like, what is your age or whatever? Do you have to, if there is the assumption that everybody is over 18 in order to be in part of
Well,
this thing?
I suppose if that's what you think, but what it turns out is that if you have a Twitch account, you can use Whispers. So
Yeah.
but that's like
it's the internet.
there
Everybody
was supposed to be a-
lies.
Again, what I was most interested in, and I haven't researched it, so maybe somebody else can answer, is was he aware of the person's age?
Unclear. That part has not
or-
been. There's accusations that yes, he was fully aware. Then there's a bunch of people saying like
Well,
he didn't know
okay.
and he cut it off.
Hey, can I-
after.
can I
nobody
give you
knows
that-
that.
People are
Can I give you
emotionally
why-
going to be invested in that answer, so they're going to make assumptions. But I mean, do we have
Yeah, but
any
just
like
think about it.
concrete evidence?
Why is he not saying he didn't know?
That's a good.
That's a good question. There
Why
might be
not
laws
say-
out there
Exactly
that
about
he
to say
doesn't
that.
want leaked.
That's like if you are in the clear in the manner of speaking that you didn't know that it was the minor, the immediate reaction of almost all rational people would be like, I didn't know. Let me put that out there in the clear. Okay, I didn't do it intentionally to minor. I had no idea. I didn't know. Or
Don't
even
break your desk. I can hear you hitting your desk.
Yeah.
it's just so absurd because the behavior from both sides is shady as fuck. Like, dog, not just saying any of the things that could exonerate him and then alluding to I can't kind of speak about it. Oh, okay, actually, I can kind of speak about it now, but I still won't really say anything concrete. And then Twitch being like, oh, how horrible. This is absolutely unacceptable. But we turned the blind to it for 3 years. Then we settled. Then we randomly leaked it after 4 years.
Yeah.
I hate when it's just this kind of behavior and we don't have access to the original thing because it's inherently devolves into teams slapping each other in the face with shit.
I do have a question, actually. Greg, you said that Twitch confirmed that it wasn't sexting because the only accusation
supposedly.
I saw, aside from his statement, was from the person that originally leaked it, who said that he was canned for sexting a minor.
So it might have been
Yeah, that part's like completely unclear. But supposedly he is. Supposedly, like in his statement, he's saying like there is no criminal thing. If he was doing that, it seems like that would border on the criminal thing. Would
Yep.
probably be some sort of investigation.
Instead,
So it doesn't think it's that. And then there is another statement from an unconfirmed source who says that they are a Twitch moderator, or they were. I don't know. All of this seems real shady. None of the truth is out there.
Am I wrong on it?
Well, this person is
Fucking
saying
guy
like it was not that. It was inappropriate messages. So I really don't know. It's all up in the air. I'm not like ready to
the
take
stream
his
was
back.
lagging.
Oh no. Hopefully not. But yeah, it's a little unclear. But there's someone who is not verified who says that they were a mod at the time, and that's not the accusation. So I'm not 100% certain. I'm sure these logs will be out very shortly.
Probably.
Hopefully verifiably so.
It's the only way to exonerate or make things worse, you know? So.
It would be the final ultimate statement in either case. So I'm very excited to see them if they ever get released. Which would be great.
Why isn't he clarifying? Maybe he thinks saying "I don't know she was underage" might make it seem like he's making excuses.
No.
And
There is
maybe
no
that's too much
anyone
admission
who
for him.
thinks that is making an excuse is, I'm sorry, not
Well,
normal.
hold on,
okay?
Hydra. Hold on, Hydra. Court of public opinion still applies here. People already think he's a pedophile.
Yeah, okay, that's another
just
argument.
using
that
the
people are
argument
having.
that that's what a pedophile would say, and we already don't trust you,
Well,
doesn't make
actually,
it so
that is,
it's still like you could have still have said the bare minimum of I didn't do this intentionally and put that out there instead of withholding it or alluding to it or kind of going around this very vague posting way that Doc is doing it just by the nature of the fact that, well, the vast majority of people already condemned me, so I might as well just post about nothing. Like, no, the communication from him is clearly bad, and it's a very specific kind of bad.
Well,
and he should have been more clear.
The question essentially becomes, do we think that it would be better if he said he didn't know, or better if he just doesn't say that? And I think categorically he's better off if he's like, no, I didn't know.
If he didn't know and he says that, it would be better. But if the logs show that, like, she said, I'm this age, and he knew it and then kept going, that's obviously going to make him look so much worse. So it really depends.
Honestly,
Nate, dark question of the hour. I think your question's the darkest one.
Oh, your profile picture is adorable.
Isn't it? Would it have been better for him to deny it? It becomes he said, she said, assuming that's impossible. It is impossible that the chat logs aren't available.
Well, see, here's my thought on that is I think there's a possibility they are available. That's why there's all this vagary going around is because he's worried that it may show up, because whatever he says is like there's obvious things he should be saying. If any of that gets thrown out the window after he said that it's just like, oh, cool, great. Well,
yeah,
I think not even close to.
Yeah, I think he really can't say if it's not true. If there was no like lying from her part, and we say her, but it could have been he or her.
Not confirmed.
Yeah, if there's no lie, if I think
it could be creepy and gay. We don't know.
Like, it would make it weird. Oh no!
So if it is what the court of public opinion seems to think it is, are there going to be legal consequences for this?
No.
The original leaker is definitely getting sued.
So yes, not like him versus the 17-year-old. It says that it's already been arbitrated. So like he would have had lawyers involved, Twitch would have had lawyers involved, but it's mainly, I think, the termination of his contract over this thing. But it sounds like he is emphatically stating there were no criminal things. There is no like pictures being exchanged or anything like that. So it doesn't sound like it that way, but people slandering, leaking stuff, there may be some additional
you guys want to go to the statement?
Something along that.
Well,
sure. It's one of the worst ones. I think it's going to go down in history as a very bad statement, and PR companies are definitely going to look at this and be like, do not do this.
I want to give this
again, second only to Spacey.
Yeah. We can give it another 10 minutes. So let's
I did not Twitch whisper that bowl of cereal.
Wait, I need to.
How much time are we going to spend on this? That's the real question.
You know what? We don't need to spend that much time on it. Okay, fine. You know what? We can leave it. Because you know what, guys? We can talk about it next week when there's more.
There might be logs out next week. Who knows?
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, speaking of which, we need to be very careful about which are the real logs, because I also saw that tweet saying I'm just going to have to bookmark every tweet that I have an actual thought about.
And then those get edited.
I saw a tweet saying he was sexting trans women. So there was actually a tweet. Yeah.
Underage trans people, trans kids.
Okay, I bookmarked people's replies to the thing. That's what I did.
Someone just tweets a picture of a log with Dr. Disrespect's face like wood burned into it, and they say, "Oh, look,
these are the logs." Yeah.
Wait, here it is. Twitch ban. Okay.
Or
Okay,
like the
quick.
Jesus toast. It's on my
Like the
bread.
Jesus toast.
These are the Dr. Disrespect logs. Look.
One of the things that I'm really about is
Can you do that again?
here is
Lord
Now
Cameron.
it's one time use only. She is now recharging that ability.
everyone has been waiting to know I've been. Wait, where is Twitch messages? Yeah, this is the worst part. Okay, it's and this is okay. I'm sorry. I'm just fascinated by it as well. But teriology is going to take up a lot of our time, guys. So
Oh yeah. And Terrence Howard.
Yes, just Terrence Howard itself. Himself. Were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual miner? That was where he.
Oh, he added miner back in. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, he did it several times.
Yeah, there's like 4 edits on it as far as we can tell. But yeah, it was individual, minor. It's not good edits.
Yeah. Back in 2017, the answer is yes. Were the real intentions behind This is it. Were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. Oh, he didn't mean it,
Which makes
bro.
it seem really weird. Yeah, it's like, yeah, but I didn't mean it. Like, come on, that is a bad defense. Why would you
I
do
didn't seriously think she would give me her mother's social security number. Like, I was just joking.
Yeah, but that's not where most of our minds went. That he's asking for something.
I know,
like
but
that.
I'm trying to be an innocent lad here.
But why do you have a
He's
stick
clinging on to the comedic idea of what if it's inappropriate, but in like a totally weird and funny way.
Yeah, it was awkward. And imagine if we could just have innocent minds. Let's try that. That's a fun exercise.
What if instead of absolutely not, it was probably not regarding intentions?
like a problem.
Oh no,
mostly no.
That is something as well. Intentions. That is part of why there's supposedly no criminal case against him, because he would have had to have made physical contact with this person.
The funny part is that that's what the leak alleges, that he got banned from TwitchCon as well as Twitch because he was supposedly planning to meet that person there. We would have to know through the logs.
Yeah, all of this is like speculation, though. Like I've kind of heard that too, but nothing is kind of saying that.
To throw something out that's not speculation, because I'm just talking about the tweet that I'm looking at right now, or the post or whatever it is. Does anybody else feel like this thing is too wordy? Like there's a lot of language where he's like not just getting to the point of what he's trying to say?
Yeah, it feels like he's stepping around around eggshells, but the result is just that he is very nebulous and doesn't say something that would be really good if he said it for him or his case. But
couldn't you have just put like the second half of that first paragraph? Essentially, nothing illegal happened, no pictures were shared, no crimes were committed. I never met the individual, went through a lengthy arbitration regarding civil dispute.
That would have been
with
so
Twitch.
much better. Just as you said it, my brain was immediately like, yes. Time that out. It sounds so much better.
The paragraph being the whole post.
Yes, just that. And it's boom, precise, concise.
These parts, that's actually
I deny everything. I didn't do anything wrong. Bam, there is the response, and then moving on. Like it could have been it. I'm not saying whether he this is not an opinion, but that is a stronger case. It just is.
Sorry, I'm just gonna push back. There is nothing criminal in this tweet.
I don't think there's anything criminal in this.
Is there something morally reprehensible? Yes, but it's not criminal.
And that doesn't mean, just because it's not criminal, that doesn't mean we're not going to have a problem with it, son.
Absolutely.
It's not illegal to cheat on your significant other, but if you do it, you're
good old Garrett. See, this is where I'm like, I actually do not. I don't accept the claims that he's a pedophile here, because I think pedophile requires more action than this.
Oh, definitely.
And also,
I mean, she's 17. Doesn't that not like fit the criteria of that? Wouldn't it be that other version of it that's still?
You're right, but like, I don't want to go into the direction of people that like, because that there's a lot of questions about age of consent and all this that I'm not bringing into here, because it's a stupid argument that people have been making. I've seen too much of it. But like, hebephilia or whatever.
I heard this one comedian make a joke about that, where he said, you know, there's a reason why we just use the blanket term for everyone, because, and then he goes in and he describes it, right, all the differences, and this is like, so when you get that far into it, you sound like a pedophile. And kind of like everyone kind of laughed and kind of you kind of see the thing.
I am suspect of BMO for knowing the
when
word.
you seem really invested in the distinction between.
I read it in chat just now. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
So they caught the minor thingy. Anyway, we will keep an eye on this. But what who I'm looking at is Philion. Go to Philion. He will cover it in depth. And Philion to a million. So get him there.
For sure. The one thing that like does kind of give me this weird parallel is the accusations from 2017. It is when everything was kind of blowing up. It is when the Harvey Weinstein thing happened. It is when the Kevin Spacey thing happened. I don't know why I keep talking about Kevin Spacey, but apparently it's not going to stop now. I fully was on board where it's like, okay, this guy's a creep. He did whatever to kids. Like, okay, like I can never look at a movie that he did the same. But he's been through 3 trials, 2 criminal ones, one in the US, one in the UK. He also went through a civil trial where his accuser had to actually pay him and pay the legal fees. So I don't know. I would just caution people from jumping fully on board without evidence. Sadly, I've done that. I think we all have done that. You know, we don't actually know what's happened here, but from his own admission, it doesn't sound like it's good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like from his own admission, he even says he's going to own it. He knows that it was inappropriate to talk to a minor. And the way that he phrases it leans sometimes in it. It's very likely he got flirtatious or something of the sort, or maybe a little further than that. But that's an assumption, of course. But it's what do you get from the context of the statement? It's hard not to lean that direction with how he was wording that statement.
That is a good way to say it's rumor, but definitely not definitely pedo. We don't know.
Also, Dorkus, Beamoth.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I really liked it.
I love how.
Wait, let's have a look. That's a great Sugu.
It's really good.
Oh my god,
that's my favorite so far, actually.
He uses fuzzy body as the brush to make the brush.
Oh, he's so cute.
Oh, yeah, that's so cute. I just imagined it painting with its fuzzy little limbs.
Oh,
using his little insect hands to get the right details.
So let's get into the real reason we're all here. Terrence Howard. Let me just get our intro video over here. In case we spoke a little bit about it last week, and then we got really into it, and we were like, no, we have to do a whole thing on this because it's too in depth. You're gonna have to hold.
Let's take turns or something, because
you're gonna have to hold Hydra and I back because we both get very upset. We
That's
take it
why
personally.
I think we should all take turns to say our piece.
We're gonna have to.
There is no peace to be had here.
Let Terrence speak.
Oh,
please don't.
No, we are gonna.
Unironically, you lose brain cells if you allow him to do that. It has to be restricted beyond a certain word per minute threshold. Otherwise, it's dangerous exposure for your brain.
All right. So here's a summation of what's going on.
Okay, enjoy, everybody.
Why is everyone talking about Terrence Howard? Well, Terrence has spent several years developing some rather unconventional theories about mathematics, which he calls teriology. One of his claims is that 1 times 1 equals 2, which he has attempted to prove using structures he refers to as terahedrons. Terrence then asked Neil deGrasse Tyson, an astrophysicist, to review his ideas and offer feedback on his manuscript. After commenting on several pages filled with flawed claims, Neil sent his review back to Terrence. Surprisingly, Terrence perceived Neil's comments as undermining his innovative ideas. Seeking an impartial re-evaluation, he turned not to the mathematics community but to digital media. Legend has it that this episode of Joe Rogan's podcast isn't aging well at all.
Legend has
Okay.
it. What?
Okay, please. If you check out Neil deGrasse Tyson's response to this whole thing, because he actually reads out his entire peer review and everything he wrote down, and you need to see it, because Terrence Howard perceiving that as a personal attack is the most ridiculous thing ever, because instead of tearing it apart piece by piece like some other personally motivated scientists would be, Neil is like the most gentle, caring person. Like, I clearly see that you have a really interesting mind that is really curious and wants to understand the world, and you have some great questions and beautiful artwork, but unfortunately here, this little part, this escaped your attention. But if you did instead over here, like, it's like the most nicest, wholesome feedback. And even at the end, Neil says, like, please make sure to, I don't know about exactly his words, or what he encourages him to, like, seek out others to review this paper if you think I'm wrong, or if I was too harsh or something. Like, is interpreting that as personal slander and a personal hateful vitriolic attack, as Terrence has said, is like, it has to be bad faith. I'm sorry. You cannot be that dumb. You cannot be that inept at recognizing human behavior. I have to take it that you're just lying about it on purpose.
I had my hand raised, though you guys can't see it. I can't believe I just did that. But
I've been there before.
I do just want to say he technically is innovating, okay? Because innovation does not mean to improve. It just means to introduce novelty.
Okay.
There's a novelty here.
Yeah, there's novelty.
I double checked the definition of innovate. All right, he is innovating. Yes.
Okay. So, item.
Is a tetrahedron an innovation? I don't know. I'd like to see one.
He patented the shape. So he's got patents, boys. He is also behind.
20 years.
He is behind VR as well. He's got VR patents. It's weird. A religious I think people being upset by teleology are basically acting the same way a religion person is upset by blasphemy.
What?
No.
No. Hold
Yeah,
on.
you can make the
Just
comparison, but
a scientific community is about a certain thing. Saying that something in it is not enough good quality, or being upset about it, or thinking that it's bad, or the people of that certain group or believing in that certain thing behave in an inappropriate manner, and wanting them either critiqued or somehow labeled or removed or corrected within that community is not the same thing as saying, no, it shouldn't be, it's religious blasphemy, because by this standard...
he's actually cooking here.
Trying by the same standard, trying to have anything removed from any community is religious blasphemy. Like, you could just say criminals and the justice system is just like religious blasphemy.
Hang on, because I'm a religious guy, and the way that, like, let's say people are trying to find out what biblical theology is correct or not in terms of the canons and all that, this is stuff that happens where new stuff gets discovered. New stuff gets rejected because it doesn't fit with the foundation, and they have to find out whether it actually existed at the time or not, because the timeline is important. This is where the equivocation could be for teleology here, where the scientific community is saying this is BS because this does not match the foundation.
No, that's not how science works. That's the problem.
Different because of science versus religion. Like, it's not based on dogma. Instead, it's based on, okay, this is actually new evidence. It's a little bit different. I understand what you're saying. Like, you could make an analogy that way, that, like, you know, people do kind of hold what's in the consensus to a certain degree, but it's not the same. Like, science is meant to, you know, you go through peer review for somebody to knock it down. It's the best current available description.
It is. You are partially correct, Vimo, is that there is a way to you can draw very broad lines and analogies about science determining what is most likely the correct way in which reality works, and religion determining what is most likely canon. But it is very, very much different, because when you go through the scientific process of questioning, performing observation, performing research, formulating hypotheses, creating experiment, analysis, then potentially pushing back if you don't get the correct response, all of that, versus deciding what is canon, what was at the time, that six scrolls, etc., are completely different processes. And just because there is a possibility of something not fitting in to a generally accepted model, roughly looking the same in both cases, doesn't mean it's a good analogy. Unfortunately, I have to disagree and call this out as
that's okay. You can be wrong.
I think this is a stupid comparison. It's very broad. It's too broad to be.
It's not narrow enough.
What I'm saying. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Technically, a ball and a lamp are orbs. Yes, but it's not really. They even you can go broad enough and things will fit into the same category. Basically, what I'm saying.
Wait,
Okay.
so real quick on the blasphemy thing, if you know your field really well and everything works, and then somebody introduces something that just doesn't make any sense at all, and you dismiss it out of hand, that doesn't relate to blasphemy whatsoever.
And it wasn't dismissed out of hand. Remember. Teriology wasn't dismissed out of hand by the scientific community. It was analyzed extremely deeply. It was even analyzed more than a bunch of other far more important, in my opinion, scientific discoveries because of how famous it got. So it got through an incredible amount of analysis. No one dismissed out of hand. It's just some people tore it to absolute shreds because they saw it as the fundamentally flawed thing as it is, because the source of it was bad. Sorry, I just wanted to correct that before we go on that thing.
Are you not making an assumption?
My point.
That,
wait, hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. That's fair for Hydra to say, but I'm strictly speaking about the people who did see the whole 1 + 1, or sorry, 1 × 1 = 2, and then just dismiss it. Some of the more basic introductory claims made, not the full paper, but people who just saw the claims and were like, no, this is just wrong. And
so
then
people that don't
they're not reacting in the same way as a religious person for blasphemy, right? Because they have a scientific understanding of the way that math works and the world works. If it had some, if what was in it was credible but unproven, and they dismissed it as nonsense anyway, that would be more akin to a religious person dismissing something as blasphemy. But when you firmly understand the basic mathematics, and you look at something that is denying it, and you're like, no, this doesn't make any sense, that is different.
And it's important, not just that you decide
what you said is true too. I think that both of our things were true.
Yeah, but also I want to point out quickly that the problem is not that it goes against the basic mathematics and everyone's like, oh, this mathematical statement is incorrect, that is fundamental to all of the further calculations in your thesis, which is part of the issue for some people, but it's completely fine to go against the entire established scientific world order. Some of the greatest and most recognized scientists did that. Tesla, Newton, Einstein, etc., all rocked the foundation of everything that was considered normal scientifically at that point. Like Einstein coming in and saying, actually, space and time is the same thing and they curve and light carries mass. And it was like, what the fuck are you mean? Like, it's completely fine to do that, but then all of this crazy stuff that you're saying can actually produce inventions and predictions and a working model.
Hey, he's got patents, though.
Then patents are not the same as physically useful innovations. When you do all of this, then people start to take notice because they're like, hey, he might be saying crazy things, but these crazy things you're saying, they seem to be working on creative stuff. Yes. And Terrence Howard didn't do any of that. And again, just TLDR. I have a lot more to say, but Terrence Howard's lacks in this department. He made a lot of promises and then ran away with people's investment.
Okay, so
he hasn't made any yet.
You can only say that for so long.
Sorry, I haven't been talking much. I've been typing a storm in chat.
We can
You
hear.
are now the center stage. It's yours. Everybody take turns. We are starting with Item Wizards. We request a full essay and opinion piece on Terrence Howard. You first.
All right.
Read it.
Let's start. Where to start? Okay, so let's get the big one out of the way. So, and I was talking with this a little bit with Lord Cameron. So it's not that he's stupid that is upsetting. It's that he's stupid while claiming to be more intelligent than everyone in the field without even getting so much as not even the basics, but just like presenting themselves as the basics.
I was raising my hand again. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Can we give you, what is your background?
I
For
work
those
in
listening.
math and education, so I have a vested interest in math and its public perception and things like that. Because I don't know, you guys are probably aware, math already ain't doing too good in the marketing department. Most people are kind of like, yeah, we don't like it.
Math is racist. Didn't you know?
I am going to not focus on that right now because we're talking about something else.
Don't open that kind of
I don't think too many people are angry at this though. Like, I guess the conceit that I could make to Lord Cameron is like, I am a bit frustrated when I see people taking him seriously on this. Like, well, but it kind of makes sense that 1 × 1 could be 2.
No,
that's the closest I get to anger in this situation. Other than that, I'm kind of laughing at him.
I could use that to get 2 pieces right now. Okay, that will be very useful. I have stuff here right next to me on this table that I was almost breaking a moment ago. That could benefit greatly from 1 × 1 = 2. Can
Lord
someone
Cameron,
tell me how to do this? Because I'm going to become rich, okay?
Lord Cameron, you don't have to say people are angry. I am.
We have one here.
I'm right here, and
We
I
have
don't
the
think the
avatar
word
of
angry
anger,
covers
a
it.
representation of the hate from the math community.
I can tell that you're seething, but are you coping?
Bimo.
Well, I might have typed this in chat, so I'm going to say this. This might be one of the harshest things I've ever said, but it's like I take great comfort in the fact that, you know, a year, maybe even just a few months from now, like all of human history will forget this idiocy, and it will be less than a footnote in anything at all.
Yep.
Ever. No one cares. So like I'm taking comfort in that. So you could say that's coping.
Nah, that's just realism.
Yes, Dorkus?
Didn't you show the Terryology paper to a friend of yours who said that it was filled with half-truths or something?
So I had a conversation with a friend of mine about it, who read the whole paper, because I did not. I dismissed it out of hand, just like what Hydra was saying, those people don't matter. I saw the math and said, this is ridiculous. So I kind of dismissed it. Then I'm one of those people that doesn't matter. So someone who does matter and reads things.
Not in general, from the point of Andrew and I's argument. I want to
It's okay, Hydra. I don't have to matter.
Not right now. First of all, you greatly matter because you're on this panel. If you started doing some crazy wonky shit, we would probably kick you out of the stream. Because you could randomly turn on your camera and show an asshole on stream, and then you could be demonetized. So you could matter greatly from a certain perspective.
Man, I was just about to do that. What the hell?
Listen,
Okay,
I know the raising your hand off camera what it leads to. Okay, I know.
God.
Okay, so
Sorry,
he read through this entire thing, and there's a lot of scientific definitions that he uses that all actually make sense but aren't connected. That was what he came away with. The math portion is ridiculous, but he's using terms that actually exist and do somewhat connect to each other with what we're currently learning. So he's like, he wants to know what's going through Terrence. I keep saying Terrence's mind, but Terry's mind.
Mm-hmm.
Because he wants to know where's the linchpin.
That's his
obsession,
is to connect it all. That's why he's trying to smoosh concepts into each other that don't belong.
Shall we read the whole thing? But also,
no, we don't have gray. Others haven't given their opinion yet. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm done. So
I don't think Artem's done.
We might be here all day before I'm done. But I just found this. And hold on, I want to put this in the Thinkers chat real quick so you can see this. I like I have the full thing pulled up. It's 162 pages. I'm not reading this whole thing. It's going to be a waste of my time. I might skim it at some point. But this picture right here tells me everything I need to know about this document. I see this all the time, and all of this stuff that's like, oh, you know, math is racist. It's the tool of the white man to keep you in line. All this kind of stuff.
Can you prove it isn't?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Oh, can I present it? Hold on.
No. Can you?
No, he's asking you to. Yeah,
being
prove
an
a
asshole.
negative.
Yes.
Just being an asshole.
Can I prove it? Oh, yes, I can. I actually can, and I can prove it like a mathematician. But the simplest thing
it's on.
is that, so if you define racism as like, you know, as like prejudice against a group of people based on the color of their skin, and if you look right here in the document, we have Jim Crow laws, the identity property, the Jim Crow laws of mathematics. So in case you're unaware, Jim Crow laws were originally designed to be racist against, you know, certain people back in the day. I would like to point out we've abolished pretty much all of those laws by now.
Literally all of them.
We're getting there.
But have we abolished their math?
Associating those with mathematics as a whole, it's like, oh, cool, thanks. You've shown me exactly how far your brain has gone to do anything, and also just like the kind of connections you think exist that don't. It's like, wow, okay.
He
You've
has
yet to
an
prove that it's not
obsession of
racist.
getting rid of the old for the sake of it being old and bad.
Emo, this attempt at a one-line joke has already gone way too far.
It's okay. He said that he can, so I want him to try.
Bail. I want to bail so hard.
I want to bail so hard. This might be the first time in history. Like I'm talking with Charles, and I'm like taking everything said seriously. So Charles is like, "Dang it! Normally I can make jokes with that."
Abort! Walk away from the joke.
I'm sorry. No, but for reals, this is like, I don't even know where to begin. But like, okay, so 1 × 1 = 2. That's like his whole shtick, right? Okay. Yep.
And he's gotten people to believe it.
So if you're in the field of math, you've probably learned at some point, because this happens for everybody. It's like there comes a point in math where you have to start defining your terms. So you can't just say stuff. You need to clarify, okay, what does this mean?
What is X?
Yeah, what is X? What is 1? What is times? What is equals? What is 2? What do you mean by any of that? And so there are a lot of, you know, math proofs where it seems like they're taking forever to get to the point, but it's like, no, seriously. We need to say what these processes are, what they mean, what's happening here, so that when we go to use it for something else, we don't just go into a circular logic loop of like, oh, well, you know, Terry said it's true, therefore it's true. So why is it true? Because Terry said it's true. It's like, oh, great, we're in the circular logic loop because we don't know what
social science.
But you know, it's so like there's such a meticulous system in place to try to define all of this stuff. And so like the first time I saw, I think it was the Twitter post where they're going over his proof of 1 × 1 = 2. And he just starts by saying 1 × 1 = 2. It's like, oh,
that's illegal. They are doing a
like
proof.
The opposite of what you do.
You can't start out a proof with one of the pillars of the proof being that the thing itself is true. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's like starting a tennis game by going, all right, I have won the tennis game, and now I'm going to score the points. It's like, what?
Yeah.
What drugs are you on, and how many? It's probably too much. But
could we have gotten to the moon with fake math?
No.
Theoretically, is it possible?
By luck,
yes, but you would have to
maybe.
be like
Good old trial and error.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, the word astronomically lucky, like astronomically is underselling it by a lot.
Astronomically is actually 60%. I hope you didn't know that. I'm making a joke, by the way.
I know
that is not true.
I know you are.
Okay, thank
so I'm
God.
trying to let it go, but I don't know if you can hear it in my voice. I'm like, but yeah, no, it's like I just wish someone in an interview would just ask Terrence, Howard, that's his name, right? Terrence Howard. I just wish they would ask him, what is one? No, seriously, the number one. What is it? Define it.
He would not be able to give a clear definition. He would smoosh together a bunch of other concepts.
He would say, what do you think one is?
I would say, I don't think you know what one is, and you're bullshitting me. It's that simple. If you're working in the field of mathematics and you haven't at any point come across the idea of, okay, but actually define the number one. Don't just say, here's one, everybody knows what it is. Actually define it.
One is a social construct. Thank you,
Lucy. Lucy was in such an Adam last time.
Oh, wow. A number is a social construct? Wow. What is the next thing you're going to say?
One is... See, that's the funny part, though.
From the East.
It's not, though.
Hold on. Dorkus, you stole it. I was going to say that. It's the loneliest number that you'll ever do.
Okay, so let's have a look at the... look, we... Oh, wait, sorry. I've done it again. Sorry, guys. I got excited. We are still going through everybody's opinions. So we've got an item. Item will give us in-depth. We're going to go into just how silly this is, and then so BMO you've said stuff. Gray, say stuff.
Vegemite.
Bottle of Vegemite. Please open unscrew your cap.
Fair enough. Yeah. Okay, you want the Vegemite again? I forget which one. No, that's not it. There it is.
Look at the happy face. Yeah,
it's cute.
Okay.
It's
He's so cute.
So, I don't know. Like it's kind of sad. Like it seems so stupid what he's saying, but it is convincing some. Like I actually heard some comedians that I really respect. Now maybe they are just doing it for the bit, but I don't know. It's Big J and so it's the bonfire, crackle.
Saying that it makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, like Robert Kelly and Big J Okerson kind of bought into this. And like, no, it makes sense though.
Bob
and then
Kelly?
they
Really?
Yeah. They no, I wish I did.
I can find it.
Until I actually see the interview, I'm just going to assume it's like a publicity stunt because I'm trying to respect these people's intelligence.
So they didn't have him in there. They just, like we're doing, they're just kind of talking about it. But I don't know. Jay was just kind of introducing it to Robert Kelly and then kind of explained it. And it's like, it makes a certain amount of sense. No, I don't think they're like fully bought in, and they might be doing it for a bit. They are comedians, but it's kind of upsetting that but that's not what 1 times 1 means. And I don't know, the whole bit where he busts out the calculator. It's really weird. I've heard a bunch of people say like this is the peak example of Dunning-Kruger. I'm not sure. Like I think this might be beyond that. Like it is like kind of mental illness on display.
Well, actually,
I think so. Yeah.
Go ahead, Kitty. Go ahead.
No. Actually, let's let Gray finish. But I think that
I don't know.
It
just
question.
It seems like he's delusional. Like, he might have a bit of information on some of these subjects, but I guess Dunning-Kruger would come into effect, but I don't know. I just fear we might be feeding into somebody who's having a very public issue. That being said, I don't know. He's been on this thing for a while. I think it was like a decade ago when he gave the 35-page treatise to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
8 years ago.
So I don't know. No, it was 8 years ago. Yeah, so almost a decade. What are numbers? Do any of us really know what number? So I don't know.
You have to multiply 1 to get 8.
It's a little upsetting that people are taking it seriously, and that he has these whole calculator tricks that he kind of has put out. But
oh my god, really?
And it make it say boobies.
No, that is the greatest trick, and there is no trickery in there. It's just pure maths. No, it's I'm sure Item can explain it way better than me, but
well, actually, I have a
laws
thing I want to pose to you guys because I'm curious. So I have 2 theories. I'm curious if y'all agree with either, or if you disagree entirely. So, so theory number 1 is that Terry is just utterly delusional, out of touch with reality. That's how he came to this. Or, and this would be the second one, and this is me again. I sometimes I give people way too much credit. I'm trying to assume the man has a level of intelligence that is in line with reality, is that he's just a straight up narcissist trying to get attention. And he knows this is an easy way to be like, hey, lots of people will talk about this if I do this, because I know that all of this is wrong and all of these people will come to correct me and give me attention when I say it's wrong.
Yeah, okay, that make that part of your guys' feedback. Do you think it's an attention-seeking thing? I think
I was only pretending to be returned.
No, I think he really is beyond. He believes this stuff hard. He really does.
Yeah, I believe he believes it.
He believes it. Well, he does. I don't want to go on a rant yet, but he believes it. But he's also being dishonest about it.
He's not self-aware enough to just. There's this delusion of grandeur that he's got underneath.
Well, I suppose that would be the alternative theory, is that it's some combination of the two. He doesn't understand it, but he thinks he does to a degree.
Yep, so that's the theory I subscribe to, and I have a bunch of reasons why that I will explain in detail later.
Okay. Well, Hydra, Grave, is that you done? Basically, your biggest gripe with this is, hey,
kind of, yeah. I think that's about it. So there's a bunch of examples, but without like kind of, sorry, I was kind of responding. Quinn was saying, why is everyone jumping to mental illness? If you see him in these interviews, like kind of the way that he's explaining it, and then kind of the grandiosity that he's demonstrating, like, yes, he is an actor, but there seems to be a certain amount of kind of out of touchness to it. And then the fact that many people have kind of corrected him, like, no, here are the simple basic errors that you're making with just the start of your premise. The fact that he's not willing to kind of look at it, it seems to veer into there. But you're right. It might be inappropriate of me to diagnose. It doesn't look like it's a healthy person who's just come up with this innovative science to me. But you're right. I'm not a professional. I probably shouldn't be diagnosing. But it looks that way to me.
It looks
without an official diagnosis.
Yeah. You know what
you say is, I'm not a professional, but wow.
Yeah, just seek help. That's maybe it. Like he needs professional help. That's what I'm saying. But I don't know I really don't know how you deal with that. Hydra.
Well,
You're gonna put you on the timer.
You know why listen, you know why I'm here. You know why people want me here, okay? I'm the rent man. Basically, I subscribe
why are you here?
As to destroy all of your lives and siphon away your souls in secret. Yeah, I subscribe to the theory that, as I said before, that he's both delusional and dishonest. But to try to be quick about it, and I'm constantly restraining myself from getting into a rant, by the way. I think Kitty is the only one who can truly appreciate this right now and feel my plight as we talk about this individual. But it's clear from his behavior and what he said and how he talked about things that his main objective is to unite everything into one rather overly simplistic theory. And he sets out with this one goal, willing to do whatever it takes to craft an alternate worldview. I don't necessarily have a problem with trying to do a theory of everything, but going about it in a specific manner is really, really bad. He makes a bunch of false presumptions, incorrect basic math that he builds the rest of this Jenga tower on, which is why he just does an equation and the next 35 pages go out the window because the equation is just fundamentally wrong or doesn't say what you think he says. And instead of the regular scientific process of questioning, making observation, researching, forming hypotheses, experimenting, analyzing results, does it fit the hypothesis, yes or no? If it fits, then you move to a new question. If it doesn't, etc., then you have a conclusion and next observation, and then you ask a question about that, etc. And you use this usually to create a working model, and then use this model to integrate it to other areas. You make predictions, future experiments, you can create inventions, innovations. And Terrence Howard started off from the polar opposite end. He wanted to draw a conclusion, and he stopped at the just question what already exists part. Then he tried to create a model based off all on this, which naturally failed due to lack of proper foundation. He provides no predictions, like none of the Einsteinian, I can prove that light bends by watching the next solar eclipse and compare the position of the stars before and after, you know, in daylight and in night conditions, thanks to the eclipse. None of that. No predictions, nothing. Mm-hmm. He claims that he is being attacked by the evil science guys, just like Einstein and Tesla was, but he's also a misunderstood genius like them.
Yes.
And Einstein and Tesla stopped being viciously attacked when they used their backed and unproven ideas to produce a massive horde of 100% accurate predictions and insanely useful models and groundbreaking inventions, you know. And as for the dishonest part, because I think this pretty much proves the illusion, what I said so far, for the dishonest part, I don't like the repeated slandering of anyone who provides feedback that isn't just a complete yes man, so based king, go on, you know, and trying to undermine social relations and personal image of anyone who disagrees with you is a scummy move, regardless of who you are and why you do it. That he is also, I can't help but come to the conclusion that he's taking advantage of the financial and politically vulnerable to take their resources and promise future inventions but deliver nothing. You know, kind of like, I will bring the new geometry of hydrogen flight to Africa, and then just fuck off and not do anything. And then he just moves on to the next victim. You cannot claim to be the one who unravels the complete mysteries of the universe and provides this brand new competing alternate worldview, and then just fail to make the slightest move in describing that new alternate worldview. So that's I've said my piece. It turned into a rant anyway. I'm sorry.
Of course.
You know, that's why I'm here. If you wouldn't have me otherwise, I'm here for rants.
Our next rant will be from Foxrew or Charles, whoever unmutes first. Charles has gone to pee or something. Dorkus?
Look.
Or
what?
Beamoth?
Foxrew unmuted.
Oh, Foxrew unmuted. Who's typing? It's us.
It's definitely Item Wizard.
I'm interested in delving deep into it, getting it up on screen and going through it.
Does it fascinate you? Yeah. Does it make you angry?
Only it makes me laugh, but I mean, I showed it to my son and it made him angry because he's a big math nerd.
Okay.
Remind me to send you money to buy your son like an ice cream cone or something.
Well, the thing is that I mean, he loves math, and I buy him like calculus and other types of math textbooks for like Christmas and birthdays and stuff, and he loves them.
Does he have a differential?
He's still going through. I mean, I probably cool it on it because he's still going through all the different ones that I've given him. But you know,
backlog.
like this in particular, you know, he loves group theory, so like this just drives him nuts.
Yeah,
or set theory. Sorry.
Yeah. I think that's what's frustrating is that it's like, how could you say that? How could you say that? Yes, it's like cats or dogs. That's exactly that's what gets irritating. Okay, Charles, Charles versus Beamoth did it. Boom, Beamoth came unmuted first. Go.
Look, I'm not a math person. I don't know much about proofs or anything like that, but it seems self-evident to me that one amount of times is one. And that one twice.
But you have two items in that equation.
Based.
So
Tell me now, shoot me in the fucking head.
Finally, the first man to break. Someone gave up. Someone eventually came up against the unending horde of stupidity. Someone was like,
one of the. If anything was making me upset, it would be that he doesn't think like he's found a new thing that like integrates and works with something that already exists. he's trying to upend and change everyone's understanding of math, essentially. And so, because 1 times 1 does equal 1, it is your understanding of what is being communicated by that expression, right? That he might disagree with, right? So if you have 1 apple, right, and it is, or what is it? You have 1 group of 1 apple. How many apples are there? 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he's just not understanding the words that are being used. And so if he has a different math, then if he has different math that describes different things, then you would use different words to come to different conclusions.
Can I interject a little bit? Just because.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So let's just think for a second. So the whole basis of all of this nonsense is he's saying there's 2 numbers on the left side of the equation, right? That's basically what all of this nonsense boils down to.
Mm-hmm.
But what's hilarious is that if you just look at how an equal sign is defined, that just takes away the argument entirely. Like, it just gone. Get rid of it. Because, like, the value is what's being measured here. It's not counting how many numbers are on one side. It's what is the value of this thing? How does it compare to this other thing? Because that's how an equal sign works.
Yep. Someone said in the chat, which was who was it exactly? Was it Dempsey? Yes, who said you have 1 quantity and 1 occurrence.
Yes.
That's very important. And I can't help but get the feeling that he might just have seen 2 things and then it equals 1 thing. You don't have one, but like it's again, I'm ascribing something to him, which I'm not sure, but it leans a certain way.
I'm gonna hold on. I gotta grab them.
and just a fucking smiley face comes up in the middle of all of
that's straight out of the book, by the way. He uses that in.
It's perfect.
Oh my god! You gotta be fucking kidding me! No way!
Real quick, Dempsey, you ready for me to blow your mind? Okay, so Dempsey says cat equals 3. I'm going to assume that's because there are 3 letters in it, which is kind of correct if you're counting cat based on the letters. But cat is also equal to 1 because it's a single word.
Yeah.
Because the definitions of 1 and 3 are broad enough that a word can be multiple numbers at the same time.
Or
what if it's just a rating out of 10?
Multiple numbers at the same time, because if you dive into the definition of numbers, that's how they work. They're actually defined in a way where that's totally fine. The problem is Terry doesn't know any of that because he doesn't know how to define a number.
Yeah. He doesn't know. He says he has the proof. And this is his proof. His proof is, I said it. And then it's like, no.
So to be completely honest here, and this, I always find this hilarious. You know what the most offensive thing about this proof is to someone who like works in a lot of math proofs? Yeah. It's very simple. There's too many words in it.
It's a philosophy.
There's nowhere.
It's like a manifesto instead of a proof. It derails into the.
None of them are used for definition. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Keep your turn. Sorry about
that. Okay, so what does
I just have
proof
to.
look like?
I can't. I have to restrain myself.
Look like? Here, I'll pull up an actual proof real quick. Hold on.
Yeah. So he's. You notice that he is not in the field. Like, he doesn't even know.
He doesn't provide a mathematical proof because he's not in the field of math. He provides a manifesto of a completely idea that is related to this, but it's not a mathematical proof. If item is going to show us an actual mathematical proof and what it looks like, God, it's so much superior to this in every fucking way.
I think the answer is 2 animals, 1 body.
Yeah. Okay. I love that. I love how that worked with the linguistics of it all. That was juicy, Gray. If you can't,
it's going to take me a second to pull this up. Give me a moment.
Yeah. Cat is 1 times equals kitty. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. The proof is you said it. You wrote it down, which made it true. Finally back from the gym. Well, sorry, Serafax. Oh, If we want to wait, while we wait, I can give you guys an update on how organoids are doing, guys. Thanks to ZeroFox.
Nice.
Yeah, he really came through and gave us a. Oh, I hate this so much.
Oh no, what is that?
Thanks, ZeroFox.
It's just a clump of cell.
This lovely bit of nightmare fuel made of human skin cells seems like it would go great with the brine.
This is what a
processes made of
failed
human
abortion
brain
looks like.
This fleshy pink smiling face is made
This is
from
your
living
mind on
human
drugs.
skin cells and was created as part of an experiment to let. Give it silicone, jeez.
No!
No.
I
Why?
hate it so much.
I hate it so much. Let's turn the music off, but the music makes it even.
All right, I put a quick picture in the chat. So this may not be the best example of like a professional proof because it's out of a textbook. So this is actually a very simplified proof. There's a lot of words in it because it's supposed to be introducing students into how proofs work. But you'll be able to see right away that there's a lot more notation going on it. Yeah.
Oh wait.
You can already see so much more notation in those sentences than you can in what he was presenting.
Okay. Hold on though. I just wanted to give out one last thing to the face, the nightmare fuel that we just saw.
I didn't see the nightmare face. What does it look like?
Okay.
Oh my God, you're so lucky.
It reminds me, of in a way, a stellar blade, and that's part of like the lore kind of behind what's going on, is that they created synthetic human robots.
Yeah.
So like a what is it? A perfect blending of living tissue and machine, but they're not like descended from humans. They are synthetic humans. And so it seems like we might actually be going down that path.
Imagine you have to compliment your computer for it to run more efficiently.
Oh God, please no.
You're doing a good job. You're doing
Imagine
Come on, just
using
one more
your
game.
computer turning into a negotiating process.
Sweetie,
Fuck
your
me.
RAM is gorgeous. Don't worry about it.
No, you don't need an upgrade.
Size doesn't matter, okay? Your RAM is big enough for me.
Really? I've been thinking about getting more RAM lately.
Well, at least you can expand it. There's the picture. Okay, so this is an example of a proof, right? Let's zoom in. Talk us through this.
Okay, so this is a proof so it's an abstract algebra textbook. So the whole point of this is that in abstract algebra, we look at how numbers are kind of related, looking at their definitions, things like that. So let's just look at that first sentence. So proposition, for every m such that m is an element of the natural numbers, a is an element of the real numbers, the congruence, ax is 1 mod m. So already in that, if I just say that sentence, I'm sure everybody on the stream is totally lost. What gibberish are you speaking, right?
Yeah. But that's another mathematician person would understand.
Damn, I used to know this
no.
shit.
So here's the thing. So before this proposition, there is like a solid 9 pages where they're just explaining what each of these words mean. Like the whole idea here is that everything is defined before you get to this point. But you can tell just by looking at it that there are a lot of things that need to be defined, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like even if it's just as simple as I don't understand what these symbols mean, but I know that they're going to be defined somewhere, it's an easy way to like look at a math proof and be like, okay, yeah, so this is probably a real proof because I don't understand what any of this means. I need to have this explained. Because like, yeah, the rest of this textbook is just, okay, here are the symbols. Here's what they mean. We're going to talk about what each of these symbols, like we're going to define everything. And then you get to this point where it's like, all right, now that we've defined everything, let's start working with it. Which is why like the thing on Twitter, you see it and it's like, 1 × 1 = 2. It's like, okay, children know what that is. So if you're going to be using it to explain something different, you're going to have to start with definitions. All right, I got to step out for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. So yeah, he's got to just do a bit of that. So he will be in and out, but is everyone getting the comparison? I'm pretty sure I think we're understanding that is not this.
This mathematical proof does not contain ramblings about Inunaki and Skype. Okay, that's already an improvement. I know, low bar, but you know.
I mean, we've got first and foremost. So he's right. He doesn't know whether he's being a philosopher or a mathematician.
No,
yeah, or
he's a Renaissance
trying
man.
to do it all at once.
Yeah, exactly. He wants to change all fields by just throwing something, trying to pull foundations apart.
Which, by the way, in of itself, trying to change all fields is not bad. It's an ambitious project, but because of how much you want, how much you bit off, you gotta be able to chew that too. And because you want to change everything, you have to provide proof for all of that. And he fails to hit even the lowest.
I'm just gonna go off of vibes here. Sorry, I don't believe in your proofs. Just vibes.
That's right.
You know what,
the Sky people weren't cool enough for Bimo.
The Anunnaki are exactly what he says.
Okay, here we go. Oh, you guys can't see the magnification. Damn it.
Open it up in a new tab.
Thing.
How can I open the image in a new tab? It says copy image link, okay? And then Control
It's
V.
a neat basis for a sci-fi movie.
Here we go. Yeah, then we can do that. Be creative. You know what? Stick in your lane. Be creative and enjoy that.
Get out of my lane.
Even that still needs punch up, though.
True.
Unbalanced equation.
Okay, but he's got 41 patents, though.
Can somebody look them up? Please, can somebody look up the patents?
You know what was interesting is that
Ew, it's on the screen.
A good example of math done poorly being used was actually in Numbers. It was it's a procedural crime drama.
Yep.
And
Numbers
involving math. And they, what was it? It was one of these great math questions, whatever. It's never been solved. But somebody had the solution to it. And then as the episode went on, they showed that like he really didn't have it. He only thought he had it. He made some errors or something. And so that worked in with the plot. It wasn't just a fact or whatever that they threw out there. But it, like the pursuit and the belief that you really do have solved it, right? Played into the drama of the episode. And you could do the same thing with teriology, is that some guy, like, he feels like he's built something, he's worked on something for a long time, and he's really convinced he has it, and he's maybe got a lot of investor money, right? And then he can't deliver on the product that he said he could. And what does he do then?
Didn't Rogan say he was really smart too?
Yeah, Rogan.
He's smart.
He's like crazy smart.
He sounds convincing.
He's like crazy smart. No,
Listen,
he's
not.
Rogan
Rogan was convinced by all sorts of nonsense. Okay,
Mhm.
some guy showed him the recordings of the atomic tests done by the Americans and throughout the Manhattan projects and later, and then asked, "Yeah, they forgot about the camera. How can you see all this? How didn't the camera melt?" And Rogan just believed it. So it's not a high bar,
So actually, I just wanted to address what Foxrew said there. I actually agree with what he was saying, because the whole point that I'm pretty sure that Foxrew is going through there is that a lot of these times you'll get studies they have a preconceived notion of what the proof is, and they will just try to connect the dots from there.
Yeah.
and that's not necessarily how you're supposed to do this type of research. At least in terms of scientific papers, that's usually not what they're trying to do unless there's specific funding for, like, let's say the Kellogg Corporation and a bunch of food studies, where it's you guys are going to be paid to do research specifically on this thing to try and prove this result.
Well, even how do I put
Kellogg.
Even then, you would just start off with, all right, so this is our starting position, because like it's such a simple thing to go, okay, we're gonna start without the end, and then we're gonna work our way towards the ending. Like even the people at Kellogg were, or at least when they wrote their papers, they would say, all right, we started with this amount of such and such. We were going to run these tests that were searching for this thing. And then at the end, we got this result. Even if they ran like 30 extra tests that made it look bad, and they only presented the one that made it look good, they still at least went, hey, we ran this test, and at the end of the test, it made it look good. Whereas here, it's just like, okay, we're going to start with 1 × 1 = 2. That's the starting point, is the end of it. And you're just like, wow.
Well, shall we go through it and yeah, Dorkus?
Sorry, have we discussed objective truth on this podcast before? The topic of objective truth?
I don't think we have. That would be a fun thing.
Is it an objective truth that 1 × 1 is 1?
In my opinion, yes.
I don't know if opinions matter with objectivity, but I see what you did there.
Anyway, Kite, you were speaking, sorry.
Well, what we're going into here, look, there's a lot to go into. So what I want to, because Romeo's asking what we're going to talk about today, and it is all teriology, because there's a lot of stuff. We could react to the whole thing with there's the social side of, and the psychology side, where we're like, what is wrong with this man? That's what fascinates me the most, is how is this man living and breathing this way? And that's what how he acts is very interesting to me. Then but we can also say, fine, let's give him the airtime and actually read his stuff and see how stupid it truly is. That's another thing that we do here on Thinkers as well, well, at least on my channel, is we look at things very, very long and hard and until they supposedly make sense, and this is not.
And you guys too, I want to, if you are interested, everyone in the chat, I highly advise you to take a look at Neil deGrasse Tyson's response to this whole thing, because I think it's very funny and also very valuable. So don't forget to check out as well that thing.
But I don't want to watch something where I have to take Neil deGrasse Tyson's side.
Wow, well, I know. Listen, scientists are annoying. Okay, that's fine in nature. There has to be incredibly fucking weird in order to push the fields, the boundaries of
Just
the fields they work in.
every major holiday, he's like, just a reminder, God doesn't exist.
No, I didn't see him ever get involved in that.
Terry is what happens
okay.
when a layman tries to teach themselves math and science without knowing the jargon to understand what he's reading. He uses the jargon as a weapon. He uses that. He knows that there's people that don't understand it. So so that they feel like, wow, I don't understand it, therefore it must be smart. I'm stupid. I don't get it. So it must be. It's not that it's just dumb.
Well, it's not even.
Actually, yeah. How
do I put this? He's not even hoping that people will just be confused by it. He's assuming that people won't even read it. Yeah. It's like,
considering
take what I say on faith. I mean, they do it for all the other math people. Only that's when you're like, oh, wait a minute, no, people don't actually do that.
And they built up a reputation so that even those that don't necessarily experts or involved can take his own faith based on a reputation, just like how you don't need to be able to know the inner workings on your car to be able to trust a specific company or something that made the car based on their past deeds and reputation. But you don't have any of that. You can't just rely on that, A brand new car that just got released by a brand new company can't rely on past trust from customers to sell their newest model.
I like the way Lord Cameron and Dempsey summed it up. Dempsey was like, he just uses verbosity to try to get past the attention span of people. And Lord Cameron was like, yep, neolinguistics, just use it as a force multiplier. What a perfect way to say it.
Jargon as a weapon.
Yes.
He was a good war machine.
Also,
that's why I say stay sick in your lane.
This is very slightly tangentially not related at all, but I'm going to have a pop quiz for people at the end of this that I think will be very fun, and I'm going to have it be a consistent thing. But we can talk about it at the end.
Right.
Pop quiz.
That's fun.
Could we just do Pop-Tart instead?
Pop.
This
Charles,
one will
you
be
have to
better
stay
than
awake for
Pop-Tarts, I
this one.
promise.
Put up your volume so that when I yell, it wakes you up.
No promises.
Do we win a little, what is it, little sticky hands if we get all the questions right?
Yeah. First and foremost, let us ask the most obvious question. Oh, really? Is this a finished equation? Yes or no? The punctuation is not it's not making me okay, okay? Why do you have to capitalize the no there? Why did he have to capitalize?
Capitalize no after comma. The answer is no.
Well,
but my eyes.
Well, Kitten, you see, his grasp on the English language is just as sharp as his mathematics.
Yep, exactly. I'm sorry to shit on this, and clearly, obviously, I'm not a native English speaker, but my mind reverberates with the sound of with the voice of my long-gone English teacher being like, you fucking dumbass, how did you write that? No one is going to be able to read this. They will vomit and throw it to the side. They will never accept you in England and America. You won't be able to purchase a yogurt.
You're about to nothing.
How dare you write like this? I just imagine the reaction of my late English teacher.
The answer is no! Exclamation point. Let us start our forensic audit here. Bracket. Just random. And he posted this again. He's had so many times.
The rest of the paper is in a bracket. That's just never closed. This is a really big problem in math if you ever do this, by the way. If you just brackets.
Wait, there's no, I'm going to the last image. There's no end bracket, so
yeah,
it's still going on.
Yeah,
that's this. He left it here on purpose. It's for real.
It's a reflection of society.
It's a poetic leaving. Other than so
it's an
open
art piece.
Poetic droppings.
Poetic droppings. It is an incomplete equation. Okay, why? Because it's not even on both sides. Yes, nature, capital N, desires action, but demands equilibrium.
What the fuck is that? What does that have to do with any? Listen, this is the obvious sidestep into the ideology. You have to see it. Like it starts talking about nature's desires and demands in a paper where you talk about the fucking math equation. You have to be able to
that's
see
exactly
the
what he's
sidestep.
doing. He's doing
so you don't believe in nature?
Yeah, you don't believe in it. No, it has a place, and it's Congo has revived your joke. There, Dorkus, 1 is the loneliest number because it's not even. That's where it should have ended. So we got nature. So he's brought nature in here instead of thinking of
philosophy. Brought in philosophy into a simple equation.
What do you call it? He's completely he's putting them together as if that they belong together. It's very complicated stuff that you're trying to just make equivalent, but okay, and it demands. He's like, that is so profound. He's really enjoying the fact that he wrote, yes, nature desires action but demands equilibrium. Desires action but demands. So the action, what does it even mean? Should we ask ChatGPT? Somebody ask ChatGPT what nature desires action but demands equilibrium means. Therefore, in order for an equation to be finished / completed, both sides of the equation must be equally, balanced. Okay, I don't know why we needed a comma there as well. And then also just random change, like academic papers have specific formats that you're supposed to go to. But here we've got now center, yet in the case of 1 times 1 equals 1, we have an unfinished equation.
Look at this. It's just fucking, yes, equation means equation. Moving on, by the way, onto that, from that circular logic, we move into the other circular logic of once again just saying that it's an unfinished equation. I like how we started out with, why is it's an unfinished equation? Why is it an unfinished equation? Because equation means equations, and it is an unfinished equation. Moving on, is just, are we going to address that? Nope, never again. We're going to just walk right past that.
He does. So he should be saying it is not completed because they are not equal. But he just goes, we have an unfinished equation. Because we have 2 1s, okay, on one side, so also inconsistency of
he sees them as quantities that are, because
Yes.
multiply means bigger, and we have 2 quantities, and then
there's
cannot
2
use
numbers
one
here.
on the, I'm really stretching it, but I think that's what
Yeah.
he's,
There's
I'm
2
trying,
numbers here. Yeah, there's 2 numbers here. So how could we have 1 as the like there's 2 1s there. So how could we result in 1 over there? That just doesn't make sense. Because look, there's literally 2 numbers on this side, spiritually, and then on this side, you can't. Okay, so
balance and equilibrium, people.
On the other side, let's attempt to balance this equation by first of all, you put by here, so don't put by again, okay? English, motherfucker. First, by making sense of it, let's label the relative factors. Okay, is that a relative factors? What is?
Why are those dots there? I know I already complained this about before, but the formatting is just so bad. It reminds me of the tests in high school. Like those dots are there to write something onto it, and then there is just a fucking space in the third one between the C and the equation. But it's
okay. But we could argue about the formatting of this all day long. But let's try to argue about the substance.
Yeah.
Whatever is there.
I'm gonna pick up the formatting, because when you hand in your thesis thingy majiggy, better be freaking perfect. And you've been working on this for decades, and you still haven't corrected these things.
It's indicative of all of his previous actions, because it screams of all of the same behavior types.
You guys are missing the true genius. Maybe he's reinventing formatting as well.
Yeah, maybe. Listen, he is already doing a theory of everything, tying everything into each other, okay? Formatting is part of the new world order, people. We have to redo it as well from the ground up. Don't you understand?
Doesn't this blow your mind? The way that, just even the way he does format it blows my mind, because it's like, look, he's in his mind. This makes sense in his mind, and he's, like, I know I'm not the smartest person, but I see this and I'm like,
Terrence Howard, your math is wrong. From my perspective, your math is wrong.
We will call the first value of also square brackets 1 because A. Also the dots, okay? We will call the second value of 1 B. We will call the third value of 1 on the opposite end of the equation C, okay?
This is completely just assigning stuff to the numbers, which is, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
we follow it.
To equal that out.
Yeah, we follow it. It's over here. We see it. It's here. There. We can see it. So he's let us know. But thanks. Okay. So we're on track with him, guys. Bimo, you're right. I understand he's saying this one is A, this one is B, and this one is C. So you
he's
can
trying to set up a basic math thing, but he's not doing it correctly.
Okay.
But he's explaining what it is.
Here.
Okay, so remember the basic laws of common sense.
Oh boy.
If A times B equals C, then C must be some product, yes.
What?
Of A and B, yes. That is.
What do you mean product of?
Product
he doesn't
is
even
another
define that. And what does that mean? Product.
It's another
of?
word for multiplication in English. That's the product of.
But
yeah.
Okay, sure.
But he uses that. Terry should have stated this paper. This is a true story.
Nice callback. But yeah.
Foxrew has to get going soon. Foxrew, is there anything you would like to comment on here? besides the laws of common sense?
No, I mean, you know, hopefully I'll be able to get that thing out this week, but if not, it'll early next week, and I'll at least
Rooting for
see
you.
everybody on Rosales' stream. Hopefully,
Yeah.
that is the plan.
Oh yeah.
All right, have a good day.
Hell yeah,
See
man.
you, Foxrew.
See
Take care,
ya.
Foxrew.
Item is also back. So Item, we
Sweet.
have followed. We have followed. Look, BMO called us out for giving shit for his formats, but I'm like,
It
listen,
seems like he's being reasonable. He said, let's not jump the gun here just
okay,
yet.
Yeah, he's been good.
I mean, that's reasonable.
So far. So yes, okay, he's been a bit unorthodox. So he hasn't spoken in the big math language. Okay,
He's innovating.
He's innovating. So
He
this is
has
his.
to redo that
yeah.
too from the ground up. Okay, it's all wrong.
I mean, you can
Okay, so-
invent something that's awful, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I've done it.
You're
Okay,
picking
so
up what I'm putting down.
So A, B, and C, that he's using those to refer. Look, it's very profound. Okay, he needed to also take several lines to tell us that this one is A, and this one is B, and this one is C. So remember the basic laws of common sense. He says, if A times B equals C, then C must be some product of A and B. And now what I said, Hydra was like, well, what does that mean? I remember in word sums, product is multiplication. That was another word that you used. The product of this. That's what he said. Some product of A and B. But I think considering the Metatron video, I think here he is using semantics for product. He's using some
it's
spiritual
you have to take
feeling.
into account. Yeah,
It must be some
nature's
spiritual-
equilibrium, nature's
Yes.
product. Okay,
Yeah.
it has to desire action.
It is very much like flat earth stuff. That's why a lot of one of the videos that I really love about this teleology thing is by one of the guys that debunks flat earth. So he takes it as seriously as you want, because if you take flat earth seriously and then debunk it right in front of them, they still won't believe you. Okay, so we got yet
We are back in
order-
circular argumentation, and that's basically it. It's the A times B equals C, then A times B equals C, because A times B equals C. And you don't you understand? Okay.
In order for 1 times 1 to equal to 1, the value of either A, so this one over here. Sorry, I need my mouse to be visible for you guys, because this is very. Are you following? So the value of either A, okay, or B has to be missing from the final product. Okay, so wait, what does that mean?
That's not
Hold on,
jump
what
the
does
gun.
it mean,
I didn't
guys?
even realize that was a spoiler, Gray. I completely forgot that he used that expression. I read this before, but I forgot it. God damn it, I missed the joke.
Yeah, I missed it as well. So wait, can somebody help me understand here? Remember that. So he said here. That's why I wanted to go in depth with this, guys, and why I wanted to take a silly long time of amount of time. So if you guys get tired, go. Charles, I understand if you go to sleep, but I'm really interested in trying to really trying to understand this. What he's trying to say. So he's saying, in order for 1 times 1 to equal 1. The value of either A or B has to be missing from the final product. So what? We miss something. We take A or B away to get 1. Because that's basically what he's saying. He's like, there's 2 things over here and 1 thing over here. Guys, help.
It's a lot of words, I think, to say that if you were to remove one of those things, the equation would change, which is, yeah.
It's the equivalent of saying, well, 1 times 1 equals 1. That doesn't make any sense. Like that's the simplified version of what he said.
That's basically what he's saying. Okay,
He's, again, the words as a weapon. We are receiving a stream of thought from this man's brain in a overcomplicated manner.
You know what he's doing as well is, remember we said there's one instance. What was it? What was the wording that we used that was used in chat? There's one value and then one instance of it or something like that. So this is telling us how many of this need to be there. Okay, that's what it's saying. How many? It is not the same thing.
Well, it's
As
like
one
the
and then one thing again.
How do I put
Yes.
this? It's like this is what I'm like. I wish he just had definitions, because then you could just be like, oh yeah, you're stupid. Because he's trying to play off the definition of multiplication, which is extremely simple. It's like, okay, you have your first number and your second number, so let's call those A and B. So A times B is the equivalent of A added B number of times.
Yes.
So 1 times 1 equals 1, because you have 1 and you're adding it.
But
only one of them.
But you've somehow discarded the 1 by
because you're multiplying by
writing
one,
one.
so not multiplying. That's
It's like you set an apple in front of him and you say, this is an apple, and he just looks you dead in the eye and he says, no, some of the apple's missing.
Okay. And some of the apples missing.
And then you just take it from him and take a bite from him and said, no, now it's missing, dumbass.
You just set the second apple next to it and he goes, there, 1 apple.
You take a bite out of it and you say, division, bitch.
So
Quinn, I appreciate the joke, but Pythagoras is on such a different level from Terry that, like, in my brain, it's like,
it's not even funny.
It's not even funny, because I'm just there and I'm like, Mozart.
You are slandering the Lord of Triangles, Quinn.
You're slandering the guy who got kicked out of Greece for the math cult he wasn't in charge of. Like, come on. Terry's not even cool enough to have a statement like that.
He's probably gonna have a cult at some point. So okay, so
well, yeah, but he's not gonna get kicked out of Greece for it.
Yeah, that's true. So he's saying that so this concept of multiplication, so giving you the quantity, so having that 1 times that bit, he feels like you're removing it somehow, when actually you're applying it, and that's it. You're applying it, and that's the end of it. You're writing 1 times, and the times is just not making sense to him. But go off, King. Let's not jump the gun just yet. Okay, so explain it to me, because you did jump the gun. Let's try and add 1 to both sides of the equation. Oh no, we're gonna go into order of operations here. Okay, 1 times 1 equals 1. So plus 1 plus 1. So he wants to plus 1 on each side, right? Okay. So then he goes 1 plus 1 times 1 equals 2. Okay. Associative and cumulative laws, also punctuation, stop, plus 3 equals 2. What is say?
But why though? Why did we just add 1 to each side?
Let's try.
So hold on. I just want to point out. Okay, so this man says he's going to use associative and commutative law to have 1 plus 1 times 1, and he gets 3.
Yeah, what does that mean? Please tell me.
That's
actually
what?
That's addition. It's just addition.
No, he's using the words. So he's like, look, I'm applying the law, and then I get the answer.
Well,
but his order of operations is just addition. 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 3.
It's like he wants to use all these symbols that everybody's familiar with, but because he actually, I don't know if he's incapable or unwilling to give like a definition of anything he's doing. None of it makes any sense, and everybody's just like, yeah, that's
like how do you just say associative and cumulative laws 3?
No, listen, it's
how do you do that?
No. All you need to do, listen, I'm going to explain to you. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to interrupt and stop you guys in the middle of a sentence because you don't understand this man's genius, okay?
Okay.
He saw the equation and already assumed that 1 times 1 equals 2 and was like, look at that. 1 plus 2 equals, that's 3 and it equals 2. That's not right. And then he searched for some law to kind of make that the case and then smooshed it in there. Because we've seen this behavior from him again and again and again, to just, without any regards for correctness or even relevance, just try to grab the thing that kind of, if you squint upside down through 10 meters of glass, maybe makes it look like he's kind of has something interesting to say and maybe is correct, That's what he did.
Sounds like you might be jumping the gun here. He has another paragraph of explanation.
I'm just so curious.
Conclusion shopping. That's such a good word.
Why associative and commutative law? You got so many options of bullshit to choose from. Why did you pick those two?
Well, this is him explaining it. So he's telling us, hey, by the way, he applied this law. So by the way, here guys, follow Chintzia. You're so silly. Associative and commutative law, when A and B are positive integers. So these are real things. That's what I was saying about the jargon, right? Associative and commutative, whatever you're saying. You're telling me those are words that people understand in math. So that's supposed to trigger you and go, oh,
wait a minute, is this literally just the definition of multiplication I just gave? Is that what he's claiming associative and commutative laws are?
Yeah.
It seems like when A and B are positive integers, that A is to be added to itself as many times as there are units. Yes, that is how.
Oh my god, it's not
talking about.
It's even worse because he says they're positive integers. They don't have to be positive integers.
Yeah, you can do it.
Oh my god.
Okay, so he's talking here. He is saying when one times something is something, right? Because there's the quantity. There are units as many times as there are units. So yeah, that's what when we're doing the quantity versus so it's one of. He's telling us that's what's happening, right? Cool. So we understand that. Then one is added to itself one time. No, it's added to nothing, and you get 2. Now add the 1. She's just telling you what to do, and you're supposed to just go. It's as Hydra said. He goes. He's the whole time he's going 1 times 1 equals 2 because 1 times 1 equals 2 because 1 times 1 equals 2. So then 1 is added to itself one time, and you get 1. Now add 1 to the left side of the equation because that's what we're doing here, and also add the plus to the right side of the equation, and it gives you an answer. 3 equals 2. That doesn't look like a balanced equation that we were looking for. Does it? Okay.
So I just want to say this because I feel like I keep not speaking when I hear something really stupid because how do I put this? So I teach math to people. Like that is my job. Mm-hmm. So whenever I hear stuff like this, the first, like my immediate instinctive response is to go, okay, let's do an example. Let's talk about it. Let's run through why that does or doesn't work. So like every time I see something on this page, my brain is like, oh, well, clearly you don't understand it. Let's do it. And I have to keep stopping myself. I'm like, no.
No, he's asserting this. He's not just getting math wrong. He's asserting this. This is the truth. Okay. So listen, boys, we are going through this whole thing. So Nico, even if you're finding it boring, I find it absolutely exhilarating because
it makes adventure inside a man's brain. Are you not entertained? I'm sorry.
This makes me want to write just an actual proof of why 1 times 1 is 1 or 1 plus 1 equals 2, so that we could just go over that instead.
Yeah, well, we could. If you do you have just do a whiteboard and then show us.
I can do a simplified version of it. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to do that now? Do we want to see what he says here? Let's try and get. I just want to see what we can get to here. I don't know what.
I got Microsoft Paint pulled up. That'll have to.
Okay. Well, let's try to subtract. So now he's subtracting 1, guys. So he was playing around.
He's switching it up.
Okay. We'll try to subtract 1 from both sides of the equation. Okay. So put the -1. Put the -1. Cool. 1 equals 0. Okay. Again, we have an unbalanced and unequal result, an uneven equation that we cannot call finished.
Wait, hold on. Unequal result. Yeah, it's 1. Like, I don't understand.
But an unequal equation can be still be called finished. It's just
exactly.
It's just wrong, but it's a finished equation because there is something after the equation sign. That means the equation is finished, and then you can take a look at it and say, but it's wrong.
Wait, hold on. 1 equals 0. 1 can never be equal to a 0, a no thing. First of all, what? Okay, but 0 times anything is 0 because 0
Nor-
can't multiply itself.
It's a no thing.
It's annoying thing. Again, we have an unbalanced cake. 1 equals question mark. 1 can never be equal to a 0, a no thing. Okay, 3 equals 2. Nor can 3 be equal to a 2. Thank you. Okay, let us simply apply the associative, here it's coming, item, associative and commutative law to the initial equation. 1 times 1 equals 1. Okay. Add A to itself as many times as indicated by units in B. That's not how it works. You're not adding it, you're adding it to nothing, not to itself. Why are you saying adds to itself? Okay, since A has 1 unit and B also has 1 unit, then you see he's literally saying there are 2 numbers, therefore we have to put 2 here.
That is literally what he is saying, yes.
He's saying that, and because that makes some sort of spiritual sense in his mind, he feels like that makes it true, whereas you have to explain that there's consequences to saying something like that is true. You have to show it.
If only there was some sort of magic math symbol that meant you are supposed to add them together.
No. He has yet to invent
Don't,
it.
yeah,
Come on,
you're a
Dorkus,
heretic,
don't be so
Dorkus.
demanding.
Relax. Okay. Add A to itself. What's add? What is add, Terrence? 1 doesn't equal 1. 1 times 1 doesn't equal 1. 1 times 1 and 1 plus 1 both equal 2. Oh, so he's made now. Here, there you go. He knows that he's making this equivalence. He's saying 1 times and 1 plus are the same thing. Okay. Since you are both doubling their value, then it follows that they are different expressions of the same function. What? Can translate item. What is he trying to say? This is the point where the waves of arithmetic and the waves of multiplication converge.
They don't, though, and he's doubling it for no reason. Like, I don't know. He still needs to actually explain why. He's just saying this is, like, you don't understand. 1 times 1 is 2.
Because it is. That is exactly what Hydra was saying earlier when he first spoke about it. He's saying this because this, because this. He's not saying anything new. Each time he's just moving the stuff around and saying, that's it. I think he means 1 times 1 and 1 divided by 1 is the same. Mm-hmm. Maybe. I think that's what confused him. Is Artem still here? He's muted.
He's got a life and stuff.
Yeah. Okay, he's muted.
I mean, there was just a sudden ice storm over here right next to me that just happened in the middle of summer heat. So maybe he is dealing with some unprecedented event.
Man, I take an ice storm right now. It's freaking hot.
Listen, I got a warning for severe thunderstorm, and it's partly cloudy. I'm like, where? Severe
You're gonna
thunderstorm.
get more flash floods?
Sure. Yeah, let's have some flash floods. I don't know. I'm waiting for this thunderstorm. I've not heard anything. It's 38 degrees, by the way, Celsius. Okay, so
hold on. 1 times 1 doesn't equal 1. Both
I want to
equal
know this.
2.
Do you think that's it? Does he think 1 times 1 equals 1? I think
very likely with this logic.
Yeah, because it's one thing and then nothing equals one thing because you discard the nothing. See? He would think that's 1 times 0 equals 1.
Item, you are muted, or you were muted. Are you back now?
I'm back. I had to step outside. Someone had an actual math question.
An actual math emergency.
Pretty much.
Math emergency.
So what we've got here is he's literally said 1 times 1 doesn't equal 1. 1 times 1 and 1 plus 1 both equal 2. So he's saying that 1 times 1 and 1 plus 1 are the same thing.
Not really. He's proven that his system doesn't work and then just claimed it does.
Okay. Yeah. But if he's using his system, if he applies it, do you think what Paffy said here makes sense? He goes 1 times 0 equals 1. If we were using Terry math, I think it would be 1. That would be the answer,
Teary
right?
man.
Terry, man. It would be the answer, right?
No.
1 times 0
No,
equals
in
1.
his stupid world, that's the question.
No, because you see 1 times 0 has 2 numbers on the left side, therefore it's 2.
No, but 0 is not a thing.
No,
he would say
but you're supposed
0
to add it.
equals
You're supposed to
a
add
no
it.
thing.
Well, so here's the thing. So he simultaneously claims that multiplication only works with positive integers, but that 1 times 1 cannot be 0.
Well, kind of spoilers. He doesn't believe in the concept of 0.
I've noticed that.
But he does
Tony
say
that
no
he would
thing.
use 1 equals 0 not being true.
Okay. So wait. Okay, so listen. So since they are both doubling their value, this is my favorite part. Are you sitting down, Artem?
I am.
And since they are both doubling their value, then it follows that there are different expressions.
I'm gonna.
You read it out loud,
gonna
right?
do
In
more,
a
Russ.
very
God damn it.
sciencey voice.
Oh, here, Gray. I got you. I'll put on my professor
Thank you.
voice for this one. And since they're both doubling their value, then it follows that they are different expressions of the same function. This is the point where the waves of arithmetic and waves of multiplication functions converge. I want to wash my
Is
mouth.
that supposed to be arithmetic?
I want to.
What is that?
I don't. You see what happens? Hold on. I'm
Arithmetic,
sorry.
yeah,
That was
arithmetic.
rude of me. I should have read it properly. You
Yeah?
see what happens when you follow the clear and expressed rule of the associative and commutative laws? The equation is balanced on both sides of the equal sign. There you go. I like, where is it? Somewhere earlier in the paper, I don't remember where it was. He said he had the equal sign and then he put equals. So if you read the sentence, it just says equals equals.
Yeah, he did.
And he does that constantly, but there's also places where he just puts the equal sign instead of the word.
Yeah, he's got it here. At the top here, he goes, it can never be equal to 0. And also, you missed this part, a no thing. Is that a no thing?
It's a nothing. It's not a no thing. A no
That's the
thing
joke I was
might
alluding
consider
to
to be
before.
-1.
Okay. So, the equation is balanced. You got that. The only logical reason for 1 times 1 to ever equal or to have ever, because we're going in the history, it's very poetic here, equal 1 is because someone forgot to follow the basic rules of multiplication.
How can you say
Read the
such a thing?
Bible.
The
No.
only reason a fundamental mathematical principle is there because someone once forgot something.
He's extending an olive branch right now. They just forgot. They weren't
Yeah,
malicious about it.
They just kind of forgot, It's not
Like a
their fault.
child picks up a hammer and they hit their hand with it and they're upset that it hurts.
So,
It's like, why does that hurt? It's like, because it
It's
hurts
that
when you hit
meme,
your
and
hand
that-
with a hammer. And they're like, no, it doesn't. And then they hit themselves again. And they're like,
no,
ow.
it doesn't.
And they're like, I didn't feel anything.
They say that while like their faces
They're
all
crying.
red and there's a tear rolling down their face.
What's it over there? Is that blood? Ah, it's a flash
Pain
wound.
is weakness leaving the
We
body.
don't need no education. Okay, so you see what happens when you follow clear and expressed rules. So you said that the only logic, otherwise there is no way to make mathematical sense or solve for the impossible hypothesis. Just by saying it's impossible, that doesn't make it true. 1 times 1 equals 1. I hereby call, and pardon my French, bullshit. That, have you had that in a maths paper before? I want to put that in a psych paper. It'd be like, I call bullshit on ADHD.
There's a textbook for using our studio that Aiden Paladin of all people sent me that I actually really like, because the author who writes it, he gives no shits. And so there's random stuff in there where he's talking about, well, if we sample dead babies versus alive babies, we'll get different results. And so like that's his sense of humor. He's got it all over the place. That's the closest I've come to someone, including, pardon my French, that's bullshit,
Mm.
as a proof.
You can't unmute. That's how loud the ice storm is. Can't even hear you guys. Oh my gosh, Hydra, are you okay? I would be under my bed right now.
Dang.
Jesus.
Hmm.
You can't
What did you
hear
do
us.
to piss off Demeter?
What's the Bethesda game engine studio?
Oh, was it? Oh my gosh, why did it just leave my brain?
I know, right?
Oh, I want someone to create a programming language that uses Terry metrics, and then program like game with it. You know what?
That was
My
the joke I was going to make, darling. Is that's how Fallout 4 got programmed and written.
I'm actually gonna enlist my husband. He wants to start coding again, so I'm like, can I give you projects? Because there's one I wanted him to make us a game, and he was like, no, but we could maybe try this. If he gets frustrated enough by this, then maybe.
Can we ask ChatGPT what 1 times 1 is?
You can go and ask, and
No,
it has to be the
that's
free
a
one.
biased. The AI is trained on biased information.
Yeah,
It's not going to give.
trained.
No, AIs are racist.
It's
Yeah.
trained. It's trained by big math.
Have you ever
Yeah,
asked
like-
the Google Copilot to make an image of an elf?
I've heard a lot about this big math. I want to know more. Is there a way I can join this? This
You are
society?
an agent of big math. Hello.
I'm an agent of big math. I've been indoctrinated without my knowledge. Oh my goodness.
You're out there in the world spreading heresy. Okay, so here we are. Otherwise, there's no way to make mathematical sense or solve for the impossible. Okay. And it's a hypothesis, apparently. 1 times 1 is a hypothesis. On that note, I must immediately declare that, again, he's declaring, like, this is the insanity that I'm talking about. That he thinks he can just say this, and then everyone's got to go, oh.
Kitty, don't you know
amazing.
that green is purple?
Like, and I'm supposed to go, okay, listen, everything is purple. So
Wait,
okay,
it
I
is?
get that. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Have I
The
been a
whole
fan of
one
green
color
this whole time?
matches his shorts.
Yeah.
Damn it, guys, I'm colorblind.
Big math buried fake color abacuses to sell more calculators.
Bro, I'm sorry. I'm not going to derail this stream with tangents about abacuses. Continue.
We'll do the think on abacuses next week. Okay.
That'd be fun. There's a lot of good ones.
Okay, so we've got there's no way. On that note, I must immediately declare that 1 times 1 equaling. Now we've got a new different way of saying equaling. Equals. 1 times 1 equaling. Where am I? Yeah, 1 times 1 equaling 1. Bracket, guys. Oh no, never mind. There's one here. Sorry, I got excited for no reason. Is a false statement, and likewise based upon the current practices in the field of mathematics, 1 times any number would equal an unfinished equation. So so multiplication, not a thing.
You know what's
because
what's
both sides of the
hilarious?
equations. Yeah.
You can basically get rid of this entire paper by just saying, Terry, could you define finished for us?
His paper isn't even finished. What are you talking about?
He's never explained what it means for an equation to be finished. So like none of this is ever
When he
going
says
to make any
finished,
sense.
it's supposed to be equal on both sides. Apparently, that's what it is. Because we've got, I think he's kind of said it in the first one. Let's go to the first one. Here, this is as close to it as he gets.
Like actual toddler speak. What do you mean by equals, Terry?
He means nature desires action but demands equilibrium. That's what he means.
What does equilibrium mean, Terry?
So this is what he says. Therefore, in order for an equation to be finished / completed, both sides of the equation must be equally balanced. That's his definition of complete.
What do you mean by equals, Terry? I don't think we're operating on the same definition here.
What do you mean by equally balanced? Yeah, so he needs to tell us what he means by these things. Because if he does mean how many numbers are over here, and if he means 1 + 1, then we can. But
Sorry.
What the fuck?
Sorry.
he's angry.
Sorry.
Are you okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
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 So I want to go. Okay, do you want to go into the proof of 1 times 1 equals 1? Or let me just see. I think it's not as bad.
The gods are angry.
We've got 2 more pages, guys. We can do this. Okay, we got time.
We got so much.
I'm here all day.
Okay, so
I had to fucking close
Charles is loving
blinders. That's how I'm in the middle of an ice storm again. This is Thinker's Extreme Weather Edition. I don't know what is happening. I had to close blinders because
Big Math is messing with the weather to try.
Yeah,
Ironically, we can't hear it.
Oh my
You're the
god!
you're the most vocal against this math, so that they're coming for you. That's what's
Yeah, I
happening.
know. It's Terrence Howard has used his new breakthrough to create weather manipulation, and
patented.
it's personally directed
It's a
against
patented
me.
store.
Yeah. So the
Maybe-
the ice chunks are so big that it cracks something outside. So I closed blinders just before it could damage the windows. Holy fuck! Yeah, that's listen,
you're
I'm
okay.
being personally attacked by the
Hydra,
meteorologist
Hydra.
cult. Okay.
Did you just say there's 1 ice storm? Don't you mean there's 2 ice storms?
Oh god damn it! I jinxed it. It's 1. It's 2 because we had 1 ice storm once.
The laws
That means
of-
it's 2 ice storms. God damn it!
If 1 times 1 equals 1, so we got the if now and if statement. This is our 3rd page, guys, and it's 4 pages, and then we're good. This is the
Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. I need to actually go around outside to see if anything's damaged because I think it stopped.
You just find a dead person there.
Or a dead bird. Imagine
What do you mean
that.
2 dead people?
Oh god.
I hate that. I hate that anytime someone says the word "a," that's a Terranomics reference.
Oh, so let's go. 1 times 1 equals if that is the truth, right? Which it is. 3 equals 2. 1 equals 0. A times B equals A.
I mean, if B is 1, that last one's true.
Then all of these impossible unrealities must also be inequalities. Must likewise that doesn't make grammatical sense. You want
Your
to
noise gate is stopping you from yelling.
Okay.
Take a chill pill.
Did he even spell relabeled correctly? I'm curious.
Okay. Then all of these impossible unrealities must also be inequalities. Must likewise be. Sorry, that doesn't make grammatical sense, does it?
Well, it doesn't make math sense either because an inequality doesn't use the equal sign.
Then all of these impossible unrealities, just words, must also be inequalities, full stop. They must likewise be reconsidered and relabeled as true statements. So he's just again said, it's true because I said so.
How do I put this? The other thing that's hilarious about this is so the reason he's saying A times A equals A is because 1 times 1 equaling 1, that holds true for 1.
Mhm.
So if you replace each of these letters with 1, it works. The thing he's trying to poke at, or I think like he might have seen something like this and he's either trying to understand it or trying to confuse people with it, is that in mathematics, you're not allowed to use a single like pair of numbers or a single number to prove something. Specifically because if you did, you can wind up with ridiculous things like if 1 times 1 equals 1, then A times A equals A works. That doesn't work just because it works with 1.
Yeah.
Like it's, and so
There,
like
there are literally different numbers. Yeah.
except instead of using that as like a funny bit, it's like, hey, if you assume this is true, you can assume these are true, and then put a little star at the end that says if you assume they're all 1 to show how funny that could be. Instead, he's like, no, this is the real meme. Like the meme is real.
I'm back. I did a round. All of the windows look undamaged.
Oh my goodness! Both ice storms blew away. That's good.
Both ice storms, yes. The one ice storm that came at me once, all 2 of them left without causing any damage.
0 fuck spitting truth. 0 times 0 equals 0. He's right.
Oh shit! Is that a new breakthrough? You're gonna make a sculpture out of that? You're gonna use that to remove
Well, hold
the
on, but
hydrogen to
zero's
create new
zero's a
flights.
no thing. It's not nothing.
It's
It's
a no thing.
It's a no.
No
It's a
thing.
no thing. You can't do that, Zero Fox. They're gonna
Okay,
send
so-
a nightstorm after you too, bro.
So
Delete
our
that
Lord and
photo.
Savior Terrence calls upon the elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. I call to Al, the nursery school teachers and kindergarten teachers.
Al. Who is Al?
Al.
Al.
I call upon all the
Cool.
schools.
Al. There's
I
a
believe
joke
that's
there
supposed to be
somewhere.
all.
I know,
Yeah,
but
I know.
I'm reading it as is, okay? I'm remembering the common sense rule. I don't know. We need to read it as he's written it because maybe I'm not understanding, okay? I call to
It's just
all
too big
nursery,
brain for you, Kitty. Okay.
yes, and kindergarten teachers. I call upon all the schools of Hydra.
So is that like saying that, like, you know, education, specifically mathematics, have become like commodified as this business, so they're really hirers of learners? Or did he really screw up here?
That's even funnier. I need to process what Gray just said. So Gray has pointed out that because the word audit is later in the sentence, he's treating schools as businesses as though he like wants to talk to their manager about this whole 1 × 1 = 1 business. They're hiring people who say these things instead of what everybody assumes, which is just that he spelled it wrong because that would be more intelligent.
Oh my god, that you know what? No, that is great. I'm with Gray. He does mean it as a slight towards them.
Oh my god,
that
how
is
did I
it.
not
It's
see
true.
that? Gray,
Well
thank you
done.
for pointing that out.
Yeah, Gray, that's beautiful.
I thought I understood the level of like mental like depths we were going to with, and you handed me the shovel. Thank you, sir.
Wow, I think it's beautiful.
1 × 1 = ing. Oh my god, what is that? What is that expression?
But
I need
listen,
to bleach my eyes. God damn.
I call upon all the schools of higher learning and all of the thinking branches of academia to do an immediate audit.
Oh, we lost someone.
An audit.
Oh.
Who do
Charles,
we
no.
lose? Charles, yeah,
Charles might have fallen
needs,
asleep.
like,
His school
10 minutes to recover from all of this. Also, I love that he said elementary school teachers,
Yeah.
and then he goes to kindergartner teachers later.
Yeah, you're
It's
yeah,
funny.
that's the same
It's
thing.
funny. He doesn't understand what 1 is. So he like set theory is like a vision this man thought he had at some point of the white man coming for him. So like his inability to understand how sets work is even clearer when he goes, I call on the elementary schools and the kindergarten teachers. Hotep. What is Hotep?
wait, he's bringing it up. So wait.
Isn't that a
we
pharaoh?
do an immediate
something?
audit.
Oh,
So
that's
do an
right. He
immediate
has
audit.
that in the.
you're
in
believing
the
that myth.
162-page document. He has that there.
Okay, so immediate audit upon this false statement of 1 × 1. So okay, we're going to do that audit just now with Artem. We're going to do that audit. Okay.
What am I going to do?
Do an immediate audit upon this false statement of 1 × 1 = 1.
Well, I've run the numbers, and
Okay.
yeah, everything's fine. It's good.
So, after thoughtful reflection and literally thousands of hours of observation, what were you observing, hun?
He was looking at the numbers. He's observing the numbers on the paper. It's like, this doesn't make sense. And he did that for hours and then claimed that because big number, he must be right.
He sits in a movie theater, you know, wiping the sweat from his brow as he considers all of the possibilities as they just project the number 1 onto the screen.
Think of
he's
the
like sweating. He's freaking
My
out.
God,
I'm
it's
thinking of
terrifying.
that
What have we
scene
done?
from Oppenheimer? That's what I'm kind of thinking. It's like an Oppenheimer.
Oh, he's like, before we started a chain
Staring at the
reaction
number
that
1.
would destroy the world.
Oppenheimer just cuts to the number 1 over and
The
over
music,
again.
I've got it. Yeah. So he thinks that somebody's going to make a movie about this. So after thoughtful, so we got a subject. It has brought me to the inevitable conclusion that this false concept must have been the brainchild of a godlike figure of some sort. Okay,
What?
so this bad equation, math is a god, guys, and this godlike figure lied
We
to us.
killed him today.
Yeah, someone.
I love how
who-
instead of the classical, like theistic conception of something is really good or surprising, it must be divine intervention
Yeah.
on our behalf. Someone is looking out for us because we just survived something or something really good happened. He's like, something is bad. It must be an evil god. It's
Terry out here literally saying math is dead and I have killed it.
And there we go. Yeah, exactly. Someone whom the people positively credited for giving them their multiplication table. So it was like the tablets. It was like the commandments from God. The multiplication table came down.
I'm just imagining a table. I mean, this has
periodic
nothing to do with
table.
paper, so it's infinitely more interesting. But I'm just imagining a table where, like, you set, whatever object on the left side of it, draw a number on the middle, and then it just magically creates that many of the object. Like, that is the true multiplication table. Like, it's a physical table.
Oh, really? It's an actual yeah.
I'm writing that down. That's a good fiction idea.
Patented.
Yeah.
Okay. Someone whom the people positively credit for giving them their multiplication table and their geometry. Oh, just out of geometry as well. A gift that set that civilization apart from the rest of the world.
I love how his claim to why we have this bad equation is where a long time ago an evil deity must have trolled someone. It's like,
wait,
that's his
I just want to throw this out because a lot of people don't give a shit about math history because it sounds like the two most boring words you could put together in a sentence, but it's actually fascinating. So one thing I want to point out is, so there's a lot of criticism of Pythagoras because a lot of what he learned while he was in Egypt, and he brought it back to Greece. Mm-hmm. And it's not entirely clear what all sacred geometry is its own thing, Lucifer. We'll get to that later. But like, there's a lot of criticism because a lot of the things he claims credit for are things that came from Egypt. Although, to be fair to him, he did actually expand on most of what he claimed credit for. Although there's also an argument because a lot of Greek mathematicians got credit for their students' achievements. So
that was just the way it was. Yeah.
That was just the way it was at the time. Was they were just like, oh,
you're considered to be
trained
under
by
that
this
person.
You were trained by this person, so clearly what you did is a product of what they taught you, and so it was just the way it went. Which is why a lot of people are like, oh, Plato learned from Socrates, who learned from da da da, who learned from da 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 da.
I mean, whoever taught Tolkien to write, they get it.
But they stopped doing that because obviously it's like, no, maybe we should talk to the person who actually figured this out. That might be a good idea. But anyway, so there is some people who will argue it's like, well, Pythagoras doesn't deserve all of the credit he gets for this, that, and the other, which I find hilarious because there are records of his time in Egypt. And if I remember correctly, he never lied about going to Egypt. He just came back and was like, oh, I learned all this crazy, awesome stuff. Let's talk about all of these cool math things. And as Lucifer has pointed out, he developed this thing he thought of as sacred geometry, where he thought the world could be classified by certain shapes and polygons and things like that. But
it's a wonderful power system for fantasy media.
Oh, absolutely! If you do
world building or fantasy, be sure to check that out. It's cool.
But the whole point is like, there's a lot of people who will give flack on that side of things. They'll be like, oh, so everything we know about mathematics stems from Egypt or wherever. And it's like, no, there's a lot of
colonial
math in China and Arabia and even Africa and South America. It's like I forget which one it is. It was a South American tribe, or not tribe. Tribe's the wrong word. I want to say. What was it? They had like the Golden City. Was it the Aztecs, or am I thinking?
Wasn't it? Yeah, it was them.
It's not the Aztecs I'm thinking of.
It starts with civilizations.
I can't remember their name right now. I feel really bad that I can't remember. But basically, what they would do is they had a system of beads and strings so that they could keep track of thousands of bits of information at a time. And so basically these people were like land surveyors, historical record keepers, like they had a string for everything, and they used the beads on it to keep track of what would happen over time. And they would use a system of like knots so they put beads on it and then they do a knot so they could keep track of things like that. No, not the Mayans or the Olmecs. I can't remember. It might be the Mayans.
Maybe.
I might be misremembering. But like you look at all of this historical context of people basically doing the equivalent of data gathering for statistical analysis, like long before computers were ever even a glimmer in someone's eye of how the world might work. And it's like super fascinating. And so to be like, oh, well, you know, obviously math is just white people trying to claim what black people made. It's like it's so
more than that. It's
offensively reductive.
Yeah,
everything that's going on, and it discounts so much that like. I'm sorry. So like
that is amazing to think of. Just like you're thinking that math is kind of like language.
It's only thanks to the Indian math genius that we have zero. By the way, there is a great movie about that. I forgot its name, but you should.
Well, and it's hilarious because the Roman Empire started and ended before like the concept of zero was formed.
Yep, exactly.
Think about that. Like that's crazy.
What he's saying here is, this multiplication has set let's get back to what he's trying to say. So you're talking actually about the concept of zero and civilization. So a whole civilization could occur without that concept. Okay.
Well, they knew about it, but they didn't have a formal way.
They didn't do anything with it. Yeah. We know that no thing exists. Someone whom the people possibly credited giving a gift that set the civilization apart from the rest of the world, a multiplication table and system of calculating that would enable that civilization to rule the then known world from the time of the late Egyptian dynasty till the Medes and the Persians brought a sudden end to their way of life. Okay, so is he saying the OG multiplication, which is incorrect according to him, that was from some liar? I think that's what he's saying, right? He's not saying that his one is from
lying trickster gods, to be more precise.
Yeah. Some call them the Anunnaki, the sky people, whomever they were that gave that native generation some 6,000 years ago. Okay, which one? Years ago, a multiplication table and a flat view of universal geometral.
What do you mean by that?
Wait a minute. So wait, like if he's saying 6,000 years ago, is he getting into also young Earth creationism with this?
I don't know.
So
no,
I'm not sure
talking
if
about the civilization. I think like the 6,000 years ago, the civilization was received.
So before that, there was no math. There was just no concept of it.
No. There was the based correct math of his kind of just bringing it back. He's making math great again. No, jokes aside, that's the induction. He has decided that the evil trickster deity has meddled in the system of human development.
It's not to read ahead or anything like that, but I think he is thinking that the correct one was brought by the gods and then somebody changed it. I think it is getting into kind of the...
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
This occurred 6,000 years ago? Don't you mean 12,000 years ago?
No. That doesn't exist. The Earth is young.
That doesn't exist. The Earth is young.
Okay. But what is a am I stupid, or what is a geometral?
If that's a thing that exists, he probably referenced it by accident. I'm pretty sure that's not a thing that exists.
6,000 years ago, a multiplication table and a flat view of the universal geometral they gave that poor misguided people. No, Gray. The bad math was given by the aliens.
I told you.
Misguided people a false axiom upon which to build their world. But it's pretty good for a false axiom. It seems to be hold up pretty well. Far. Yeah. A false axiom that would behave almost as a bumper for our infantile-like species. A tutor, as it were, a false axiom that would allow for a measure of growth and productivity for that civilization, but would inevitably lead to failure and its inevitable collapse. Oh, I don't like the use of two words, two inevitables in the same sentence.
I'm going to be honest, like, just as you're reading this, I'm just
turn
seeing
off.
the walls of text and my eyes are just glazing over.
Okay. So
Just wait until you get to the next
I'm not
paragraph.
here while you're reading. I'm sorry. Like,
Wait.
physically I'm here, but mentally
Okay.
I'm
Let's try it again. Guys. So he's brought in the sky people. If we're going to try and just take it's highlighted, sky people. Okay.
The Anunnaki.
Okay, the Anunnaki, the anus nuckies, they gave
Anus nookie.
the anal cookies.
Anal cookies, let's go.
Their anuses from the sky descended and started giving people numbers, turning the species wrong.
Turning the multiplication gay, apparently. Multiplication, so they've given, so Gray, you said the based good maths, you thought that he was going to give shit, like his math was taken away, like it was like wiped out with Atlantis or something. No, he's saying that the current system that we all work on, 1 times 1, is leading to inevitable times 2. Oh, sorry, we can't use that. Inevitable failure.
Yeah, didn't you know that math is incorrect? I'm sorry.
So, inevitable collapse. So, us using 1 times 1 equals 1. So, this whole proof that you got there waiting for us item, that is going to lead to our demise. Okay, how does this go?
I just imagine like a bird flies over the pyramids and it happens to poop twice. And that's where this came from. They're just like, they just see it poop twice and they're like, oh my gosh, guys, 1 + 1 is 2.
That is the multiplication table. It was given to us on this sacred tablet. Oh shit. Okay. Unfortunately, the latter generations that would eventually come to inherit this once thriving Mediterranean metropolis that includes the not so lucky entire world. What is he saying?
Why is metropolis capitalized?
You know what?
He has a habit of capitalizing words that shouldn't be in the middle of a sentence. Forget him. At this point, it's the least of our problems.
It's for emphasis.
It's for effect.
Exactly.
Well, it makes me think that like it's a place in a comic book. It's the Mediterranean metropolis as opposed to
That includes
That includes
It's the castle of from Monty Python and the Holy Grail, okay? It's the metropolis.
Dang it, the French are already there. They beat us to the multiplication table.
Yep.
The not so lucky entire world. Now, so then it's spread to the entire world. So now we're all doomed. Now, for the last 5,000 or plus years,
Excuse you, that's 10,000.
years, our ancestors enslaved our thinking with that dogma for generations upon generations, leading down to our great-grandparents. Who, in like manner...
It drives me crazy. It's like, why do you think that actually happens? Like, humans tried actually enslaving each other for thousands of years and they couldn't do it. What makes you think they could do it inside their head?
Because it's mad. I don't know. It's so pervasive. It's the Anunnakis.
It's like, oh boy, I don't want to be a slave anymore. But 1 + 1 still 2. Yep, not changing that one.
No, that one's fine. It's been oppressing everyone. I just don't understand how. That's the thing. Like I said, for a false axiom, it really works really well. Now for the last 5, anyway, leading to our great-grandparents, and who in like manner indoctrinated their children, who in turn would help through the newly formed system called tradition. God, could you put a full stop somewhere? To propagate this false truth to the rest of the world. So basically, in word salad, that's just so everybody spread this. Who left?
Who did we lose?
It was Hydra.
Yeah, we lost Hydra.
They got him.
Then
boys.
there were 5.
I don't know, but
another 2.
I started not understanding that I'm a test tube baby, so I don't have grandparents. I have a donor.
I don't. Yeah. Ooh.
A donor kebab?
A donor kebab.
Called the rest tradition. Also, tradition gets a capital for effect. because of their wrong approach to their rules of multiplication. Wrong. Wrong. Their systems would all likewise eventually fail. Oh, they're going to fail, guys. They're going to reach like some sort of critical point at which they fail because they were all built upon a faulty foundation. Oh, he's waxing poetic in this because he's going like he's trying to say how am I supposed to say it? Dramatic reading, Dorkus. If
From
we
which?
go from
Waxing something, all right.
go from why don't you go to wait, that's a long ass Jesus. This sentence is
A
going
long ass Jesus.
For the last 5,000 or plus years, our ancestors enslaved our thinking with that dogma for generations upon generations, leading down to our great-grand... Oh my God, this sentence.
Got that dogma in it.
Leading down to
Just
our
imagine like an
great-grandparents.
actual,
and
Southern
who-
Baptist preacher. He's like reading out of the book of Pteronomy.
that's what he
halfway
thinks.
through. He's just like, Jesus, this sentence is too
He
long.
thinks he can say this like because he says it within because he's an actor, right? And we listen when he speaks because he speaks very well.
No, it's
So-
just,
This is
a
not
long
proof of
sentence.
that.
Where am I supposed to breathe?
Okay, please go and what I want you to do is great grandparents. You have to pause between grand and parents. You said grandparents. That's very wrong.
Okay.
Okay, one more.
Now, for the last 5,000 or plus years, our ancestors enslaved our thinking with that dogma for generations upon generations, leading down to our great-grandparents, and who in like manner indoctrinated their children, who in turn would help through the newly formed system called tradition to propagate this false truth to the rest of the world.
Because
I love Lord Cameron's thing. You have to pause between 5 and 1,000 because there's a
there is
comma.
a comma.
Now for the last 10,000 or plus.
Because of their wrong approach to the rules of multiplication, their systems would all likewise eventually fail because they were all built upon a faulty foundation, one suffering the damages from being dependent upon the principle of implied predictability of loss.
What?
So hold on.
Slothy!
Let me just summarize all of that. And no, this is not me reading out the newest world building for my novel. This is what this man wrote for his proof of 1 × 1 = 2.
Okay.
So the sky people descended and lied to certain people in the world, giving them a system such that they'd be able to prosper just long enough that it would all come collapsing down and kill them all.
Yes.
I'm
Okay, but listen,
so
listen.
glad we've got that clarified.
Does anyone have GPT
Yeah,
open?
GPT.
I want to understand what this means.
Sky people being sky people gotta
One
go
suffering the
round.
damages from being dependent upon the principle of implied predictability of loss. What the fuck does that mean?
I don't even know what that means.
I think he's trying to say that they understood the system wasn't great, but they were willing to take a risk on it anyway. The problem is that assumes that they understand there's a risk, which kind of goes against everything he just said about them being lied to.
So but then maybe he explains it. This is the last
Here's a
page.
magical brick. If you throw it at someone, they immediately become a millionaire. There's a small chance that they'll just die, though.
Yeah. And
They're like, all right.
Under the weight of all the money that's being thrown at them.
Yeah, so it's like here we go.
Oh, there we go. This is what he's saying. The implied predictability of loss was the missing 1 from 1 × 1 = 2. Okay, so that's.
I hate that I've made it more intelligent than it actually is by just trying to understand what he's saying.
Okay, so let's go into the last page, guys, and then we can get into the emergency audit of 1 × 1 = 1.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, when 1 × 1 = 1, it is implied that 50% of the potential will be loss at the initial contact. Contact?
I mean, those were
I didn't
words.
think Lost was that great of a TV show. I'm okay if we lose it at initial contact.
Gray, what did you say?
Those were definitely words that he used.
Those were words, and there was a full stop. It is implied that 50% of the potential will be lost at the initial. Okay, so let's pretend you just meant lost.
Just saying the percent symbol in there makes me want to slap his hands. Be like, don't touch that. You
don't touch me on my percentage. Guys, I have to show you that meme one day. Don't touch me on my studio. It's like the best South African meme. Okay, so it is implied that 50% of the potential will be lost at the initial contact. Initial contact of what? Okay.
The sky people,
whatever,
obviously.
Whatever initial contact. Initial contact with what? I miss Hydra.
Talking about an actual contact. This is all just about him trying to put his contacts in, and he dropped one.
The initial contact, 50% potential loss. Okay, you start off with two values on one side of the equation, and in the process of multiplying them, one of the values goes.
I didn't even. Oh my god!
Go is missing. Go is missing, and nobody cares. Nobody cares what happened to it.
He just puts a corpse on the table, and he's like, "This guy doesn't care. Nobody cares."
Wow. So it goes missing, and nobody cares what happened. It didn't go missing. We applied it. We said, let us write one times, and we applied it. One is done.
Just imagining Terry as a child in like a Catholic school, and there's just a nun repeatedly slapping his hand over and over again with a ruler.
Yep, he's been indoctrinated to do it. That was the nun. The nun was doing it. 50% of the potential is lost, and you guys are laughing. Yes, come on. Okay, it is a false axiom that unfortunately for us has become the very cornerstone of our misunderstandings concerning math and the nature of our universe. An untruth told to a naive people by someone that they trusted so much so that no one ever thought to question the accuracy and longevity of the system of calculating that was being shared. Okay, tell us how, Terry. Tell us how it's going to explode. Tell us how we're going to lose it. Okay? He's saying we're going to have this loss. Where's this loss? Where is the loss? I don't get it. Okay? We're calculating this. Even now, almost 6,000. Oh, we got a different format for numbers as well.
And that's 12,000 years.
Yeah. Okay. Later. Why is it that only I, in the history of recorded history, has ever asked this question concerning an unbalanced? You know why? Because
I'm a fan of the history of recorded history. That is quite awesome.
That's because everybody who asked why is 1 times 1 1 got like an answer.
An answer, yes. That's why they asked. Okay. Oh, I'm high. Okay. Unbalanced recorded history has ever asked. Only I in the history of recorded history. That was a good one. There's so many memes that we can take from this. I think history of recorded history is going to be one that goes down in history for me. An unbalanced equation that has masqueraded itself as the first truth of mathematics for more than 6,000 years, 12,000, when it could very well be the worst lie ever told in the history of man. Is that recorded history? With potentially the worst and longest potential consequences. Stop using 2 words. Okay.
I'm back with a quesadilla. What did I miss?
2 things of value.
It's the end of the world. It's the end of the world.
2 things of value. We read 2 more paragraphs.
Oh no, this is gonna take so long.
Those 2
we're
right
done.
there.
We're done.
We're done. It is a false
done.
axiom and ends with loss of others. Those are the 2 paragraphs we've covered.
This is the last page, guys. So,
but did we even get into the harmonics part of this, where he wants to redo the periodic
No, we're getting
table?
there. We're getting there.
Oh no! This is just his one time. This is teriology. The harmonics thing. I'm gonna have to go to his explanation on.
Hold on, I need to write down. The sky people are secretly creating a magical system of math that will bring about destruction of the world.
The sky people are the deep state.
And you are an agent of that. You are spreading the misinformation.
Oh, absolutely. I am the.
And
I
untruth.
am. What is it? I'm an acolyte of the Sky People.
The Anunnaki.
The MMO game. The MMO game. Sky People are secretly creating a system of man to undermine the world.
A lie that continues to be see. Look at this. A lie that continues to be propagated by those that worship that false concept and profit from the loss of others. Where's the loss? Where is the loss? That's the same sort of question I want to ask the flat Earth people. Was like, but
The
why?
Black Earth people.
Flat Earth, flat Earth. Why? Why would we keep this lie? What is there?
Every single person who flies a plane is in on it too.
Yeah, I just don't. Okay, so everybody profiting. Also, big math. So, Item, you are profiting from the loss of people. Why someone found it necessary to put a cap on that Mesopotamian civilization, no possessive potential for advancement, I will not speculate. Perhaps it was
I
the
think
best.
he just threw out Mesopotamian because like some of the earliest records we have of math being used are from Mesopotamia. Those aren't the earliest. The earliest I think we have, if I remember correctly, is like this stupidly ancient dinosaur bone that has tick marks on it.
I am Grug. Grug has 2 dinosaur. Therefore, if split,
don't be
have
boring.
No,
four
they were like
dinosaur.
covered in tick marks. There weren't just like 2 or 3.
You should
It
be
was like
drawing.
they had them in different groups. Some people speculate that like they might have been used for different things. It's an interesting thing to cover. It's like, what is a caveman counting this much of and why? Anyway.
Capitalism.
Okay.
Capitalism existed before the philosophy did.
Yeah.
And that's how you know it's the best, because even cavemen were like, hey, having a thing and then getting more of a thing, pretty awesome.
Is a good thing.
Pretty awesome.
Perhaps it was the best thinking of the time. He's bringing us into the future, boys. As to where we would have advanced to if we had not been misled by this false statement, again, it is of no benefit to speculate. Nevertheless, we are in the here and now, and we must hit the reset button and do a full about face concerning our approach to mathematics. Okay, can you get it? Can you get it? Okay, in light of this exercise, I feel that it is necessary for us to throw out the false positives and erroneous results. Okay.
So we're burning this proof, or?
Okay, 1 times 1 is equal to 1.
Oh yes,
It's an
Kathy is
equation.
correct. I shouldn't have said dinosaur bones. That's not correct. It would have. It was mammoth bones. He's
Okay.
right.
1 times 1 equals 1 is an equation that predicts a negatively discharging universe without the ability to overcome the radiational expanse of magnetism.
Hold on. I can solidify this. Okay. I can help him with this. Okay. So via the laws of entropy and thermodynamics, that 2 must never exist. There's always loss of energy. It cannot be recreated.
You just say stuff. Say words. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. One that predicts a negatively just discharging universe, gross discharge universe with.
I'm like actively trying to think of just nonsense math words to string together, and I keep actually thinking of there are ways that could make sense. Like I'm not going stupid enough. Like
no, you can't. It's difficult. Universe without the ability to overcome radiational expanse of magnetism, because one would have to have a negative discharge in order for it not to bond with the second one, and a universe made up of all discharging particles could never assemble into molecules and other more complex integrated system.
Also, I just want to point out, I absolutely love the chat for this stream. Because immediately they not only did they correct me, they were both discussing the merits of me being right and wrong. I love you guys. Y'all are awesome.
So does anyone have any idea of what that could mean? Has anybody asked ChatGPT?
Not the faintest idea.
Which paragraph are we reading? The first 2 or the second?
Guys, you are not. Listen to what this man is saying.
I'm trying really hard.
Boys.
Unfortunately, I have a bullshit filter in my brain.
Okay, so slowly. In light of this exercise, that's a normal phrase we use. I feel that it is necessary for us to throw out the false positives and erroneous results. So throw them out. 1 times 1 equals 1 is an equation that predicts. So it predicts. It's an equation that suddenly predicts. Suddenly we're predicting stuff with because equation is a prediction. So he's now made that an equation means a prediction. Okay. Or the use of this equation states something about the world. Predicts. Okay. Let's go there. A negatively discharging universe. So because we're losing properties when
What do you mean by discharge?
Discharges we've lost people. Remember, we lost stuff because
no, because like does he mean like electrically, heat wise? What?
No, he's no. I don't know. He's not saying, but he's taken maths and then just by the way, physics. So, add erroneous results. An equation predicts suddenly a negatively discharging universe without the ability. Okay, so negatively discharging a universe, that makes no sense. What is negatively discharging universe? It means what does it discharge? Negative particle. What do you? Okay, there. Let's just leave that. Without the ability to overcome the radiational expanse.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I think. Feel free to correct me if what I'm about to say doesn't make sense. I think he's trying to say that the atoms in the universe, under the proposition that 1 × 1 = 1, would not be able to bind and create molecules in the universe. Like the universe wouldn't be able to be bound together. Which, so first of all, no. Second,
the universe is math.
First things, no. Second, I also love the proposition here that it's like because the system of math is wrong, clearly that would cause the universe to change this way. It's not like math is a system of understanding we have to try to explain things that exist.
In the world.
No, if the math were different, that would mean the universe was different, not our understanding of it.
Yes.
Because
there you go. That's what's frustrating me. Yes.
There's never been a time in history where humans have misunderstood how things exist and changed the math to describe it as a result. That's never happened.
So yeah, exactly. So he thinks he can change stuff by just taking this one underlying principle. He thinks he can change the rest of the world. He's saying he's using proof. He's saying because everything exists.
Please stop insulting proof like that. I'm sorry. I know you're just trying to give the man his due.
But this is proof.
But like in the back of my brain, I'm like, that's rude to the word proof.
Okay, so basically I agree. So what he's saying is the world would not, the Big Bang couldn't have happened. The world could not have been created if 1 × 1 = 1. Okay. 1 would by necessity have to be a positive integer in order for the gravitational, look at this boy. Order for the gravitational and centripetal effects of electricity to accumulate atoms of low potential together into systems of high potential and ultimately build this wondrous universe abundant in dynamic energy. So he doesn't. I honestly think the sentence doesn't make sense. But I understand what he means because of
I'm glad you've given me this because I forgot to pack lunch. I was going to have a salad, but now I've got this lovely word salad to chew on.
Can I just say, I'm trying to input this into Chat GPT right now.
Yes.
And I'm just noticing how little this guy uses periods.
Yep.
And it's driving me insane.
Please tell me what Chat GPT says.
I will. I'm almost finished writing it.
What is the prompt?
I'm doing the quote, and I'm saying explain this quote in extreme detail.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
and that's what I'm going to be doing.
Because only a robot can act. Like I lose it. I'm trying.
Chat
I know that
GPT
everybody's
just comes back and says, "No, this doesn't make sense."
Yeah.
Bro, what?
Okay, bro, what?
As a possible explanation for why he seems to be afraid of periods and doesn't like to use them, I think he tries to write the way he speaks.
Yes. Yeah,
Possible.
that is why this takes on such a. So this is the last paragraph. Okay, don't worry. When 1 times 1 equals 2, we have a balanced equation where the laws of universal equilibrium, here we go, another one, and the conservation of universal energy remains intact. Okay. Therefore, 1 times 1 equals 1 must be rewritten as 1 times 1 equals 2 because it fits the universe. That's why his proof item is because the universe. Okay.
I'm going to be 100% honest. I didn't hear a word you just said. I just saw Lord Cameron's comment, and that really made me laugh.
Why do you claim to be rational, yet you consult the Sand Oracle to explain basic anti-Anarchian mathematics?
Anarchian.
Okay, so listen. Therefore, 1 times 1 equals 1 must be written as 1 times 1 equals 2. Cool, we understand. 1 times 1 equals 2. Then, if 1 times 1 equals 2, then 1 times 2 equals 3. And 1 times 3 equals 4. So he just turned multiplication into addition. To 1
Look at how he ends
4.
this paragraph.
And these
1 times 14 is 15. 1 times 15 is 16. 1 times 16 is 17. Infinity. 1 times 17 is 18 and beyond.
Infinity.
Paragraphs he's ending. Gray, come on.
So he's given us a new timetable. He has given us the new timetable.
But just for ones. Wait till he gets to zeros.
What happens? Does he? Okay, so this.
No, he already did the zeros. There's no thing.
Okay, so there's no thing. Okay, so I'm now following Terrence on Twitter, and I cannot wait for his next paper. But now it's time for you to shine, Item, because remember, the main thing that we were told here is that there needs to be an audit of 1 times 1 equals 1, and that is what you are here for.
Absolutely.
I mean, you have given us the jokes, but I want the math now. Teach us.
You need to get down to the brass tacks. All 2 of them hold up a single brass tack.
Excuse me.
So you admit it then? 1 times 1 is 2.
Can I present share screen? Hold on.
Oh my God! What about what they say that any number multiplied by 1 is itself? In this concept, 1 times 1 has to equal 1. That would contradict the law of action and reaction.
How many pages is this page? Oh no, it's not going to be a paper, darling. I have a Microsoft Paint pulled up. I'm just gonna try to explain.
Oh man, I just sent it into ChatGPT. They're sending me like, what is it, 30 paragraphs.
Oh, well, you said extreme detail. You could have just said summarize this.
So
can you summarize your detail? Okay, so
we got 1 times 1 equals 1. So we need to define 3 pieces in this equation. We need to define what 1 is.
Okay.
We need to define what times means.
Mm-hmm.
Summarizing it is still 5 paragraphs.
And we need to explain what we mean by equals here.
Okay.
So let's start with the simple part. We'll start with 1 because I think that's not what I meant to do at all. Silly thing. Sorry. There we go. Okay, so let's start with 1 because this is the part I feel like a lot of people are just like, what do you mean, what is 1? Why do we have to define that? And it's like, well, we're going to use it, so we got to talk about it. All right, so 1 is defined as a set with a element in it. So
what's the word set? Okay, a set.
There you go. I was hoping you'd ask. So a set is essentially a collection of elements, and an element can be anything. So the letter A would be an element, right?
Okay.
And literally anything else you can think of, you can put in the set. So, Kid, just random thing off the top of your head. What do you got?
Cat.
Cat. All right, cool. So we got a cat in this set here.
Okay, I have a summary if you guys want to hear it.
Go for it. I will keep drawing while you do so.
Okay, so I took that entire last part of that, aside from the math breakdown, and put that in and asked it to summarize it. It says the sentence begins with a mathematical truth: 1 times 1 equals 1. But then speculates on the implications for the universe, suggesting that if the fundamental unit were negatively charged, it would hinder molecular formation and complex systems. It concludes that the fundamental unit must be positive for the universe to exhibit dynamic energy and complexity. However, these assertions lack empirical basis and oversimplify complex physical phenomena, making the argument speculative and potentially flawed.
There we go.
Even ChatGPT is like, this is nonsense. All right, so one contains.
Look, we got one. We summoned one. Kitty cat.
So
Yeah.
one contains all of these things we have here. So each of these sets has one element inside of them. And even the word one, so it is a word. So there is one of them. Yes, it has 3 letters, but that's a little outside. So all of these sets contain an element, right? Okay.
Is it okay for me to call it a thing? If I called it a thing?
Yeah, a thing.
An element is
It's not a no thing.
You can think of, you can put into a set.
Okay.
So one thing that I wanted to put in here, because I know that Fox over there, he pointed it out. So if you put nothing in the set, that would be 0. This is called the empty set. And you'll notice that I put the empty set inside of a set. You can do that. It's basically, think that you have a jar within a jar. So if you have a jar,
and one man for that
there is
jar.
a jar inside the jar, correct? So that's still one thing in the jar, even though that one thing is, very different. All right, so that's 1. And before I define multiplication, I have to define addition, because multiplication is defined by addition. So we have 1. So imagine 1 has, let's say, the empty set in it. 1 guy, 1 jar. No, stop it.
Thank you, Zero Fucks, for hearing what I said.
Okay, so let's say we have 1, and we want to add 1. So what the heck does that mean? What does it mean to add something? So
yes. Okay. So now we.
You're creating a grouping.
Yes, you are basically saying, hey, we've got this thing in this set on the left, this set on this thing on the right, and you're creating a set or a grouping. So a grouping is a kind of set where you just take both of those elements, or however many elements you have, and you make a new set with
it's a smiley face.
those things in it. Yeah. So here, when we add 1 and 1, we've now created a new set where there is 1 and 1 in it. We will refer to this as 2 from here on.
And then those zeros kiss.
I mean, they can. That would be multiplication. Hold on 1 second.
And then they break up, and then it's division.
That is also true. That is also true.
Don't cry.
Now we know what addition is. So let's define multiplication. So let's say we have A, where A is just some number. And then we have B, where B is just some other number. And it doesn't matter what kind of number it is. It could be, integer, real number, rational, complex, any of them, they all work. So basically what we're saying is you take the number A and you add it B times.
Yes. That's where he says there is a loss.
Which basically, I want to point out, this is also why a lot of multiplication tables, they'll say times. It's A, B times. So A times B.
Yeah. What's 5 times 5? Yeah.
Thank you, Cameron. I'm drawing on a mouse. I'm not used to it, but this is how I write in real life. So yes, you know that I'm a mathematician by my awful handwriting.
Or a doctor.
I've got bad handwriting, and I know mathematics.
So now let's talk about equals, because equals is actually a very funny thing. It doesn't mean what people think it does. So equals, in this sense, so this equal sign, and I'm going to type this one out because I want this one.
But I think Terrence went over this, right? Doesn't it mean that nature demands balance or something?
I'm ignoring Terrence all the way. So for 2 things to be equals, so 2 things are equal. I have caps lock on for some reason. So 2 things are equal means that the value of the elements on either side of the symbol are the same. That does not mean that the 2 things are the same. It just means that their value is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So when I say 1 plus 1 equals 2, I'm not saying that these are the same thing. I'm saying that their values are the same. So if I were to have an empty set and an empty set, that is the same as value-wise having 2 empty sets. Because the elements, yes, this is MS Paint. The elements are the same. The value of those elements, everything's exactly the same, even though you would write them as 2 different things. So this is why in math, sometimes you'll have weird fractions that seem not to make sense. So for instance, let's say we have x times x plus 1. And we're dividing by x plus 1. I'm assuming you know what division is. I'm sorry if you don't. I'm just going to...
It's backwards multiplication.
Yeah. So so the x plus 1s would cancel. And it would be true that x is equal to x times x plus 1 over x plus 1, even though these functions are different. They have different properties, but they are quote-unquote equal because they give you the same values pretty much everywhere else. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah. But now, in Terry's math, that is not true.
Well, see, so the biggest reason that's not true in Terry's math would be because there's no definition for anything. So if I say,
no plus,
show that 1 times 1 equals 1. So now this is like the start of the proof. This is what I'm looking to prove, right? Okay. So I already had the definitions of multiplication, 1, and equals. So if I wanted to prove this, I would start with 1 is, let's say 1 is the empty set, yes? Or the set with the empty set in it. This is simplified. 1 could be any set, again, but I would basically say this is the definition of 1, right? Okay. So then I would show that 1 times 1 is also basically just the empty set. Because 1 times 1 is, well, 1. And so this would be defined by the definition of multiplication, so definition of times, basically. And then at the end of it, I would show that 1 times 1 equals 1, because definition of equals, right? So you see how before I really did anything, I needed to explain what all of my definitions were, so that when I go to actually do the process, you understand what's happening.
Yes, exactly. So that you understand the words. We understand the words you're using.
Exactly. And so this is how a math proof is supposed to work. Is like, okay, start with these words. If you don't know what these words are, here are the definitions. And then now that we've defined everything, we can follow the same chain of logic. Which actually, one thing I want to point out, just kind of while I have the board, is that this is something that actually people in the math community get annoyed about. Is so say, for instance, you'll have steps 1, 2, 3, and 4. So like a proof, you're trying to prove something, and 1 will be like, all right, here's our definitions. Here's what they mean. Here's how we use them, right? And then step 2, and you'll see this a lot, will say, see other proof. Like literally part 2 will just be, well, there's this other 37 step proof that I did 10 years ago. And if you follow all that, then you can go to step 3.
Okay.
So in the field of math, there actually is a very irritating thing where a lot of math professors they'll write something like that. Oh, and by the way, just read this.
That's exactly what I thought, Zerafax.
And then that's do this step automatically. And that annoys the life out of some people because that's part of the reason why you'll have people who are both willing and talented to get into math just quit. Because they'll be like, no, I don't want to have to read 7 papers from 10 years ago instead of you just like saying what it is that you need in this one extra paper. But anyway, that's about what I got. That's the stuff. I'll stop sharing now.
So wait, no. So if you were trying to write a proof for Terry's thing, okay, just hear me out.
Go for it.
You would basically just be saying that you would be creating a new definition for times that is plus.
Yeah, exactly. You would just start with, all right, what is the definition of multiplication currently? What is the definition that I'm going to use instead? You would just start with that. there wouldn't be any, like, you wouldn't have to go into, oh, well, of course we have this because of the sky people. It's like, no, who cares?
Mhm.
Who cares why we have
Yeah.
it? It doesn't matter. If you want to give us a new definition, just start with that.
But how does this apply to like measuring things? Like, is 2 inches 3 inches to him?
Well, you see,
This is
no,
important.
because
It is.
even if you redefined multiplication, so even if you gave it a brand new definition, unless you change the definition of 1 and the definition of every other number, because every other number is based on the definition of 1,
Mhm.
it wouldn't do anything. You would just be like, oh, so 1 times 1 is 2 now because you have a different definition of multiplication.
Yes.
Okay.
He's just speaking a different language, and then
You're just speaking a different language. Yeah, it's
you're
like,
just using the wrong symbol. He's using the concept of addition there.
yeah, it's like it would be like someone who speaks American Hispanic slang trying to change the definition of chi-chis. It's like,
Mhm.
yeah, sure.
All I'm
in whatever world
Is his
you live in,
mathematical
chi-chis
proof
is slang
might
for, you
make
know,
his dick look bigger.
Bob's, but in another language, chi-chis means this other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't know you were going there for that joke, but fair enough. But you kind of do have a point. Like, how would he do like area and stuff? Like, is there any way that he could
Mhm.
use his
Well,
maths
so,
to like?
so how do I put this? So if you redefine multiplication, basically what you would have to do after that is redefine every use of multiplication. So the reason that, like, let's just take the area of a square, for instance. It's like side times side, right?
Mhm.
And the reason for that is because the area that's being covered, if you do the length multiplied by the width, that tells you the number of 1 by 1 units you have,
Mhm.
because that's how that works. So if you redefine multiplication so that it doesn't give you that anymore, you'd basically have to redefine how area works. So like
Wow.
in normal speak, area of a square is just side times side. Very simple. But in teriology or whatever, it's like area has to have a totally different definition. If you're going by, I wouldn't even know where to go, because like he would have to provide a definition for 2 times 2 and 3 times 3 and 4 times 4 and everything else before anything even starts to make sense. Because if it's just addition, then it's like, oh, then I guess exponents would be multiplication. Because exponents are just doing multiplication over and over again. So I guess under that theory, exponents are just now multiplication. So even here, it would just be like, I guess you would just have side to the power of side. Like, I don't know. There's not enough examples. I have no idea what he's talking about. And like, there's no definitions like that. That's the main thing. And that's why, like, when I first saw this, like my head just exploded, because there wasn't a definition anywhere. Because in math, if you want to build on a concept, you have to start by defining it. You say, okay, this is what this means. Here is the symbol we use to represent that. And so now it's just, okay, here's this, here's that. And then you can start working with it.
Okay, so yeah, he's decided that changing it, and that's it. That he said that's the way it is, and
but
so
that's why
we want to see this in. We want to see this in action.
Didn't he give a presentation at like Harvard or Berkeley or something, and they just laughed him out of the room?
Yeah, I think so. But here is something else. So remember, he did geography with it. So let's see if there's something we can get out of this. I'm gonna put it on 1.5 speed.
So we can get through a sentence in 2 seconds.
This is the linchpin.
Also,
1 times 1, an exploration of the nature.
I like the pentagonal symbol. Yeah. I dislike that he's associated himself with it. Stay away from it. Leave it alone. Go ahead.
An exploration of the nature of the square foot root of 2. So listen, this is the implications of what we've just explored, right?
Hold on, wait, pause it. Okay, so
actor.
the way square roots are defined is that because they're defined by squares. So the idea is if you have a number times itself, that gives you whatever its square is. So the square root is just the number you do times itself.
Which is what you were talking about with
it does follow
area.
If you're using every definition except for multiplication. That 1 times 1 being 2 would mean the square root of 2 is 1. However, that doesn't mean anything because the definition of square roots, so radicals and exponents, is based on the definition of multiplication. So this doesn't work because those definitions don't make sense if your definition doesn't make sense.
Yes, multiplication. Your function. You're calling your function because we were talking. Zerofax as well was talking about the way that they speak. You know, when mathematicians insert their 35-page proof over there to do something else, that thing over there, that function is not working. So whatever you do with it,
you've changed what it does.
So let's see what he's doing with this. I want to know if it makes sense even in his world, because his definition, he's done away with multiplication completely.
Well, it works if you selectively ignore the definition of multiplication. So like if you ignore it to get 1 times 1 equals 2, and then you say it does work for square roots, then yes, but that's like saying, oh, the sky is green, therefore I can go outside and tan in the blue sun.
Okay.
And for those counting along, that's 6, 7, 8, 9 titles he's given him. Oh, he's a thinker as well.
Terrence is not
Should invite him on.
Well, actually, no, that's kidding. I would not put Terrence on the show. He's not.
He gave himself 10 titles. Just how many titles would you give yourself in any given video?
I would be like, the great cornholio and nothing else. That's the only one I'm taking.
I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna tweet him and be like, listen, I really want to speak to you because you're a thinker. We are thinkers. This was meant to be tell us about the aliens. Seriously, come on, God.
That would be something I'd want to hear. I'd want to hear about the sky people. I don't want to hear him talk about math. I just want to hear about these sky people. Like, tell me about those.
In the face of criticism, in the spirit of discovery, let us go on a walk together.
2 steps at a time.
An exploration
of the nature of the square root of 2 by Terrence Howard.
Of course.
Oh yeah, this is at 1.5.
Just as the symbol 2 signifies the combination 1 plus 1.
And 1 times 1.
For the square root of 2 satisfies the equation x times x.
Whoa. Okay, let's calm ourselves down. Let's go to normal again. Okay, so he starts with, and also our music is great. Why do you play music like this when you teach math?
To make people fall asleep.
How do I put this? So I actually do use a lot of music when I'm teaching, but I don't use it when I'm doing notes. It's like, hey, here's the important stuff that you need to pay attention to. Let's do that without the music. And then when you're going to work on stuff by yourself, let's turn on like a certain kind of music, because people remember things better when they have music playing while they're learning. So like classical music while you're learning math, and then if you listen to classical music before a test, you'll remember it better. I just take playlist requests from my students. I'm just like, listen, what kind of music do y'all like?
I love metal.
I don't like having songs with words if I'm trying to concentrate.
Well, luckily for you, this is math class. We get away from words as fast as possible. We define a thing and then we never use the definition again.
Symbol.
Just as the symbol 2. Okay, listen.
2 signifies the combination.
You say the symbol? It's the symbols.
As the symbol 2 signifies the combination 1 plus 1. Okay, so he's okay with plus.
1 plus 1.
I'm nonplussed about plus.
The symbol for the square root of 2.
The symbol for the square root of 2 satisfies the equation.
So what does he mean by satisfies the equation? Does it mean it's equal?
I just want to point out, so under his own definition of multiplication that he just gave in that paper and that he's going to use to justify this, he's not actually doing it. X plus X is not 2. That's not the way you said multiplication works, Derry.
Yeah, isn't it supposed to, well, X plus X is supposed to be
2X?
Yeah.
But he's proving that Anunnaki math is broken.
And also, what's this symbol now?
That's an asterisk.
Times.
Sometimes gets used in place of the multiplication symbol. A lot of mathematicians also like to use a solid dot because it's easier to write, and math people are lazy. They don't want to write a bunch of symbols. But the reason he's using that is because the actual multiplication symbol is not easily accessible on a keyboard. That's the real reason he did that.
And also because X, it looks too much like X.
Yes, those are the real reasons he used that symbol.
X is used. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what I know. But I'm like, why is he suddenly using this? Because
unless hold on, galaxy brain moment. Unless he's saying the multiplication symbol that people are used to has been redefined, but the asterisk is actually normal multiplication. That still doesn't make sense with what we're looking at here.
Yeah, our whole world is based on 1 × 1 = 1. So it doesn't matter if multiplication is somewhere else. Okay, he's supposed to. He doesn't like the idea of multiplication at all. So I don't see how you can use. So anyway, x times x = 2. Okay.
X times x = 2.
On a larger scale, the history of numbers has largely been the journey from concrete reality into the imagination. Whoa. So we're going, yeah, okay, I'll work with that. That's what maths is.
I see it, but I would disagree. Because, like, we literally have mammoth bones with numbers cut into them. Like, people made concrete as fast as they fucking could.
Yeah, so it's from largely journey concrete into imagination. We use imagination and the concrete. They
that's the important part, is you go back to concrete.
Yeah, that is important. Okay.
Now, on a larger scale, the history of numbers has largely been the journey from concrete reality and
why do we need this?
The random imagery.
To the imagination. Does this equation have a solution?
Can it?
From the Anunnaki, yes.
In our passage from the natural numbers to integers.
We didn't pass from natural numbers to
integers. Passage from the natural numbers to the integers.
Okay.
Oh my god! Pause it.
I'm forgetting my terminology. Natural numbers.
He's showing a number line for the negative integers when what he's actually got is a real number, and the number line is full of real numbers. By the way, you can see them between all of the tick marks that he has. There they all are. They're all there. It's just funny to me how in the back of my mind it's like you could change a couple of words about this and cut out a couple of bits of it, and like it'd be pretentious as hell, but it would actually make sense.
Okay, so wait, so what is he actually saying in our passage from natural numbers to integers? What does he mean there?
It's because you're doing the square root, and he's like going into the integers.
Square roots don't even use negative integers, though.
It's a good point.
Like, unless you're bringing in the square root of -1, which is I, which does exist, but it's not a negative integer. It's an imaginary integer, which is part of a complex number, which is something totally different.
And you see, he relies on this to force people now are supposed to accept, because they don't understand it. They accept that it must be true, and that is why, instead of them questioning it because it doesn't make sense, they're like, oh, okay, I must accept it because it doesn't make sense.
Also, real quick, I just want to know the panel's thoughts on that apple picture as to why 1, 2, and 4 are red, 6 is light green, and 3 and 5 are dark green.
Bothers the hell out of me.
I know.
But I'd want apple 6 the most. I don't know why, but it looks the best.
Okay, so I think what they were going for is 2 times 3 gives you 6, so it's supposed to be a mesh of those two colors, like, and 3 and 5 are supposed to be odd primes. But even then, why wouldn't you just make them blue and then make 6 purple? Like, that would make sense.
I don't know. So also we've repeated the cycle. So he means the cycle. Ooh, and we had a twister cycle. That cycle is from real to imaginary, right? So we have that. In our passage from natural to integers, we went from imaginary to real, I suppose, is what he's saying.
I'm sorry. When you say imaginary, my brain keeps thinking of the square root of -1, so it takes a second for my brain
to negative integers.
Oh, and again, in our passage from natural numbers to positive rationals.
Okay.
From natural numbers to positive rationals.
Introducing ratios. Integers, whole
Eat
numbers.
this ratio.
What does this make? What is this?
Okay,
what
so
It's an egg.
allow me to
stating here?
explain. So the rational
It's the math egg.
So the rational numbers are defined by an integer divided by another integer.
Yeah.
So like
Okay.
any rational number, you can do an integer divided by an integer. The problem is he's saying the positive rationals while showing a set that includes the negative rationals.
Okay.
Because
Okay, and the
integers
negative
include
rationals.
the negative numbers. So that means you can have a negative
wait.
fraction. So-
Wait, the negative rationals was in the previous line that he gave us.
Yes, exactly. So you'd
Okay.
have to have the negative rationals in here, but he's saying it's only the positive rational.
Oh, okay. Natural numbers to positive rational. Why did we move from natural number? Are natural numbers and positive rationals even worth talking about as two different terms? You know what I'm saying?
Well, so how do I put this?
Yeah, I'm lost.
So the difference
miss math.
between rationals and integers is that rationals includes decimals, or rational decimals,
Yes.
which is a hard thing to say. But basically, it is a decimal that either repeats or stops. Like if it repeats, so like if you have divide by 3, you could write that as the decimal 0.3 repeating, right? So,
Okay.
however, there are decimals that are not rational, and the reason for that is because you can't write them as a fraction using two integers. So like the square root of 2 is an irrational number because you can't write it as a fraction using two integers.
Okay.
So like there is an idea here that you could actually talk about, but the reason he's doing it is to confuse people. To say it's like, here's this thing that kind of maybe might make sense a little bit, except part of it's wrong. And I'm going to use that to justify this other thing that is also wrong.
Also wrong. Yeah, he's just going forward. So, okay, so now he's it's a poem. He's giving us a poem, basically.
Introducing ratios.
Okay. So again, the cycle is from imaginary to real. That's what he's. Oh, and now he's giving us the rest of the.
Except negatives. Yeah. Negatives aren't real, apparently, even though he showed the negatives in the
Our passage from rational numbers to algebraic numbers.
Okay, algebraic numbers is nonsense.
In our passage from rational numbers to algebraic numbers, introducing.
Okay, hold up.
So what he means to say here, because algebraic numbers isn't a thing that exists, he means to say variables.
Variables, yes. Is that what he means? Yes, because that's what algebra. When you start, like, listen, guys, it's been a long time since I did math. Okay, I was pretty good at it at one stage, but yeah, I can even see that this is just not. It's not making sense. So okay, so in the passage, rational numbers to algebraic numbers. So he's decided algebraic numbers equals variables. I understand that. Introducing roots. So now. For me, I don't know why does algebra and roots have to be in the same.
They do, okay, so conceptually they don't, but a lot of people will use algebra to explain roots because a lot of roots, like, it's not immediately obvious what the answer is. So like if you do 2 times 3, that's easy enough to explain multiplication with because people can add 3 twice. Like that's not hard. But once you start getting into squares, it's like 9 squared. If you don't immediately remember that 9 times 9 is 81, some people might not understand that. So if you say, what is the square root of 81? Then they have to go, well, okay, so it's a number times itself gives you 81. It is easier to represent that with a variable because it's like number times number. What number? I don't know what number.
Yes,
oh,
and
well,
that's
then let's
how
just
I'll find out.
Yeah, so let's use a variable because that's the symbol that makes sense.
Okay, so let's go here.
Roots. In our passage from algebraic numbers to real numbers.
Wait, didn't we just talk about real numbers before?
I think what he's saying here is you're going from variables to real numbers, but that's not how that works.
Okay, but and I don't know if he's changing the terminology of real number.
Introducing limits.
Oh,
no.
Nice. What does that even mean?
Oh my god. Okay, so let's talk about what a limit is because it's not that complicated.
The limit doesn't exist.
A lot of times it doesn't. A lot of times it doesn't. But basically what a limit is, it's the idea of what the answer should be. So you remember before when I had x times x plus 1 over x plus 1?
Yes.
So in algebra, you can cancel those x plus 1s, you just get x, right? So if you have the function, f of x times x plus 1 over x plus 1, and you plug in -1, you would have -1 plus 1 is 0, so you'd be dividing by 0. You're not allowed to do that, right? Even though algebraically, you can cancel it and just get x, and x, you should just get -1, right? So you can have a function whose value doesn't exist, but the limit is whatever it should be. So like if you do the algebra cancel it should just be -1. So if you had that equation and you get the limit, the function at -1 doesn't exist, you can't divide by 0. The limit of that function would be what the number actually should be, which is -1. And this is why when I say equals, it's what those things are similar, but they're not the same. Like the value of them should be the same, but they're not the same thing because they have different properties. That's what the equal sign means, which like I could spend a lot longer stuck on this, but that's the idea of what a limit is.
He's actually saying his function is an L.
Yes, I think it's safe to say the limit as we continue to explore Terry's functions is in fact an L.
So this is chapter 1.
Crazy.
This is the history of numbers. Let's go.
And in our passage from real numbers to complex
That's
numbers.
not what a complex number is.
It's complex to him.
I understand that Terry thinks that the quadratic equation is complex, but that's not actually what a complex number is.
We introduced solutions to the I used to love quadratic equations. I used to love figuring out equations. Well, it's so much fun. Okay.
I love that for Kid is watching this and she's like, oh, I know what that is. And I know that we can use it in a way that makes sense. I don't know what Terry's on about.
Yeah. No, but you see, the thing is, what he's doing is preying on that. So he's preying on me recognizing that and going, you see, I'm telling you about something that you know. It's like him using a word I know, a jargon that I've heard, but I don't know exactly what it means. So it's like he's using some scientific term that I have a Dunning-Kruger sort of understanding of.
Hold on.
And then he's making me take the leap into whatever he's saying. He's trying to make me do the Dunning-Kruger with him. It's actually it's very nice. This fascinates me.
Lucifer, I will consider that one of the biggest comments or the compliments I've ever received.
He's so good at explaining it like I was 10. Exactly. That is his function. Sorry.
But okay, real quick, actually, okay. Yeah. So hold on. I think I've gigabrained this. All right. I think I understand what he's not actually referring to, but accidentally referring to. So what he's trying to say here is that in finding solutions for the quadratic equation, there were solutions that required us to find the square root of -1. Now that is true. That's not what anything on the slide is saying, though.
Oh, good. Thanks. We introduced solutions.
I want to clarify. I hate the term imaginary number. Like, I think that's one of the worst names anything has ever received.
Yeah, it's a very bad term.
The life out of people. I try to, when I teach students about it, quote unquote imaginary numbers, I just call them vertical numbers because when you actually go to graph it, the imaginary portion of it just moves you up on the number line, which confuses a lot of people until you actually
just get with the times. Call them queer numbers.
No.
Complex numbers.
I will not cede up and down to the gays.
Where A and B are real numbers and I is an imaginary number who's square.
What's wrong with gay seed?
Okay, so gay seed.
It goes up and down, but non-gay seed also goes up and down.
So I know that's what's horrible is all numbers are imaginary. That's what irritates it. Yeah.
Define imaginary.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Define imaginary and
in my brain. There we go. It's in my brain. It's a social construct. It's a social construct. Okay.
You have neurons in your brain. Those are real.
Oh shit.
Solutions to the equation x times x equals -1.
The music, my God, this is a meditation. So great is history's momentum that we
yoga
take
music.
Yeah, I was about to say
as universal truth.
So great is history's momentum that we take these number systems as universal truth. Why?
Why?
Indeed, any mathematician with an understanding of category.
Wait.
Oh God! I've thought a thought. I need to.
Okay, are you a mathematician with an understanding of category theory and abstract algebra?
I understand abstract algebra, and if category theory is just set theory, then I have a decent understanding of it. But one thing I wanna throw this out. So recently, or well, not recently, it was like a couple months ago. Someone said I should listen to like I forget what book it was, but it was going over like Confucianism and Taoism and all this kind of stuff. And one of the major criticisms of like a lot of writings of Taoism is like the answers don't make any sense unless you've actually started practicing it. So like if you're wanting to read to get into Taoism, expect to be confused as hell. And so one of the things was there's a lot of videos on Taoism that are presented exactly the way this video is. There's a lot of calm, natural music. It's very relaxing and meditative. And then people say things, and you're just supposed to kind of absorb it and think about it without questioning it. I think that's what he's actually trying to do here, is just try to.
Adam, you're just not smart enough to understand this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like, here, you know, all of this stuff. The evil sky people taught the white people. That's why 1 × 1 is 2.
So what is he putting here? What is this picture?
Any mathematician with an understanding of category special emphasis is placed on these particular systems. No. So first of all, that's not set theory. That's graph theory.
Okay.
So, which actually, okay. So let's ignore that. So,
what is this?
There's so many different directions I can go in right now. Okay, so the idea with graph theory is that there are points and there are lines that connect them.
That's what this
called
is saying.
paths.
So this is what it's saying.
Well, so what this is trying to say is that you could categorize these specific paths and map them in a way that you could make motion out of them. So, for instance, let's say we're going from X to Y, right? So we start at X, we move to Y. Let's say we go F, so we go over the top, right? So the function we would define that as, so let's say we have F. So F runs the path F from X to Y. So if you have the function F of X goes to F of Y, that is like a path we could map, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So abstract algebra is about finding, patterns that we can map onto each other to create functions that make sense to us. So for instance, the one I like the most for this is clock math. So in clock math, it's 11 p.m. What time will it be in 2 hours?
It'll be 1 a.m.
It would be 1 a.m., right? So you understand that in that specific function of, hour addition, Fox just put it in the chat. It's modulo arithmetic. There is a pattern of addition that works very differently than addition works on the real numbers. And so under abstract algebra, we would define that pattern. We would give it a name and a definition so that when we go to use it in the future, we can understand the properties of the systems and build a field of math on top of that. That's what abstract algebra does.
Okay.
I don't know where he got category theory from. I think he's just talking about set theory. But this example here, it looks like they're trying to do that through the lens of graph theory, which is like, a totally different thing. So I don't know why special emphasis would be placed on this when this is like, hey, let's pick at how all of these definitions work so we can try to build systems that work. It's like, no, they wouldn't necessarily put special emphasis on this. This is like one example, and I would argue this isn't really a good example because most people aren't that familiar with graph theory.
But wait, what he's saying here is he's saying with an understanding of category theory and abstract would object to the special emphasis. Okay, so he hasn't said what special emphasis this is placed on these.
Oh, they would object. They would. Okay, so actually, I'm sorry if that's object instead of object. Then yes, actually, I would object to these particular systems being used as like special within abstract algebra and set theory, but that's just because like there are billions like them. There's a ton of different ways you can do this. This particular one isn't special.
So then we go here.
And
okay, so then he does that. She's like, look, here's a pretty picture.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's literally just a pretty picture.
Here we go, Romeo. I told you there was art involved. That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson basically said in his paper. He said, look, you've created some really pretty art. He did say that.
Abstract algebra would object to the special emphasis placed on these particular systems.
Okay, again, special influence.
Okay,
words.
So
He's saying words.
I double-checked. Lord Cameron sent me a link.
The
for
best
category
words.
theory. This just looks like set theory.
Okay, which is
if it's got a different name, that's fine, but it just looks like set theory.
Okay, so they are useful in some applications.
They are useful in some applications, I will say, but they are fallaciously applied to all situations.
What? Wait a second.
They have no. Don't you understand? Don't you understand that even though sometimes they're useful, it's always
fallacious. Okay, it's useful but fallacious. So that's the thing that we were saying. What he says about the universe, right? He's like, listen, it works. It has worked a little bit, to build up our civilization.
It's something, but we could have done so much better. Think about what he did with drone technology.
Okay, so this okay.
But they are fallaciously applied
so that's what he's saying. So he's just like, look, he has some words in
all situations.
If you would open your eyes.
If you would but open your eyes.
Open your third eye. Embrace the samsara.
Again would they close.
I want Filion, please, Filion, can you please react to this video? I need to give him a super thanks with this link in it. Okay,
I'm just sitting here and I imagine someone who's like they've just been stabbed, they just died, their eyes are closed, someone just goes opens them, and then someone else just closes them. They're like, oh dang, Terry was wrong.
Oh goddamn. Society's strict adherence.
No, it's the children who are wrong.
And society's strict adherence to the artifacts of number history.
Well, we're enlightened if we go with him. Oh my god, he's being a guru.
I do want to point
the enlightened.
If you ever get interested in number theory, so number theory is a field of math where it's like, what are the properties of numbers? That is actually like a fascinating field, the history of it, because so many people who are a part of number theory just fucking quit math. And then they came back to it later because they were like, fuck, I gotta finish this.
Okay. Well, what is what is the theory of
so number theory as a field of mathematics is just trying to figure out like different properties of numbers and what are the implications of that. So for instance,
I'm listening.
Go ahead. A small example of number theory would be like, all right, so if you have any number of any length, however many digits you want, as long as it's a whole number, if you add together all of the digits and that number is divisible by 3, like the number you get when you add them all together, then the original number is divisible by 3. So 12, 15, 18, 21, you can keep going as far as you want. If you add the digits together, the number is divisible by 3, always.
Yes. And it's about figuring out how that happens.
Yeah.
Oh god, that would drive me insane. But I remember doing that. Anyway, so that's the part of that's what you would go and figure out. That's what you would go.
Okay. So Lord Cameron dug a little deeper, and I suppose I kind of get it now. So to make a long story short, so in set theory, there are these things called isomorphisms, which is basically so it's a relationship between two sets of numbers that doesn't change the pattern. So like for instance, if you take a triangle and you set it up so that you can rotate it, you can map that onto what's called modulo 3 because it's 3 steps and every rotation is the same as adding 1. So like the two categories are the same. So like if you rotate a triangle and then you rotate it again and then you rotate it again, you wind up where you started, right? So in mod 3, if you ever reach the number 3, it goes back to 0. So if you have 0 plus 1, that goes to 1. And then you add 1, that goes to 2. And then you add 1 again, that goes to 0, right?
Okay.
With three different steps, and you can take one step and it puts you back at the start. So from modulo 3 and a rotating triangle, that's an isomorphism because all of the parts are the same. They all do the same thing. That's an isomorphism. So category theory would just be basically set theory, but with a focus on isomorphisms.
Okay, of those kinds of Okay,
Yes,
I get
those
that.
kinds of relationships between sets.
Okay, so let's see. Let's go. Society.
As rather suspicious.
We live in a society.
So how did the square root of 2 come about?
Pythagoras
It's
theorem.
not even the
Ooh.
Pythagorean theorem, it's the Pythagoras theorem.
Well, we must journey to the time of
We must journey.
Pythagoras and his followers. Flat geometry was beginning.
Is that a thing? What's flat geometry?
No, okay,
Is that
so
too-
there is okay.
Prepubescent geometry.
Hey,
going
that's
to-
kidding
I'm going to
geometry.
try to keep. Oh, thank you, Cameron. I appreciate that. I am going to do my absolute best to keep this as simple as possible.
Okay.
So, in Greece, most geometry that was done was based on the works of Euclid. So, Euclid or Euclidean geometry, known as planar geometry, had these axioms that worked whenever you worked them out on a flat piece of paper, which is the way most of the Greeks did their work. However,
which is why non-Euclidean gaming is very
non-Euclidean
strange.
geometry exists. So non-Euclidean geometry is just any geometry that is not done on a flat plane. So he's correct in the sense that Pythagoras worked with planar geometry because it was Euclidean geometry because that was, what they built on. But Euclidean geometry didn't start in Greece. Everybody who worked with a shape was doing Euclidean geometry. It was just mostly formalized by Euclid in the Elements. And the funniest part is Pythagoras is the proof that it didn't all span from Euclid, because Pythagoras brought a lot of stuff from Egypt to Greece that would be added into Euclidean geometry. So it wasn't even the West. It was the eastern part of northern Africa and Egypt where a lot of that was being developed.
Well, no. Just no.
No, you. Uno reverse card.
And of particular importance was the right triangle. A triangle with orthogonal edges meeting at a right angle.
What does that mean?
Okay, so let's I'm going to be kind here. So orthogonal just means that they make a right edge at the point which they meet. So two lines. So he's correct that two of those lines are orthogonal. However, there's another one that isn't.
Yeah.
So it has orthogonal edges, yes, as in
isn't
two,
this a
not all of them are orthogonal.
Sorry, isn't this a tautology then? Because he's saying orthogonal edges meeting at a right angle. That they have to be meeting at a right angle to be orthogonal.
To be orthogonal, yes.
Okay, go me. Okay, so
although one thing I do want to point out, yes, the right triangle was important because trigonometry was important, but that's about as far as you can go there. It's you can break down any non-circular, or any non-curved shape. So if you have straight lines, you can break it down into a triangle of some kind.
Okay, well, if you have
So right triangle.
It is important, but he's going to do something with them. Also, it upsets me that his words go over the triangle. Anyway, okay.
What we now call
it's okay because I paused. Sorry. I'll take that back.
The Pythagorean theorem was being explored, and a simple situation was laid out. Consider a square with sides of unit length.
Unit length, okay.
Yeah.
If its sides are of length 1, then what is the length from one corner to an opposite corner?
Okay.
The Pythagorean theorem states that this diagonal D should satisfy the equation.
No, but you don't have multiplication in your maths. Yeah.
Okay, no. This writing is correct. Okay, sorry. I thought he messed up the Pythagorean theorem, but he didn't. So
no, well, for me, I'm just why are we talking about this? You don't have this.
No, he doesn't have this because all of this is contingently based on his definition of multiplication, which doesn't work.
So he's going to change this, I think.
Actually,
I mean,
with the way he's got it written, so he thinks 1 times 1 is 2, right? So this would be 2 plus 2 is 4. So d squared would equal 4. So according to what he's got written here, the square root of 2 should be 2.
That's
if
what
we're
he's
going
going
by his
to.
definition.
That's what I think. That's where he's going. I mean, Pythagoreans talked about matter as music of the spheres, and now we solve quantum equations with spherical harmonics. So maybe he was spitting.
Oh, bro, like Pythagoras' stuff was like, that's the reason we still know what his name was, is like those people were so ahead of their time with everything they were working on formally.
Charitably, he's talking about how we so thank you. Yes, he's talking about our anal, what's anarchist maths.
D times D equals 1 times 1 plus 1 times 1.
Okay. You can hear him shuffle on his microphone. Listen.
1 times 1.
Hey, he's got ADHD, all right? He messes around with me.
Now here
we see the genesis of defect, an assumption that would be ignored for thousands of years.
we see the genesis of defect.
Oh, wait,
An
pause. I
assumption-
thought of something absolutely brilliant. As my first guest appearance on Thinkers, I can claim the first episode to feature Double D's had me in it.
Hey, pew,
Those push-ups did not go to waste.
For thousands of years.
until Terry came along.
In trying to solve this equation to find the value of D, the value of 1 times 1 was taken to be 1. But what of the unit that I previously
He stumbled. He didn't take another take of this.
taken to be 1?
Look,
He's
look.
put enough
Value
work
of
into
1
it, all
time
right.
to solve this equation to find the value of D. The value of 1 times 1 was taken to
Watch,
be
listen to
1.
this.
But what of the unit
The
that I
little-
previously called length?
But what is the length I
The
previously
products
called?
of a unit length with another unit length must have units of area.
Okay, so you see, we're getting into the application of teriology
Terry.
area, right?
Terry, you can do 2 more takes. You could do 2 more takes.
Yeah.
Correct? A
When was
choice
this
is
video
made
done?
And then taken.
Okay, hold on. It was 2 years ago. 109K
2 years ago, okay.
views. And look, the Linchpin project is his project. 6 guys, go and subscribe. I'll put a link in the description. Okay, let's go.
to be arbitrary.
Zero
This
puff-
could
don't you
not
mean
be
basic?
farther from the truth.
Okay. A choice was made and then taken to be arbitrary. So he's decided it's arbitrary. This could not be further from the truth, capital T.
I like, hold on, I do want to say, I do like the use of capital T truth because it means now I know what to discard. This is if it's capital T, you just ignore it.
The truth.
Oh, I wish you would have put truth with an F.
I know, right?
So let's see what's happened here.
Okay.
Now, it would help us to use modern language. And in that,
What?
credit should be given to the great Herman Grassman.
Are you okay?
It would help for us to use modern language.
Oh God. Sorry, I'm falling out of my chair laughing. Let's use modern language of Herman Grassman, who died in 1877.
Inventor of linear algebra. 1844 publishes massive work 1 year after Quaternions. What is that?
Quaternions are pretty cool, and linear algebra is also cool. But I don't. We do not have time to go into all of that.
Okay. So
This man worked to clarify the assumptions and language of the physicists of his
the physicists.
Just the one. No, there was
There's
only
just one. Which physicist?
day.
There was only one, and this dude did it.
And by his contemplations, multilinear algebra arose.
Okay.
And in laying the foundations for this formal system, he was the first to contrast the algebra of linear spaces,
Capital S.
and so also the first to suggest nonlinear algebra.
Okay, so he's saying because he defined what linear algebra is, he's suggesting there's nonlinear. Is that what he's trying to say? Hello?
I'm sorry. What was it? I'll just say it. Rex, you are correct, but this dude also thinks that Pythagoras is responsible for all of Euclidean geometry. So I wouldn't put it past him if he thinks that Grassman.
Why would he lie? Why would he lie?
He was the first to contrast the algebra. Listen, this is the question that I'm asking here. He was the first to contrast the algebra of linear spaces, capital S, and so also the first to suggest nonlinear algebra. So I'm thinking he's saying because he worked on linear algebra, he suggested that non-linear algebra was a thing.
Okay,
or what else?
I have to explain this kind of. Okay, so linear algebra is a specific field looking at the linear, like equations that work in a linear fashion.
Mm-hmm.
And that is just to say that it's some multiple of addition and subtraction. So like, where do I even begin with this?
But then there's but does it make sense that you understand these two terms, right?
I understand those terms, and no,
do they belong in the same
sentence? Sense at all?
Yes. You see? That's what I'm trying to work. That's why I wanted you here for the stream, because if I substitute certain words in, I can show that it makes no sense. But when you literally know the meaning of the word, he can't hide behind that. He can't hide behind my ignorance. That's what I'm trying to keep here, is that he can't hide behind my ignorance.
Well,
he's doing that with everyone else.
Yeah, he can definitely hide behind mine.
Let's try to contrast this with something that like is kind of equal nature to what he's talking about here. So let's say Sir Isaac Newton was one of two people in like I don't remember exactly what the span of time was, but Newton and this other guy whose name I can never pronounce properly, both kind of worked on the field of calculus at around the same time. Newton got published first. That's why a lot of people give him the credit for it. So when Newton did the work he did on calculus, he did not then turn around and suggest that there were non-calculus fields, because that would be a really, really stupid thing to say. It would be like saying, hey, here is this field. That means there's non-field fields. It's like,
okay, is that the meme? That is the meme. You know, when people take words,
hey, the letter A exists. That means there's non-A letters.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's the meme. There is a meme that it's like Microsoft you know when people go and put the anti in, you know, they make a meme and they go, this implies the existence of this, like software implies the existence of hardware. But no, not even. What's the opposite of where? You know, like you try and do that.
So the existence of software implies the existence of hard naked.
Yeah, exactly. So something like that. That's the meme. Is that what he's saying? He's using it. Okay, cool. Okay, let's go, guys. I want to get through this before the like look. Okay.
Bill Bates, the CEO of MicroHard. Wouldn't it be Gigahard or Gigantahard?
Lordy.
Today, Grossman's work is called geometric algebra.
Oh God.
It has become a mainstay in modern physical theories, and only recently have people begun moving outside of the boundaries exposed by this brilliant soul. You see, Grossman recognized that vectors cannot be multiplied naturally or canonically.
What does that mean?
Wait, first of all, canonically.
What is that? Oh, canonically?
Yes.
Canonically as like in canon? As
canonically. You know what? I'm starting
That's
to
the teleological way of saying
canonical in nature.
Okay, so what does he mean there? You see, Grossman recognized that vectors cannot be multiplied naturally. See, he's trying to hide behind the ignorance of people. So they're like, oh, because you said this, now I'm just gonna lack this up.
Okay, so let's again, we'll try to keep it simple. So a vector can be written in many ways, but the definition of a vector is it is a measurement which has magnitude and direction. So, for instance, if you just say the number 1, just normally, that doesn't really mean anything because the one, like, one what? What are you talking about? But if you say 1 foot forward, that would be a vector because forward is defined by the person who said it. It's forward based on where they're speaking. So -1 would then be defined as a foot backwards from them, right? Okay. So that would be a vector measurement because it has a distance and a magnitude. There are many ways to write vectors. One of them is what's called component form. Component vectors can be multiplied, but the multiplication of those works very differently than what normal number multiplication looks like. Because when you're doing a multiplication in space with vectors, you are having to take into account the direction of those vectors, the length of those vectors, and the interaction between them, basically.
There's more to consider.
So it's more complicated to multiply vectors than it is to multiply numbers. That is true, and vectors can be used in linear algebra. This is true, but to say you can't multiply vectors naturally is kind of like saying you can't add negatives naturally. It's like, what are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. He's just doing words again, but I'm trying to prove with giving him the benefit of the doubt and saying, no, come, let's see if it makes any sense whatsoever. And it doesn't seem to.
Yeah, in this instance, this is a swing and a miss.
And what is canonically, he's literally put the wrong word in?
So, first of all, I'm assuming it's canonically because I don't know what canonically is. But if he's assuming that it is not correct with math, quote unquote, canon, which I don't know how to say this, math doesn't have canon in that sense.
It does.
Canon is the word referring to religious doctrine, which math doesn't have any. It has some treatises and, things that we agree are true, and there are axioms that exist, but axioms and canon are not the same thing.
I think Zero Flux is right. There's math lore. Last season on maths,
very much math.
There were precedents set.
Okay, so in the math lore
sense of canonics, not in the religious sense.
Okay, so we can't, according to math law, we can't do this. Okay, let's see what we do. What's the next point logically?
Multiply naturally.
Guys, this is just math for modern audiences.
Okay,
I hate how accurate that is.
A choice must be made to equip the vector space with the structure of an algebra.
Oh, I love putting algebra on my toast. An algebra, okay. The choice with me. So what I'm hearing here is you need to, like you said, you've got to consider more when you're working with vectors. You've got to consider more. That's just the fancy way of him saying this, or a stupid way actually.
Basically,
a choice must be made to equip. We just have the word equip the vector space capital with the structure of an algebra. So we got to just apply algebra to the space.
How do I put this? This is the same as saying it's like, yes, if we take this pencil, we can equip it to be a pen by attaching a pen to it. And then it will have the properties of a pen. No! Pen and pencil are different things. A normal, natural, real number and a vector are different things. They have different properties. One contains the other. Like you can put a pen or a pencil inside of a pen, or like lead or like graphite or whatever inside of a pen to write like a pencil. Yes. But it's not a pencil, it's a pen.
Wrong.
Wrong. Okay, so let's go. Let's see. The music.
Had the Pythagoreans access this perspective, they would have realized that one length may be an area of any chosen unit.
Pause it. So let me clarify what that means in English. So had the people who were a part of Pythagoras's math cult, because that's who the Pythagoreans were,
If only the math cult could see.
If only the math cult had read into the future hundreds of years after all of them died and realized that vectors existed, they could change how big a number is.
Whoa. Okay. Calm down.
Have you ever thought of that? It seems like it's groundbreaking, revelatory information.
It's breaking something, all right.
It's
Breaking my freaking brain.
Have to access this perspective. Access. So you have to access it with your third eye. The length can be in any area of any chosen unit.
Excuse you, your
Sure,
second
setting
eye.
this
Your second eye, not your third eye. It's your second.
Oh, yes. I don't know how. I don't
Actually,
know how
my
to.
fifth eye.
Sure. Setting.
product to be one.
I'm 4
unit of
parallel
area seems
universes
natural,
ahead of you,
but
Item.
This is only because we have grown accustomed to this
Oh,
convention.
it's a social construct, guys.
Studying the universal properties
wait,
of
hold on, let me
Grassmann's
pause.
algebra.
I just want to throw this out because every time I hear this is the immediate response in my brain. So I just want to say it out loud. Even if it's a social construct, it could still be correct. Like
you need to listen to go and listen to Sitch and Adams the debate that they went
like hey,
over.
like nothing personal, but like marriage is an institution that exists for a reason.
It's
It's
that's
not
the thing.
arbitrary at all.
This guy was trying that they were on the subject. Look, it was like 1 a.m. so I couldn't listen longer, but he was on the subject of it being a social construct, and that's one of the things that they try and do is they say if it's a social construct, it's arbitrary and therefore not valid.
Well,
and
actually, hold on. Counterpoint: if it's a social construct, that means it was constructed with a purpose.
It's constructed.
Which means it's literally not arbitrary.
But it's old, therefore it's bad.
Yeah, but also I
needs to be changed.
wonder. What I would like to know is how. What I would really like to speak about is there such a world that exists without social constructs?
If there are no social creatures within it, technically,
Yeah.
but
But
that's like saying there's no life in the universe if everything is dead.
That's what I'm saying, because one of his things was you can change a social contract because
The word social construct is itself a social construct.
And yeah, that they try and deconstruct everything to the point where it's like, but it still exists though. So you can try and deconstruct it, but it ain't. So anyway, go and listen to that. I need to listen to the whole thing, but that's what it was.
Ironically, people use arbitrarily.
Listen, I'm one of the people that uses literally in the most figurative sense. So I play with words lots.
My brain.
Okay, so look, let's study the universal properties of Grassmann's algebras, alternating tensor algebras and Clifford algebras. What does that mean, Item? Is it just words?
Studying the universal properties of Grassmann's algebra, alternating tensor algebras, and Clifford.
So we're studying them. So that's what he's put here.
Jesus Christ. Hold on. I need to... I'm sorry. I'm thinking about the big red dog now. That's the level of engagement.
Clifford algebra.
I'm just imagining a linear transformation of Clifford the big red dog from puppy into large dog. That's all I'm thinking about right
So
now.
this is supposed to be Grassmann's alternating tensor algebras.
What is that?
Okay.
Oh God, is that U dot V or is that U cross V? I want to say that's cross. U cross V, you can create a linear structure. Okay, so you remember that thing I said about how vectors have weird multiplication and stuff?
Mm-hmm. That's what he's
all of this is basically saying just that exists.
Apply, yeah.
Right.
And then
Alternating tensor algebras.
And then he just shows you pictures. Wow, it's amazing.
And Clifford algebras.
Okay. So based on that, that's what he's saying. Remember, if we're going to try and understand his sentences, we have to keep that, grasp that. So if we look at that, so he's saying, considering those things.
These all being
Wait, hold on, pause. So I've got something far more interesting and important than any of what he just said. So a Mobius strip is created. So a Mobius strip is a 3D object such that if you ran your finger along one side of it, you would eventually be on the other side of it, right? In Sonic the Hedgehog, the planet's called Mobius because Sonic can run on one side of it and get to the other without changing directions.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's called Mobius. I hate that that's funny and makes sense. The Sonic writers are being more intelligent with their naming than the entirety of this video.
So yeah, hey, it's the same as the ring with one edge, right?
That's what a Mobius strip is. It's a ring with a single edge.
That's the dream, the Telelonriot dream ring.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't even get started on Klein bottles. Those are hilarious.
Okay, so these all being categorical quotients are freely, considering what you spoke about, it makes sense to me. Generated tensor algebras, he's just using that, illuminates the student and reveals the great deception that we have allowed ourselves. Okay, so he's saying this is proof of our deception.
Categorical quotients of freely generated tensor algebras illuminates the student and reveals the.
Okay, I've thought of something beautiful. Guys, now that you understand what a Mobius strip is, you've just been welcomed to the Mobius Strip Club.
Hey.
Welcome.
We got double D's, we got Mobius Strip Club.
We got double D's in the Mobius Strip Club.
Yes, we are cooking tonight. That's why we're ending stream late.
Great deception that we have allowed ourselves to slip into.
Oh, we allowed it. Tell us, take us out of it.
And whether this series of events was orchestrated or malignant is for others.
Was orchestrated or malignant? Was it orchestrated? Yes, or malignant?
I'm just imagining.
Those are the only two options.
Yeah,
it's black or white. It's either orchestrated or malignant.
Someone to come wave a stick at him so he can start writing his math down.
But
others to determine, but I can speak with certainty on the status of our numeral and coordinate algebras. They are curious artifacts, and we are ants toying with scraps of the
logos. He's using more religious terms.
Go back and pause it. I need to process this. Okay, logos is just rational thought. It's literally just logical thinking.
Okay.
So
he's just trying to wax poetic.
Well, okay, so let me clarify. So by saying, oh God, I need to reread this. Okay, so and whether the series of events, I can speak now. Numeral, what even? Okay, and coordinate algebra. Okay, so basically,
space math.
How do you go from axioms to space? So apparently, all of this all of these logical structures are just a tiny piece of logical thinking.
Okay.
If you interpret it in that way, it makes sense. I don't know why he's calling it the logos as though it's a religious deity.
He's a guru. He's just being guru-ish. Okay.
Like it just goes with the whole like, man, just chill and relax.
And he's using artifacts.
Hold on, let me see if I can get ASMR properly.
Oh.
Now we will learn about the secrets of the universe.
Can you back up, please?
Please.
Sorry, I'll stop.
Get out of my ears.
Scraps of the logos. If the square root of 2 satisfies x squared equals x times x, which equals 2, then our arithmetic conventions allows us to simply write it as 2 to the 1/2.
2 to the 1/2. Okay.
Okay. This is tracking so far.
Okay.
Now, in this way, 2 to the 1/2 squared is equal to 2 to the 1/2 times 2, which is equal to 2 to 2 over 2.
Okay.
This is checking with the rules of exponents so far.
Okay, so
1/2 times 2 is 2 halves. 2 halves is 1. 2 to the first is 2.
Mm-hmm. And okay, 2. Okay, 1, 2 to the first is 2. Okay, cool. So we good.
Which is also equal to 2 to the 1, which also equals 2.
But these are two separate things, right?
No, all of this is just one line of logic. It works.
Okay, 2 sets.
This is fine. He is applying multiplication as it is defined by people who know multiplication.
So over here, so over here, if we're doing this, our next step is that. I understand that's what he means, our next step. then times 2, it means 2. Okay, cool. And then, okay, it does, cool.
Logos rhythmic.
Thus,
2 to, okay, 3 over 2.
to the 1/2 cubed.
Come in.
3 to the 1/2 cubed.
Did we just start here?
No, this is the second one. This is thus.
Okay.
So we have this, okay? And then we go thus. Okay, 3 over 2.
Okay, still checking.
Is equal to 2 to the 3/2, which is equal to 2 to 1 plus 1/2.
Mm-hmm.
I really, really wish you would put an extra parenthesis around 1/2 because that looks like 1 plus 1 over 2, which is wrong. But it's 1 plus 1/2, but he doesn't have the extra parentheses, which is killing me.
Okay, so 2 equals 2, 1 plus 1, okay?
Which is
well, hold on. What? Wait, 1 plus 1,
Yes.
1 plus a half?
Yeah. So real quick. So it's 2 to the first. So it's 2 to the 1 plus 1/2, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So that would be the same as 2 to the first times 2 to the 1/2 power, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's why he's got 2 times 2 to the 1/2.
equal to 2 times 2 to the 1/2.
Mm-hmm.
Now the cube of the square root of 2 is equal to twice the square root of 2. That is to say, the square root of 2 is also a solution to the equation.
Even he's tired.
Oh. There was a plot somewhere, and he's lost it entirely.
So how did? But he's saying now the cube of the square root is 2 is equal to twice the square root of 2.
No, only if x is 2.
Oh, okay.
So what that should say is the cube of the square root of 2 is equal to twice the square root of 2. That first sentence, that is correct. All of these x's here should be 2's.
Mm-hmm.
They should not be x's. Except that middle part also doesn't make sense because 2 plus 2 is 4, which is not the same as 2 times the square root of 2.
Mm-hmm.
So like the middle, I don't know why he has that there.
The square root of 2 is also a solution to the equation.
X cubed is
equal to x plus x. Yeah, okay. Why?
equal to x plus x, which is equal to 2 times x. Such equations are unnatural, and our investigations of the cosmos will dissipate.
Just dissipate. They'll just go. They'll just be gone.
So long as we project this archaic system upon it. Ultimately, what is being said, and we will check it with our calculators and our smartphones and our computers in just a moment, just to see if this is really true. Based on this simple algebra, the square root of 2, when cubed, will have the same exact value as the square root of 2 times 2. What?
Okay. What does that mean? What is the implication?
In the world. Now you show me one place in the history of existence where an individual number, the square.
This is his sentence. Now you show me one place in the history of existence
Oh my
where
God.
an individual number. I don't know.
Root of
Show me a number. Literally show me a number.
Multiplied by 2 has the same value as that number cubed.
You just did that. You just did that.
But he's saying this is a special number. I think that's all he's saying is that it's a special
It's like,
number.
hey, you know, if you do this stuff with 2, it does this, which is weird and doesn't work with any other number. Yes.
So is he? You know what? Wouldn't that be something that number theory tries to look at, or?
Well, no, yeah, number theory would look at stuff like this
Something
and
like
be
that.
like,
Yeah.
okay, what are the special properties of like each individual number? Because like one of the more
that makes this
interesting things
possible.
about number theory as a whole is like almost every property of 4 exists because it's just 2 times 2. Like,
So
like
that's
literally, if you check to see if a number is divisible by 2, you don't have to check if it's divisible by 4 because 4 is divisible by 2.
This is the math equivalent of that thing where they have a ball and the 3 cups and spin them around. That's a nice one. I like that. Okay, so cool. So he's saying now you show me one place in history of existence where an individual, there it is, and now.
I just love that there was.
And then if you divide it by 2,
it was just show me an individual number. Show me one.
But he did, but he's saying
that, yeah, he did that too.
Is he just saying that it's very special? And that's what we're supposed. Okay, and if you divide it by 2,
the square root of 2 cubed, you divide that by 2.
He doesn't even. His presentation doesn't even just. Like he's saying, if you divide it by 2, you divide that by 2. Sorry, he's repeating himself, isn't he? Cube it again and divide by 2 and cube it again. Why?
Cube it again and divide by 2 and cube it again. I did that one night 216 times, and by the 216th time, you know what I came up to?
The same number.
After I took the square root of 2, which is 1.414213562373095, and I cubed that. I got 2.828427121746190. The 216th time that I did that cycle. Now, any other.
Okay, 216th.
Wait, what cycle?
No, stop chatting, Item. I'm gonna turn off the.
You're gonna turn off the chat for me.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Stop
okay,
it.
I'm focusing.
Look, yeah. My God.
I'm sorry.
I believe I have
That
to
is
wrangle the
infinitely more
fucking
interesting
teacher.
than this man.
Okay, so listen.
Okay, if
Okay,
you
so look what
divide
he
by
did.
2.
So he's doing
square
the
root of 2
cycle.
cubed. Wait
Okay?
a minute.
So look, let's go here. Multiplied by 2 is the same value as that number. So the square root of a given number.
Multiplied by 2 has the same value. And then if you divide it by 2, you just get the original number.
Yeah. Okay. You divide that by 2. Cube it again and divide by 2. Cube it again and divide by 2. So he keeps doing cubing and dividing. That's his cycle. So he did that one night 216 times. And by
With
the
what number? What number did he start with?
I think it was
The
2.
square root of 2.
2, man.
I did that one night. Yes, he did with the square root of 2. There you go. So then so after I took the square root of 2, and then you times it.
1.414213562373095, and I cubed that. I got 2.828427121746190. The 216th time that I did that cycle. Now, any other number from.
Well, hold on. What happened? What happened when you got that?
He's leaving you in suspense.
I can explain why he would get different numbers. He would get different numbers because calculate. Okay, so an irrational number, by definition, you cannot write it using a decimal because you would have to have an infinite number of digits, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
There is no calculator in existence that can do an infinite number of digits. That doesn't exist. So when you put the square
What
root
if you had 216 of them, though?
as a decimal and you start multiplying, your answer is going to be wrong. Now, if you're willing to accept a margin of error within a certain number of decimals, that's fine. But if you're going to talk about it being exact, the instant you try to put it into a decimal on a calculator, you're wrong.
Okay, so he's just like, look, my calculator did things. So okay,
yeah, it's like, hey, I had this machine that doesn't understand how square roots or irrational numbers work. Multiply the irrational numbers, and it didn't give me the number that was there. It only gave me something really, really close to that. What the heck?
Okay, so he did it 216 times. Okay.
And you'll never guess what happened.
The last one will shock you.
And that I did that
To
cycle.
the end, it's important.
Now, any other number from 2.1 to 1.9, whether above 2 or below 2, by the 7th cycle.
The
So now
seventh
you've moved
cycle.
to another
Wait,
place.
I need to address this verbally because I'm going to spend forever typing. So
You were
real
told
quick,
not to type.
I don't know. I might sound like Rags because I'm on a very different microphone than I normally use. And
No,
yeah,
you're just
there
our Rags
are
material.
infinities that are larger than other infinities. That is because of the way that they're defined. We're not going to go into all of that today, but basically, yes, there are some infinities larger than others. Yes, there are reasons for that, but that's neither here nor there.
That's why I left AP Maths. I was like, I'm out. Cool. Okay. I was already an exponent. Okay, so he hasn't given us the 126th time because he's going to tell us it's going to be a big reveal. But just on the other side, on the side of the board, we've got now any other number from 2.1 to 1.9, whether it's above 2 or below 2, by the 7th cycle. By the 7th cycle of doing that, I was already at an exponentially high number, so high that the computer could no longer show me.
Well, the 7th cycle would be a prime cycle, so that might be why he's using it right now.
Well, hold on. Before we proceed, let's get one thing clear. He's trying to write the square root of 2 as a decimal. That alone has infinite digits.
Mm-hmm.
No computer's going to do that, my guy.
Yeah.
But he had a powerful calculator.
Step 1.
No, he's telling us maths is broken. I think his reveal is that maths is broken. The calculator's lying to you.
I was already at an exponentially high number, so high that the computer could no
Also, he's not showing you the proof. He's just telling you about it.
longer show me its digits. Or if it was below 2 at 1.9999, I was already at an exponentially low number that the computer screen no longer could carry.
You just described what you said, Item.
I'm just imagining.
But this square root of 2,
removed from a calculator itself, being crushed underneath a giant point, like a giant decimal.
Well, you don't understand. He wasn't using a calculator, though. He was using his computer.
Yeah. He wasn't using his. He was using it. Needs to have his supercomputer. Okay, so wait.
He was using an Apple II. You don't understand.
But let's go to the square root of 2.
cubed or multiplied by 2, continuing to say the same no matter what condition was pressed upon it.
Wow.
That is a loop. That is an unnatural number. It does not allow for the expansion and contractual number.
It does not allow for expansion or contraction.
Nature craves action.
Exponentially, okay.
That's really funny because nature actually craves less action than action.
Mm-hmm. It's trying to get the most out of the smallest amount of action. That is a loop that is an unnatural. Does not allow for expansion or contraction. Okay.
It does not allow for the expansion and contraction of the universe. It is a mathematical fallacy.
Hold on. So he's using. Okay, so is this his proof that maths is wrong? Is this another proof that maths wrong? Okay, wow. And here we go.
I don't even know. Like he's just saying things. I honestly think, I honestly think if you gave me a random math word generator and you had it spit out a sentence, I would try to find a connection between the two because that's the way my brain works. Mm-hmm. So I honestly think I am reading more into these sentences than he ever put into them.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, this is Sci-Fi Channel math.
Okay, so it's a mathematical fallacy, and unfortunately,
most of quantum
Quentin. Sorry, I'm sorry.
First, it is a mathematical fallacy, and unfortunately, most of quantum physics and quantum.
Guy, you are
take a third take. God damn it!
You're an actor, okay? Like you read words and learn them and say them off by heart. That's your job.
I just love that this actor is attempting to prove how mathematically brilliant he is by fucking up the math and his acting.
Like, come on, why don't you just?
It could be
at
the
least
editor's
use
fault.
that? Could be.
It could be the editor's fault. His editors
yeah.
just made him look
No,
good.
I actually know why. I know why, Gray. Because any sort of weird thing that sounds weird, it's that he's actually cutting out Terry saying line.
It is a mathematical fantasy.
If it sounds like a tire is deflating, that's just me laughing at the nonsense.
Policy, and unfortunately, most of quantum physics and
Quentin.
quantum mechanics have their basis, their foundation rested in this number.
Is he
Went
like
off
jacking
script.
off while
No,
he's saying
ladies and
this?
gentlemen,
He's
could you-
really enjoying it.
His editor is Anunnaki.
Hey?
The sky people trying to undermine him again.
Okay, wait. So, all of them have their basis within this number. It's what because they use this math. Is that what he's saying? That because why am I trying to understand?
I love it. Okay.
I'm trying.
I love that just by like we're like 11 seconds away. No, brain math. 67 minus 46 is 21. We're 21 seconds away from the end of this video.
Yeah,
And even
that's all
you
it
are-
takes him to audit.
Why am I trying?
Okay, but all of them have their basis within this number. So basically, what I'm trying to in theory, it means because the underlying math foundation, principles of math, are under quantum physics and quantum mechanics. That's a problem. I think it's time to do an audit.
I just want to point this out. I don't think he did this on purpose. I think this is purely an accident. But the use of the quaternions and complex numbers in quantum mechanics and physics are based in the one math dude he was actually supporting.
Okay, so what? No, you said that's it. That's the point. He's saying this is wrong. Our foundations. This is a lot of words to say. Our foundations are wrong. We need to audit. His conclusion is, I think it's time. Also, it's time. What? I'm sorry. Just I don't respect you when you are not using punctuation correctly.
I think it's time to do an audit. Thank you.
I like that animation
I
at
want to
least.
take that symbol back from him. He doesn't deserve it. Give it to someone else.
Okay. Go to the terrylynchpins.com.
Oh God.
Listen to this written thing. This is the description. In recent years, Terrence Howard has made public a number of theories and revelations concerning mathematical fundamentals, geometry, and physics. In the face of criticism and in the true spirit of discovery and curiosity, he would like to invite you along for a brief walk for an exploration of foundations of a common fundamental misunderstanding, the nature of the square root of 2. In a part a response to this wonderfully written, honest analysis.
Wait.
Okay.
He didn't even explain why the square root of 2 is 1. I just realized that. He didn't even provide his own explanation for why.
Imagine a person that wants so bad to speak Chinese, but instead of going to class, he just stares at Chinese symbols until he comes up with a meaning for them and really believes he knows the language. That is Terrence with science. That's beautiful. Okay.
Remember that episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia when Charlie thinks he becomes a genius?
Yes.
There we go.
It does feel very much like that.
Okay, let's get into some drawing, guys. Let's do some drawing to calm ourselves down.
Did we ever discover what his rationale was?
What do you mean his rationale?
Behind all of this.
What, like what he wants to do with it?
Why he thinks it's wrong in the first place.
He's got his full... Yeah, why he thinks it's wrong in the first place. Because he remembers being born and he was told. He thought about it.
And then something about the Anunnaki? Like
he was... Guys,
the sky people? Yeah, he went over this in his treatise.
Next week, we're doing this. this is what we're looking at next week. I'm kidding, but I'm gonna sleep. Gonna fall asleep to this.
Oh, you should diagram it.
Oxford Union.
I think that's actually a great diagram idea.
Just
Oh
also
my god, let's see. Oh, great.
You take off Charles's hat right now.
Yeah, I'm wait.
That's
I'm
evil
waiting.
Charles's hat.
Item is on a call, guys. So I'm gonna just play this until Item's back, okay? And then we'll do Gartic phone. Don't relax, it's almost over.
Deal.
Relax, I'm falling asleep already.
Well, I know we're starting a bit late. We're trying to get some do it, man. So honored to have been invited here to speak at Oxford.
Couldn't even be there on time.
Chris is so magnificent.
Listen, he's on the 1x1 watch. It's a lot to him.
He's been the kindest person, and he's really an angel for you guys because he can bring a
Just tell me
acting.
your stuff.
None. Great.
What?
How many of you are interested in acting? None. Great. Maybe a couple of y'all.
Okay.
So,
what's the point?
you know, I didn't have any training as an actor, right? No?
Okay, you're just a psychopath, so that's what made you a good actor.
No, I grew up in a real bad part of Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay,
We find my way out of there by doing a fancy little thing called lying.
All right, I'm back. What I miss?
You know? You guys do?
His Oxford address.
His Oxford address, and they've decided that we've got to
Oxford.
diagram it.
That was who it was that just laughed him out of the room.
So when I put my first resume together, since I was trying,
So I'm talking about lying. Okay.
If you lose that little spark that kept you motivated, that little piece, like this is my
the most
vocation.
replayed. Okay.
And I think in order for us to reach the future, we have to examine that. Do you guys know about loops in math? Do you believe in loops?
Believe
Do you know the square root of 2?
Here we go.
Do you think that's a loop? Do you believe
What the fuck?
that the square root of 2 is the square root of 2?
Look at the guy in the
Yes or no?
background, his
Hands up,
expression.
no?
Pause it.
I believe
And
in
look, he's
Fruit
got his
Loops.
shape there.
I need to make sure I didn't mishear him. Did he just
Math
say
loops?
you believe that the square root of 2 is the square root of 2?
That's what he said. Yeah,
That
let's
it's a
go back.
loop, yeah.
Square root of 2 in math? Do you believe in loops? Do you know the square root of 2? Do you think that's a loop? Do you believe that the square root of 2 is the square root of 2? Yes or no? Hands up, no?
He's licking his
Yes,
lips.
I believe the square root of 2
Hello?
is the square root of 2.
Oh. I want y'all to take out your phone for a minute there.
Oh, look at it.
Everybody got a phone?
Oh wait, in his previous video, guys, he said that we're gonna do it on our calculator later. We never did.
Put it on the
No.
calculator and turn it to the side so you can get all
So we are doing the
long
boobies thing.
numbers out of it.
Look at that girl in the middle. She's laughing.
Okay.
She's like, yeah.
Now I
know
want you to
where
put
we're going.
in 2 and square
She's like, is this man gonna make us say boop?
root it. 2, hit the square root, you'll get 1.414.
Somebody's just filming him.
I'm just waiting for Terrence to be like, hey, do what I asked. Like,
Yeah, look, this guy on the left-hand side is just filming him.
not just him, but a person on the right side as well. You can see your
Yeah,
phone right
that's
there.
all. He's like, oh, I'm doing it.
They're
I
just
swear.
there. They're like,
4,
the
2, 1, 3,
journalists
5.
will pay so much for this footage.
562
Wait, he's doing the calculator thing.
dot dot dot, right? Now I want you guys to do me a favor. Cube it. It'll see right over there. It'll be x to the 3. Can y'all do it? Have you cubed it?
And he's got this like
I would-
talisman,
I
which
would
is that
love-
shape.
I would love to be in that audience with my fucking flip phone. Just be like, no, I
It'll see-
don't have a cube on it.
2.828 4271
But
2174
he knows it off by heart. Woo! The actor knows it off by heart.
6190. Now that makes sense. I want you guys to do me a
That makes sense because it's a number. It exists. Okay.
favor. Divide it by 2.
Oh my god.
Get that number? Cube it again. Divide it by 2. Cube it again. And I want you to do that until the end of your lives. And that number will still
That
come up
seems
with
like a big request.
2.828 4271 2174 6190. Any other number that you above 2 that you put in and you cube and you square.
There's his whole. He's literally his address. So that like, Terrence Howard is going to come and talk about his life and stuff. So he's doing this. So what's the point? So he explains what we've just watched.
Hold on.
It doesn't make sense, and it does not make math make sense.
Okay.
So these are some things that I'm bringing to the fore and that I would like to question. I would like to audit the math, the world of mathematics, and I would like to audit how we view the Platonic solids. Because
I want you to imagine that you are the person in administration who got this guy out to do it. I want you to imagine the utter horror as you realize what this man is saying in this speech. I just want you to imagine being that person.
I want to diagram this. It's fascinating.
And now, after you're done imagining that, I want you to take a breath, and remember, hey, life's not that bad. You're not that guy.
I could be that person.
Because I think the new wave congregation.
This reminds me of a math riddle that I learned in high school.
Ooh, give.
Okay. I hope I remember it correctly. Three guys go into a hotel to rent a room, and the clerk charges them $30. So they each pay $10. Right? And later on, the clerk realizes that he overcharged them, so he gives the bellboy $5 to give back to them. And the bellboy, on his way to the room, realizes he can't split 5 into 3 evenly, so he keeps $2 and gives them each back $1. So they each paid $9. 9 times 3 is 27, plus the 2 the bellboy kept is 29. What happened to the 30th dollar?
No. You've just done the math wrong. That's how that works.
Is that the riddle?
Well, they didn't. They didn't pay $9 each though. They each paid 10.
If they get one back, they paid 9.
Right, and so because it was $27, or no, it was $25. So $25 was paid, not $9 by each of them.
Yes.
It's literally just you snuck in. They all paid $9, which is bullshit.
We'll tell a better story of how our world works. And that's it.
He expected applause. He totally expected applause. Look at
How we view audit the math, the world of mathematics, and I would like to audit how we view the Platonic solids, because I think the new wave conjugations will tell a better story of how our world works. And that's it.
Someone please tell me what the hell you just said.
Somebody laughed.
Somebody laughed, and the guy in the back. Look at that guy. Look at him there staring at him. He's just got his hand on the side of his face. He's like, "Oh God."
They will let anyone in Oxford.
You guys got it, and y'all won't even have time afterwards. But I've spent 45 years searching these things out.
Oh my God.
And trying to figure out what the universe really, how it really worked. And we've come to find that the universe, they are abandoning the standard model, the ideas of black holes and dark matter.
Isn't his entire argument that they're not abandoning the standards that they've had?
That they need to audit because.
But now he's saying that they're not abandoning it.
No, now he's saying they are. They are abandoning it. Yeah.
It's literally just P, and then turns around and says, but also not P.
Look, listen.
Model, the ideas of black holes and dark matter for an electric model of the universe that is in response to the Birkeland currents and all these things. It's a better version, a better vision of how we should see the universe. That's how I see it, and I think it should be explored.
So just to add some context to this, Terrence and I have spent the afternoon together, and Terrence has showed me a lot of this and explained to my feeble mind.
You see, that's what
okay.
people are doing.
That guy's got to be in on it. There's no way you listen to this guy and go, he's explained it to my feeble mind without like that's a tongue-in-cheek comment there.
No, this is just
see what he's.
Was he brought to Oxford to talk about math or to talk about acting? Because
I think he was supposed to talk about acting, but he used it. He's like, so look, oh, look at him. He's looking at. There's the pretty pictures. Oh my god, I can't wait to. I'm gonna. Wow. Okay. What is there a question? Wait, let's just check here in the
I
comments.
would love to hear any of these students ask a single question.
Whoever managed to bring this man to Oxford Union is the greatest living troll and should be protected at all costs. We should all be thankful that people like Terrence are not the ones building our bridges. He can't build anything. Next week at Oxford, the guy's shouting at me. Okay, let's go. Let's play Gartic Phone. I think everybody's tired. I'm sorry. I'm energized by this stuff.
Oh no, I've had a lot of fun with this. It's just somewhere in the back of my brain. The back of my brain is like, man, I wish I could talk about everything he's vaguely referencing with no context.
I just
But to give you an idea, like this stream would probably be 3 times longer if I did.
I believe it.
Bima, you have to go, but don't you just want to do a quick Gartic?
I really do, but I have run out of time. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're going to have to share a screen this time.
Do you guys want to do Gartic, or are you guys all tired and want to go home?
I'm down for at least one round of Gartic.
I always want to do Gartic.
Okay. Well, you guys take care, all right?
Okay.
Have a good one.
I refuse.
Go and rest.
Oh, wow. Okay. Be how you are, Gray.
All right.
You guys have a good one, all right?
May you exist pleasantly.
What?
Beer mo. I've been waiting to talk about beer mo.
Yeah.
Okay. I've been enjoying beer mo in the background.
Get to drawing, bitch. Okay, so
Did you guys see the other one?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
The what?
What did I call
Oh my god, no, please.
Oregonian.
The real
No,
organoid.
please. I hate it. Oh my god, I hate it. No.
Hate it? Okay.
Change it back. Thank you. It's very nice and friendly beer mo, and then you go and put that in my
I'm gonna need a
Facebook.
few more beer mo's before I'm willing to watch that other one.
Oh shit, I need to plug this in.
2 can be as bad as 1.
Okay, guys, be as teriologist as you can in your Arctics.
Okay, I just want to throw this out. Am I the only person who hears the word teriology and thinks it's the study of Terry Crews?
Oh my god, I'm so glad you said it.
It would be better.
It was the only thing I could think of every time I heard it. I was like, Terry Crews isn't in this.
He's the only Terry that matters to me.
Listen, I hear Terrence Howard's talk about powers, and I'm just sad. I hear Terry Crews talk about power, and it's great.
Damn it. Join us. Garlic your phone, man.
That's Terrynomics. Oh.
Terrynomics. Oh my gosh. The study of how Terry Crews spends the energy for his power.
Mm-hmm. Guys, we're gonna have to put on the music. You know.
Oh yeah. We got to feed the ducks.
The ducks are best fed.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's hilarious that.
Oh, okay, yes, Terry Pratchett is also matters.
Oh, Terry Pratchett too. That's a good one.
That is a good one.
I've been reading Terry Pratchett books recently. I should have thought of that.
Oh, Terry Pratchett is hilarious. I just, oh god, I love it.
Terry Pratchett is one of my favorite people because when the Doom controversy was happening, he was just like, "What are you talking about? You used the shotgun to kill the demons. It's the best. It's the most Christian thing you could ask."
Demons. So, are we gonna do normal? What did we do last time? That was really fun.
I think we did normal last time.
Yeah,
I
we
wonder
did
how many
normal.
corpses we would draw with exquisite force.
No, I think normal is good. Blumpkin spice.
I'm trying to run the numbers.
That's a great name.
Okay. Are we good? We got Darling. Charles's hat. So Charles is around.
Well, his hat is around.
Dorkus.
Yay.
Because I don't know if Dorkus is Dorkus being Dorkus or Dorkus is
I'm
being
Dorkus.
Charles.
You can never tell.
Dorkus and Dorkus or something.
Okay, are we ready?
I think we're
It's gonna
good.
be one round.
I'm ready.
Is RJP in here? I thought I saw him. Yeah, he's okay. Cool. Let's go, boys. I don't know why. It just came to mind. Whatever. Oh man. We don't have Charles to go. Oh no! Romeo, you're not in the game yet.
Oh no.
Should we stop and restart? Romeo, are you gonna join us? Oh wait. Okay, well we're gonna continue, but I'll stop if you're gonna do. No, you're supposed to write a sentence and then you'll.
Somebody else says. Well, it is what it is now. But now just draw whatever your sentence is.
Yeah. Follow the instruction now. Okay. Wow. Okay.
I wish I could zoom in on my image so I could draw it better.
I always move these around, but you guys know what I mean. Okay. And then shit. Oh, I'm having heart palpitations. This is great. Whoa! Okay. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, that makes no sense. Sorry, anyone who gets that.
Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Okay. Chris,
Oh, I did the best I could.
the wisdom. Oh wait, ask him.
Okay.
You need to cover the joy that is Disney. No, thank you. Disney Acolyte. Presents Terry Crews. Oh, sorry. Don't read out loud, Chinsia. Jesus. Never mind. Oh gosh. How would I even start? I'm just gonna. I'll have to cheat. What's new? Jesus. Oh, jeez.
Just over half your time remains.
Okay. Shit. I'm panicking. I'm panicking.
You got it.
I had too much caffeine, guys, and the chemicals in my
No
brain
such thing.
because of this experience. It's messed me up, man. No! God damn it! Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, fuck off. Okay. Very literal. No!
Yeah, good luck with that, people. There's some really fun prompts that people are giving this time. Very abstract.
If there's anything rude, just tell them to fuck it. That's what well, Rosales didn't say that, but he just goes, "No, I'm not doing that." He writes there, no.
It's nothing rude. It's just like, how does one even draw that? Like, okay.
Wow. Okay, that's lovely. Oh. Okay. Okay. Let's do this.
Wow.
Ooh.
Okay,
I
this
love
one is
that.
awesome.
That's a great one.
I don't know what this means.
You've got an idea.
I really don't.
Make up your own thing, and maybe it'll be funny in context. It'll make it even funnier. Man, jokes in chat are considered cheating, aren't they? Well, if you're watching, and I don't know the rules. We should probably make them. Let's see. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. Wow. I had a good one for that. I don't know. I feel
About
like,
half your time is gone.
Oopsie. I think you can put jokes in chat because we want to laugh, but the people on stream can't read chat. We're all supposed to vote.
Chat enjoys it.
Can reconnect. Oh, it's motherfucker. Hey! Oh my gosh! It took out like the last few steps. I ran out of time. This is not fair.
You've still got a third of your time remaining. You got this.
Okay. Oh, look, it just. Oh, wait. Shut up. Okay. You know what? I will. What would you? There we go. No! Oh, fuck's sake.
I'm sorry, guys. This is ridiculous.
Oh wait, no! Oh no! I misread the thing. Never
Oh
mind.
wow. Wow,
Okay.
wow, 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 wow.
Let's describe the scene. Um, I just decided to stick with the theme.
Okay.
Last one, I think.
Is it though? Is it?
This is the last round.
What? Okay. I like it. Oh, you don't need to be that long. Oh, you need somebody saying as well.
Yep. Something like that. About a third of the time is gone.
Alright, what am I trying to imagine here?
I've basically written a book for this last one.
Nice. Congrats.
You should let me read it sometime.
There we go. I'm just imagining how cool Darling would have made this.
Less than half your time remains.
No. Although I actually know. You know what? Let's keep that. Okay. Oh shit! You're right. Thanks, Dempsey.
I'm glad I remembered there's one word really important I need to add to mine. We'll point it out when we see it.
Woo.
Yeah, I'm not sure this
Give me
one's
a tab.
my best work.
Okay, so let's go. Voiceover on. Okay, music has to be off so we can really appreciate the voiceover,
Yeah.
especially when it gets
Deal.
stuff wrong. When people's spelling goes wrong, it's great. Okay, now go. Not a manual. Let's go. Okay.
Terry patents the swordfish.
Okay.
Okay. And Charles's evil hat. What does it have to?
Come on, don't disconnect me. Oh.
I like it.
And they're
Having
all
read
worshiping.
that, I
Oh, I know
understand.
it's ghosts.
Yeah. Wow.
Jesus brings mathematical water narwhals to peeps.
Mathematical narwhals.
That is definitely what I would say there.
Narwhals are the real Anunnaki teaching PPA the maths Jesus.
PPO.
I love what I put for this one. I did have it perfectly right.
Euclid commits blasphemy disguised as a Hispanic gardener.
What?
That's horrible.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Perfect, Glumpkin. Perfect.
Oh. Hold on. I'm downloading it. Hold on. That's
I'm so glad that Anunnaki came up more than once.
How could it not? It's part of the lore now.
It is. It is. I think mine survived though because it was so bizarre.
Pictures. There we go. Okay, cool. Next.
An integer walks into a bar. He's being negative
Pretty sure this
now.
was yours.
Oh, I feel like that. I know where this goes.
I'm sorry.
Why is that negative?
A squared imaginary number enters a bar.
Ooh.
I'm
square root, but we'll accept it.
Square root of imaginary number buys drinks at Wester Saloon.
Wester.
I love that, darling.
That's
awesome.
I love the little. That's his hand. He's throwing.
Square root of -1 buying a beer.
See, that's why when I drew it, I was thinking of how cool Darling would have done it, and then there's me.
But was he buying a beer, Mo?
I wanted to say beer mo. I wanted to say beer mo so bad.
I like that one. That was.
Obama being very, very buff, but also sad.
I don't think.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry, everybody. Sorry, my bad. That's awesome. I'm so sorry.
That is quite good.
President Terry Crews crying over the death of Terryology.
The deaf, not the death, the deaf. Love it.
Sad Terry has just murdered his own theory. Probably.
Yeah. Blood.
Math hurt Terry bad.
Oh, I thought they meant me.
Not yet.
I needed to add the satire there because I have the name Math Dad in Discord, so I thought they meant I hurt him.
Oh. Not yet, though.
Math Daddy.
I almost didn't have time to write satire. I'm like, this is a very important detail.
Anunnaki paying for item wizard.
Paying for it, mate.
Paying for me. Oh my goodness.
It's higher learning, remember?
Oh, this is so
SpongeBob on skateboard smoking and shooting 2 guns.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that is awesome.
We're on the same wavelength.
SpongeBob doing a drive-by shooting, but on a skateboard.
Okay.
Skateboard by shooting.
It's so good. The detail. Everybody.
Gray plus VMO child on a skateboard with a gun blasting.
All right, that's lore now.
Just imagine a tiny Bimo sitting on the
Graymo.
skateboard.
I hate commies. Gray
Gray Bimos. Oh, they had a child together.
Perfect.
You know what? It kept the elements going. Same elements.
Beautiful. Love it.
A duck carrying a tree over a bridge while Gray smiles down.
Sorry.
Oh.
Oh, I know where this goes.
Damn it.
I'm so
I'm
sorry.
sorry, everybody.
Oh my god, hello.
Garlic, answer us.
Hello?
Garlic, we demand the funnies.
You know what? I think we can skip it. Let's go. Come on. Hello?
Hello?
Who will be next? Item, if I disconnect...
Hey,
Oh,
I think it just worked.
I love that it said hey. I love that you said hey as soon as I could see the tree. So it was like...
Duck carrying a tree across a river to bring to SpongeBob.
Yeah, close enough.
Is great. Oh, wow!
Very good.
That is awesome.
SpongeBob and Duck try anchor arms. The duck lifts a
Sorry.
tree.
I love it.
Well, it's even better because in the show, the anchor arms are the buff arms.
Anchor arms. SpongeBob battles tree duck.
Battles tree duck.
There you go.
Wow!
Oh my god!
That is awesome, Garlic.
That's brilliant.
Oh,
Oh,
good.
sorry, we have to download that.
I can feel the action in my head.
Yeah,
I'm picturing
it's
it.
amazing.
The Anunnaki giving us the math egg.
Math
Okay,
egg. It's an egg.
I was the one who drew it first, so I was like, I got it.
Item wizard receives the wisdom of the sky people. 1 + 1
Yes.
equals 2.
I love how people went from angelic to evil.
Item having a this on quest about 1 + 1 = 2 with a ghost.
Oh, I couldn't tell what that was at first. I like it.
Teriology. Yeah.
That's teriology.
Item wizard smoking and talking colorfully to a ghost.
Smoking colorfully.
You committed integration.
Right? Like arrow of these curves.
Oh, Charles, that's so good. They used the math pickup line and everything. It was
Grey Poupet and Sith Lord Grey doing the me to me meme.
Oh my god, so we did have it right.
Oh no.
Yes.
I
Me
fear I
too.
went the wrong direction here.
IDK.
Grey faces Darth Grey in single combat.
I'm lonely.
Lonely Grey meets his sexy soulmate.
That's pretty cool. Oh, you see, he went with the same.
Ah.
How do you feel about Ketchup Gray?
Yellow headband square falls in love with red eyes and no mo.
Okay, he doesn't know, so it's fine.
No more.
No more. Wait. Okay, I'm just gotta download. Sorry, guys.
Rapunzel melting on the beach.
Uh-oh.
Oh, sorry, everyone.
I love that.
That is awesome, darling.
That's exactly what it would look like.
Like a mound of sand being sweaty at the beach.
That's sad.
Oh no! Oh,
Right.
Adam from Adam and Stitch points at sweating sand.
I thought
There you
he
go.
points at the sweating sand.
He's
Oh
got,
no!
he's got the red shorts. It's Adam. Oh, it was Adam. Okay.
Item wizard pushes the button that resets math.
It's a weird looking button, but I get it.
I must
touch.
Man,
You like
we
pressing
said-
buttons.
I love that so much. Okay. Cool, guys. That is it for that was a great one.
That was
I'm absolutely it's gonna be very hard for my brain to calm down. I need to just relax now. I'm gonna drink some warm milk, maybe, and go to bed.
Just take 2 breaths. Just take 2 deep breaths.
I've been very hyper. Gosh darn it. Thank you everybody for coming along. And thank you so much, Item, for sitting through this with us.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
really
If you ever
appreciate it.
want me back on, just let me know. Especially if there's math involved.
Yeah, if there's what involved?
Math.
Oh, okay. I thought you said debt. I was like,
I mean, debt's just
Well,
negative
it's a form
numbers.
of maths. Yeah.
yeah. None of you are doing a debate stream. No, we're not. But we're gonna look at what's the name? Some of us will probably be on the usual suspect streams in the chat.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping to do. Lekker aand almal. Yes, lekker one. It was a good night. Sleep tight, Chris. Thanks for sitting through it as well. I thought he said meth. You heard meth too? Oh, okay, let me change the idea. Let's replay. Ooh, Grey Poupet has the French flag on the lid. Oh,
I'm sorry, I had to fix
always
my.
use green. I mean, it is. Oh, it is blue. It is then.
I had to fix my descriptor. Sorry about that.
Anunnaki agent.
That
That's
makes
exactly
sense.
it. It upsets me that BMO. Well, I guess why would the handle be the same color as BMO?
Because the handle is glass, it is
Yeah.
not hollow, so the beer doesn't go in.
The beer doesn't go in
That
there. So
was-
I was like, yeah.
That was the artistic decision.
Mathematics. Okay. That was very good. Guys, what's happening? Gray, what's happening? When's your next show video? Oh, also, I've got something to tell you afterwards, yeah?
Okay. Yeah, probably the next thing is on Charles's channel, Showbiz. Generally, it's on Mondays, so come check it out. But sometimes it's Tuesday or Wednesday. So go to Willis Gredia's YouTube channel, YouTube at Willis Gredia, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell. You'll find out exactly what day we choose. But it's always fun. We go over the box office from the weekend, any sort of news and movies. And last time we were talking about a lot of the Acolyte hate. So yeah, come join us. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. I should have some actual content on my own channel very soon. So, yeah, just look for it. Item, do you have anything going on the internet, sir?
I'm working on, I'm going to make a video. I'm going to make a book review because I've recently started reading again. And, oh, my goodness, how I've missed it. I've missed just having good stories to read all the time. I need to pick up a physical copy of The Wheel of Time. I have a digital one, but I want a physical one because I don't know what it is. Having a physical book and being able to turn the pages is nice.
It is.
Yes.
But the what was it? The script for it's the second Halo book, the Flood, which goes over the events of the first game. So I finished the book and I decided to start working on a script for it. I got 31 pages done in a single day. So you might say I'm a little passionate about this. I really love this book. I think it's excellent. It does the original game so much justice. And the guy who wrote it, oh goodness me, William Dietz. He's a really good military sci-fi writer. So like they picked the right man for the job, and he did a fantastic job. Cannot recommend it.
Did you happen to catch season 2 of the Paramount show Halo? Because they happen to cover the Flood.
I watched the first episode of the Paramount show, and it was so bad that my brain was like, you know what? People told me the Halo books were good. I want a good Halo story. Let's go see if we can find those. And that is the last time I've thought about the Halo Paramount show.
Well, they covered the Flood in season 2, so it might be up your alley.
I'm sure they did, and it was fantastic. And they're going to get a season 27, and everybody will hate it. And I'll just enjoy these lovely books.
Right.
What about you, Dorkus? What you have going on your side of the internet?
Mistborn Abridged continues apace over at the No One Asked You podcast channel. A very exciting chapter aired, and the next several are really fantastic special ones. Kita's performance, though, in that last episode was really special.
It wasn't a performance. I was just really crying.
Hey, Kid, we can say that you put a piece of yourself into the performance that was genuine, and for that, it was all the better.
Yeah, it was totally. God, I actually need to go and listen to the rest of it, but yeah. I enjoyed it. I've enjoyed doing that whole series. Thank you for having me along for that, Dorkus.
Of course. And then, as always, I have other things planned for the channel. I do have interviews lined up. Eventually, I'll do them. I still intend to do Three Kingdoms Summarized. I have the book right here in front of me. It'll get done eventually.
Awesome. I'm going to continue with my House of the Dragon. I don't know how far I'll be. Maybe I'll have to do the House of the Dragon stream on Sunday, because that will be the only time that I can finish that diagram, get the diagram finished. It was supposed to be by Friday, but it's not looking good because it's Friday right now. And I'm not done. So yeah, but it was fun to just diagram the Daemon and Rhaenyra conversation. We just did that on the fly because I just was not ready for my whole diagram stream. But anyway, I'm continuing with House of the Dragon diagram on Tuesdays. If Tuesdays and Wednesdays, let's just call it Wednesdays now. Okay, let's call it Wednesdays because Tuesday should be enough time for me to do it. And yeah, that is about it. Yes, I will diagram other things other than House of the Dragon, but I'm really enjoying diagramming House of the Dragon. So if you're upset about it, don't worry, there's only like 10 episodes, so I'm only going to be doing this for the next 10 weeks. Yeah, that's a problem. I'll try and change it up in between.
No, you could always do a different one every other week.
Yeah, I think I'll have to do that. Or basically double up, put something extra on the weekend. Or just gaming streams in between. Diagram the Irene clip. Boys, I think you're right. We need to put that on my look. I need to pin that diagram suggestions tweet.
Forgive me, I'm not familiar with the deep lore. Who is this Irene?
Oh, you know what? Irene is Circle of Jerks lore, and we need the link. I don't have the link. I need to get it from Zach's to show what it is. It's a beautiful thing where somebody passes out on stream. So, anyway, watch Circle of Jerks and you'll see what I'm talking about. I'll try and get the stream we looked at it on at least.
Okay.
Yeah, I will totally diagram that and why it's so funny to me, and maybe that will put it to rest for me. It's Tim's Talks lore. Okay, it is fine, but okay, fine. It is Tim's lore. Just hold on. I'm trying. Item, can you put a chat in the stream so I can get your channel link? Is that where you'll put
give me a sec.
Is that where you'll put your book review?
Yes, I will be putting it there. Although I need to edit a 31-page script first, so it might be a hot second.
We'll be waiting. I want to have your link put in there. Cool, guys. So that after we get a well, actually, we can just put our exit song on. I can't believe that I somehow made it into that lore. I had around 30 subs at the time and still don't have that many now. It's my channel. That is the channel, guys. But I'll put that in the description as well with the rest of the thinkers as a guest.
Oh,
okay.
Thank you.
Oh, it didn't let the link go in?
What?
That's weird. And it's not letting me copy paste that. Can you put that into the chat? Private chat. And
I thought I did. Give me 1 sec. Hold on. Let me.
RJP brought me into it all. I blame him now. Nah. Oh, I blame Zax for mine.
Huh? It's not doing it as a link. That's awkward.
Yeah. Can you put it in private chat? I think it might be because. Wait, there we go. If I go to your channel, I can probably get it. Go to channel.
There you go. Yeah, that works. Okay.
Yeah, people I've done stuff with. That's the one. So it's this one. Here we go. For future reference, but it will be in the description as well.
Yeah, I think there's I think the writing stream I did a few months ago is still on there, and I'm sure the first hour of it still has no audio from me because reasons.
Okay. I cannot laugh. Actually, no, I can sympathize because audio is not my friend.
Because I did 2 test streams to make sure it was working, and then on the third stream, it didn't work.
Nope. Well, anyway, guys, thank you for doing a think with us. Have a nice life. Like and subscribe to all of like here, like this, and then go and subscribe to all of the thinkers doing all of the things. And enjoy the exit music, please. It's very fun. If I will click it.
We now finished thinking for the week. Our minds can finally rest, reflecting on the questions asked, the ones we put to the test.
You can unmute yourself and sing.
Same thinker place. Now it's time to pause. Our thoughts marinate as we bid farewell
to this week.
Joining thinkers, we're sharing in this class. We've now finished think of the week. It's time to take a rest.